Chapter 29. Roth was teleported to a path between two cliffs. On both sides, a small road snaked up the cliff, similar to the path he'd helped Kurt carry his wagon through. The cliffs themselves were riddled with holes, caverns home to the lizards. Wherever there was sunlight, Roth could spot rock lizards basking in the sun's rays. He had made it to Rock Lizard Lair. From what he'd read in the rescue library, this dungeon was structured so that one had to fight one's way up the cliff. Lizards had a strict hierarchy. Lizards loved the sun and needed to sunbathe to regulate their body temperature. Therefore, the closer to the top, where the sun hit the longest during the day, the stronger the lizard. On one cliff, there were male lizards, and on the other one, females. The male lizard was an elite, and the female was the dungeon's final boss. Players would fight increasingly stronger lizards until they could claim both cliffs, thus completing the dungeon. Roth stepped confidently toward the cliff where, according to the guides, the she-lizards and the dungeon's final boss lived. A rock lizard emerged from one of the holes as he marched up the road. It stuck to the wall as its bifurcated tongue tasted the air. Roth found it strange that they faced each other in different planes of inclination. He was with his feet planted on the ground, and the lizard was on its side with its powerful claws hanging onto the cliff. Curious, Roth approached the lizard, and a series of notifications rang. This is your first time interacting with the rock lizard race. Charisma bonus activated. Congratulations, your charisma has reached 1,000. Tongue of the Leader and Godsent have upgraded into Emperor's Gravitas. You've unlocked a new title, 1,000. Roth grinned at how the bonuses of Discoverer of Species, Fox Form, Blessing of the Lion King, Stat Prodigy, and First of a Kind all added up. First of a Kind granted a 5% bonus to Charisma, Stat Prodigy boosted his highest stat by 10%, and when the Discoverer of Species title activated, he added 50% to that, totaling a 65% bonus. These percentage bonuses alone granted him 515 additional charisma. The stat bonus he got from such a high stat was nuts. Emperor's Gravitas, stat bonus. Bonus description. You exude the presence and aura of a powerful ruler. All creatures bow before you. Bonus effects. It couldn't be easier to increase reputation. You start all new relationships with 1,000 reputation. There's a great chance of reputation with factions spontaneously increasing. You'll receive spontaneous invitations from high-ranking NPCs for legendary quests. There's a high chance that NPCs will bestow gifts upon you. It is now possible to befriend special factions. If you don't antagonize a faction you have a negative reputation with, you'll quickly recover your reputation with them over time. Enemies won't attack unless you aggravate them immensely. All discount bonuses increased by 20%. Vocal skills effects are doubled. Restrictions, 1,000 charisma. Roth didn't know if anyone was aware of this, but it looked like there weren't any more stat bonuses after a player reached 1,000 in a stat. That was the ultimate stat bonus. And what a stat bonus it was! The list of benefits that Emperor's Gravitas granted him was mind-boggling. Many of the benefits were the upgraded versions of bonuses he'd seen before. It was easier to build or even rebuild relationships, vocal skills were enhanced, etc. However, there were two brand new benefits that he hadn't seen before. One of them was that he was granted an additional 20% discount to whatever bonuses he already had. That went for increased discount, his broker skill, and his loyalty cards at the crafting hem and the cloth of the wadi, for example. Moreover, he didn't need to start new relationships from scratch. Just by meeting someone new, he automatically received a 1,000 reputation. He was starting to regret not using Fox Form when he met the moles for the first time. What kind of stuff would he have unlocked then? Additionally, by reaching 1,000 charisma, he unlocked yet another epic title. 1,000 Epic. Title description. You've reached an incredible landmark. Your attributes have allowed you to transcend into something greater than a man, and your contributions are appreciated. Title effects. Teleportation gates cost 1,000 gold. Conditions to unlock 1,000. Be the first player to reach 1,000 of one given stat. Complete. teleportation fees depended on the distance traveled. For example, between Hillsford and one of the beginner villages of Green Country, the teleportation fee was 5K. However, it was twice as much from Rock Canyon to Green Country. If not for these high prices, merchants could flip items in the market, teleporting between cities and quickly defeating the purpose of the merchant profession in this game. This title, however, guaranteed that he only had to pay 1K whenever he wanted to teleport. It was a 90% discount if he traveled back to Hillsford. Even though 1K was a lot of money, he could travel for much cheaper prices than other players. If he played his cards right and found good prices for different items, he could offset teleportation costs by buying cheap items in the region he was departing from that sold for higher prices at his destination. It was all a lot of information for Roth, but what interested him the most right now was what was happening inside the dungeon. Lizards emerged from their burrows over the cliffs and stampeded down the wall. Roth couldn't help but notice the two large lizards that led the charge down. Roth wondered whether they were running toward him, but they all ran past Roth until they left the cliff and reached the floor. There were so many animals running around that Roth felt a little dizzy. Soon, they had all assumed their positions like a well-trained army. He looked down at a mass of scaly heads with yellow reptilian eyes. Two massive lizards stood before all the other lizards. Their huge figures reminded him of the dinosaurs he used to hunt on New Earth. Even though Roth couldn't understand their language, what happened next was fairly easy to understand. The two leaders of the rock lizards bowed, and then all the others followed suit. "The rock lizards are honored with your visit and wish to be your friends. Plus 1,000 reputation with rock lizards. The rock lizards now revere you. You've skipped 3 relationship statuses in one single move. Plus 5 charisma. You've unlocked a new title, Friend of the Rock Lizards. Friend of the Rock Lizards, common. Title description, you've become great friends with the sun-loving reptiles that inhabit the Rock Canyon. Title effects, plus 5 HP regeneration. It's easier to learn lizard speak. Conditions to unlock Friend of the Rock Lizards. Achieve 300 reputation with rock lizards without ever having hurt a rock lizard. Complete. Or achieve 3,000 reputation with rock lizards. Roth had expected it to be easy to befriend these lizards, but he had never imagined that he would be hailed with such deference. There had to be at least 200 lizards here, and having them all bow down to him felt a little much. He didn't feel like he deserved it. His cheeks flushed at the awkward situation. "Yeah, that's right. Meow, meow. Bow before the great Lin." Progress in learning Felinian, 75%. Roth didn't know when Lin had managed to sneak out of his robes, but the kitten stood imperiously, perched atop his shoulder, thinking that all of this show was meant for him. Roth chuckled at his pet's arrogance and turned toward his new friends. "Hello, rock lizards," he shouted, letting his voice echo off the cliff walls. "Your voice sounds so majestic, the rock lizards hang on to your every word. Plus 312 reputation with rock lizards." The absurd notifications were taking Roth aback. Was it going to be this easy to build up a relationship with factions from now on? Maybe the only reason he was having such an easy time at it was the combined effects of his zoomorph race, his incredibly high charisma, and the fact that the rock lizards were considered a low-tiered race. If he approached the table, he doubted the cats would bow down to him like this. Lin's imperviousness to his high attributes suggested this. Either way, he kept going. "I would love to learn your language. Please, if one of you could teach me lizard speak, I would be honored. The lizards find you humble and approachable, plus 381 reputation with rock lizards." As soon as he had said it, the leader of the lizards approached him deferentially and climbed over to him, taking a place beside him. She hissed a few sibilant, soft sounds, and the system immediately picked up on it. You start making sense of the sounds around you. Progress in learning lizard speak, 4%. He was being personally tutored by the leader of the lizards herself. He had hit the jackpot here and still hadn't even pulled out his trump card. "I bring a gift to you all," he continued, looking at the new skill he'd purchased from the auction house. "I hope you like it." On his last visit to the auction house, Roth stumbled upon a skill that had reminded him of the rock lizards. Solar light, uncommon. Skill description. You manage to excite the atoms on your skin and produce a blinding light. Skill effects. Active. You inflict the blind debuff on anyone looking directly at you. Effectiveness scales with wisdom. Duration scales with intelligence. Restrictions. Pyrokinetics, level 35. It was a skill reserved for espers, choosing the pyrokinetic job advancement. It was meant to dazzle opponents. When Roth's eyes landed on it, he immediately suspected it would resonate with his light affinity. He also remembered the scene when he first saw a rock lizard and how happy it had looked, basking in the sun. Sure enough, the skill resonated with his affinity, and it upgraded after he learned it. Solar warmth, rare. Skill description. You manage to excite the atoms on your skin and produce a blinding light. Skill effects. Active, overload. You can choose to overload the skill, producing one brilliant flash that inflicts the blind debuff on anyone looking directly at you. Active, prolonged. You can choose to prolong the skill, emitting a warm light on the battlefield that boosts all pyrokinetic damage by 10%. Effectiveness scales with wisdom. Duration scales with intelligence. Restrictions. Pyrokinetics, level 35. Solar light became a 2-for-1 skill thanks to the resonance with his light affinity. It had the option of letting all the light out in one sudden burst, but it also allowed him to shine with a gentler glow for an extended period. He guessed that similar skills were destined for other specialities within the Esper class. There had to be skills that provoked rain, snow, darkness, and other such environmental effects to boost the power of their other elemental skills. He recalled visiting a pet shop with his brothers once and seeing an iguana in a terrarium basking in the light of a hot red lamp. Seeing how these lizards loved to sunbathe so much and fought for a spot in the sun, Roth had thought that coming here and using this skill would be a good way to become friends with them. What he hadn't expected was that before he could even use solar warmth, the lizards had thrown themselves at his feet, giving him hundreds of reputation points. He couldn't wait to find out what happened after he used his new skill. Solar warmth, prolonged. Roth's body lit up, and a feverish red light flooded the canyon around him. The crimson rays reflected off the pink stone, creating a beautiful alien scene. As the lizards felt the warmth from Roth, multiple notifications started ringing. The lizards appreciate the sunbath. So warm, so nice. Plus 914 reputation with rock lizards. Lizards now revere you. Plus 5 light affinity. Roth gulped. 914! He knew that if he managed to do something nice for many members of a species at once, his reputation increase would become even more meaningful. That's the stratagem he had used to quickly gain a reputation with the foxes, badgers, and corvids. Right now, he had 200-plus rock lizards bathing in the warmth of his skill, all seduced by his overwhelmingly high charisma. He was even able to gain points in his light affinity. The lizards appreciate the sunbath. So warm, so nice. Plus 884 reputation with rock lizards. Plus 5 light affinity. Roth's energy bar was huge thanks to his Energy Tycoon title. His most recent light-trapping skill, energy efficiency, also helped him stay on as a human light bulb for several minutes. As the lizard leader hissed to teach him the language, and the reputation points kept climbing up like crazy, Roth enjoyed seeing the many incoming notifications. The dogs miss you and appreciate being your friend. Plus 20 reputation with all dogs. The Fox Baroness is thinking of you. Plus 20 reputation with all foxes. The blue caterpillars regret your fallout. Plus 10 reputation with blue caterpillars. The Magisters of Sapphira would like to welcome you into the city. Go visit them when you have the chance. The lizards appreciate the sunbath. So warm, so nice. Plus 831 reputation with rock lizards. You're now adored by the rock lizards. You start making sense of the sounds around you. Progress in learning lizard speak, 13%. While the lizards enjoyed the warm light, Roth feasted on the gains falling in his lap. Chapter 30. Roth checked all his relationships and how his steroid-boosted charisma was helping him improve them further. Positive relationships. Badgers, 2,043 of 8,000. Boars, 1,942 of 2,000. Corvids, 1,981 of 2,000. Cyborg Union, 1,329 of 2,000. Dogs, 273 of 300. Dwarf Exiles, 281 of 300. Flock, 289 of 300. Foxes, 1,958 of 2,000. Golden Mountain Ink, 1,612 of 2,000. Greenleaf Ink, 1,001 of 2,000. Hillsford Garrison Soldiers, 113 of 300. Moles, 581 of 1,000. Moon Garrison of Sapphira, 100 of 300. Moonlight Herd, 151 of 300. Ollie the Cat Burglar, 127 of 300. Peace Corps, 110 of 300. Rattans, 4,244 of 8,000. Rock Lizards, 7,723 of 8,000. Silkworms, 13 of 100. Snakes, 3,251 of 8,000. The Table, 61 of 100. Tree Ants, 1,710 of 2,000. White Onyx Ink, 351 of 1,000. Negative relationships. Blue Caterpillars, minus 60 of minus 100. Grassland Wolves, minus 25 of minus 100. Timber Wolves, minus 40 of minus 100. This was good news. Thanks to the spontaneous charisma increases, he had unlocked adored status with the Badgers, esteemed status with Greenleaf Ink, and friendly status with the Moon Garrison. Other relationships, such as the Boars, Corvids, Dogs, Dwarf Exiles, the Flock, and Foxes, were about to hit a landmark. On the negative relationships front, his negative points with the Bears and Thaddeus had been cancelled, and the Grassland and Timberwolves were on their way to becoming a neutral faction to him. However, something puzzled him. The Gaspachos were gone from his relationship sheet. He didn't notice it until he studied the list of factions intently. What had happened to them? Could Drake have succeeded in his quest and turned the crime family over to the authorities? The next time they touched base, he would ask him about it. Seeing his energy bar almost empty, Roth gulped yet another energy potion to keep solar warmth on. As the seconds ticked by, Roth's effectiveness as a human light bulb to gain reputation points slowly waned. Still, he never got anything less than triple digits. By the time the Discoverer of Species bonus to his charisma wore off, Roth had reached an unprecedented relationship status with the Rock Lizards. The Rock Lizards appreciate the sunbath. So warm, so nice. Plus 312 reputation with Rock Lizards. You are now beloved by Rock Lizards. Adored has upgraded into beloved. Beloved, legendary. Title description. Your virtues and unwavering loyalty have earned you the eternal love of your friends. Title effect. Grants plus 30 charisma. You can use the reputation store everywhere. You can write introduction letters to factions you have an esteemed status with or higher. Reputation coins aren't faction-specific anymore. Conditions to unlock Beloved. Achieve Beloved relationship status with any faction inside the game. Complete. Yet another legendary title. No wonder there was such a massive gap between the top players in the game and the amateurs. After Roth crossed the 1,000 charisma threshold, gaining legendary titles became much easier. It was his second one today. He knew he wouldn't keep gaining legendary titles like this, but he was grateful for the windfall. The charisma bonus from Beloved tripled compared to Adored. Additionally, a new icon appeared at the corner of his window. He could now use the reputation store wherever he was. He knew this was the norm in most games, but it wasn't the case in AstroTerra. Being able to open a store anywhere when others couldn't was something. If he was ever in a pinch, he had one more collection of tools within his reach. He could purchase a new skill or consumable that suited the situation and break himself free. Emperor's Gravitas has been downgraded to Godsend and Tongue of the Leader. The precious 30 minutes of the Discoverer of Species title passed. Even so, thanks to Fox Form and all his bonuses, he could still maintain 2 incredible stat bonuses active. Their spontaneous boosts to charisma weren't as frequent as Emperor's Gravitas, but they were still outstanding. Seeing how his reputation with the Rock Lizards had maxed out, he turned off solar warmth, and all the lizards started retreating into their lairs, full of the abundant warmth they had received from their new beloved friend. Only the lizard leader remained by his side, patiently hissing. The foreign language becomes increasingly clear to you. Progress in learning lizard speak, 83%. Thanks. I'm almost there. Please keep speaking, Roth encouraged. Psst, have time. No problem. Psst, the lizard leader responded. While the language learning progress bar filled automatically, Roth checked the reputation store. It looked similar to when he'd accessed it near the Lord of the Woods, with a small difference. Instead of multiple currencies, there was only one universal currency. This was perhaps the greatest boon of this new title. Previously, he could only buy items from the Rattans using Rattan reputation coins. Thanks to Beloved, he could now use the reputation coins granted by befriending any faction to buy whatever he wanted. Altogether, he had over 19,000 reputation coins. Other than this significant difference, much remained the same. The store listed skill cards, creature cards for the Terralore game, pieces of equipment, and consumables. He skipped the sections for Rattans and Foxes. There was nothing new there. However, he found a new listing when he browsed the section devoted to badgers. A new flag became available after reaching adored status with his poet friends. Flag of the Badger Poets, Guild. Item description. The flagpole is made of simple pine, and the flag itself has some wear and tear, but it still clearly depicts the symbol identifying the Badger Poets who work hard to make the world a more beautiful place. Item effects. If hoisted by a guild, it gives all their players psionic push. He could buy the flag for 3,000 reputation coins. The Rattans and the Badgers seemed to be neck and neck as far as racial tiers went, and he wasn't sure if it would be worth it to buy it. This was probably a flag similar to the one he already had. At the same time, what was the point in leaving all these reputation coins gathering dust? He decided to finish going through all his listings before making a decision. As he skimmed over the section devoted to boars, his eyes landed on Power Truffle. He had seen it for sale at 500 reputation coins before, but had stopped himself from buying it. He hadn't known then if he would need the boar reputation coins to buy their flag or another better item. But now that all reputation coins were universal, he saw no problem getting one. Congratulations, you now have Power Truffle in your inventory. You've spent 500 reputation coins. As he chewed the game's spongy mushroom, Roth wondered how many players could say they had eaten the precious consumable. Well, he had eaten 2 of them. Feeling the savory, earthy flavors, Roth closed his eyes and thoroughly enjoyed the treat. Thanks to his vegetarian gourmand title, he again received the full benefits of the powerful stat booster. The vitality of the rare truffle flows into your blood and strengthens your vessels and organs, plus 10 strength. Even after purchasing the item, more power truffles were still for sale. He had enough reputation coins to buy more than 30 of them. A devilish grin formed on his lips. If he wanted to, he could become rich. There was a potential 500,000 gold in here. Before, Roth could only use the reputation store to buy things related to the factions in the woods, but the Beloved title overrode that. He operated the menu so that only items related to the snakes appeared. Sure enough, he found what he was looking for. He purchased a snake fruit for 400 reputation coins and ate it immediately. He savored the little orange fruit's exotic flavors of mango and passion fruit. The vitality of the rare snake fruit flows into your organs and muscles, plus 5 subterfuge. In the blink of an eye, he had gained yet another 3 levels of stats. As he kept perusing the reputation store, he also had access to items associated with whom he had the lowest relationship tier. For example, an item was available due to his relationship with Ollie. Lucky Lockpick, rare. Skill description. You've been taught by the best in the business, and occasionally, flashbacks of their work inspire you to overcome your limits. Skill effects. Active. There's a small chance you can open locks beyond your skill. Restrictions. Rogues, level 24. Given how much easier it was to gain reputation points with some factions than others, he could befriend a low-tiered race, such as the lizards, gain 100 reputation points, and buy items from Ollie's section of the reputation store. As he continued, Roth found items related to the tree ants for the first time. There were several types of honeydew, keratin armor, skills, passive skills that boosted weight capacity, and an interesting listing. Vault ticket, consumable. Item description. These can be traded for tree ant colony eggs at a colony's genetic vault. Each ticket was priced at 300 reputation coins. He wondered whether he could still add to the genome of his colony. He would find out later. He also found listings for Greenleaf Ink and the Dwarf Exiles. The only thing that caught his eye in these two was an item for sale at Greenleaf Ink's reputation store. Greenleaf Pin, uncommon. Item description: a valuable insignia only handed to reputable members of Greenleaf Ink. All merchants will respect it. Item effects: +5 charisma, +1% to all discount bonuses, +10% when buying from Greenleaf Ink. It was a piece of jewelry that was used in the necklace slot. The bonuses to discount were attractive, but given how he knew Soros and Matilda, he guessed that their insignias would be better. Sure enough, after scrolling down, he found a better option. Golden Mountain Honorary Badge, rare. Description: a valuable insignia that is only handed to reputable partners of Golden Mountain Inc. All merchants will respect it. Effects: +10 charisma, +3% to all discount bonuses, +10% when buying from Golden Mountain Inc. Restrictions: merchants, level 10. The items for sale were fascinating. Being esteemed by Golden Mountain had also given him access to merchant outfits with similar bonuses to the badge. There were beautiful silken garments similar to those that Soros used. If he wanted, he could dress like a sultan now too. He could finally fulfill his dream of having an outfit for each occasion. He could have a set of gear for adventuring and another for doing business. Roth finally arrived at the store section related to his newest friends. There were already some listings available for moles. There were skills related to digging and mining, but he found that wasn't the only thing for sale. Mole form, racial. Description: from the moles, you've learned how to dig. Skill effects, active. You can activate this form and convert half of your stats into digging speed. Finally! He didn't have to run back and forth between the palatial clearing and wherever he was to retrieve new forms. They were accessible in the reputation store, too. This form was weird. It allowed him to sacrifice stats for the ability to dig faster. When would he ever use that? He had to trade this form for his Friend of Moles title to buy it. He was getting confused. He felt like a child in a candy store, wanting to buy everything and not knowing which way to turn. He finally arrived at the last tab in the reputation store, the Rock Lizards. This was the first faction with which he reached maximum relationship. To reflect that, it had the most considerable number of items available for sale. There were several skills. One of them was even epic. Limb regeneration, epic. Description: the lizards are known for their incredible regeneration power. They can grow back tails and limbs. You now can too. Effects: passive, +100 HP regeneration per minute. Active, double your HP regeneration for 1 minute. Restrictions: warriors, level 21. It was a fantastic skill. There wasn't a warrior in the game who wouldn't want to have it. The passive regeneration was nuts, and it came with an active effect. The Slayer of old wouldn't blink twice and buy this on the spot. Even though he liked the skill, he didn't need HP regeneration, so he scrolled down. There was plenty of leather equipment, too. Although some of it was basic, there was a fancy suit of armor crafted from the better quality leather of the she-lizard leader and the elite male. It all made part of a set. Roth skipped over it. Even though it offered great boosts to endurance, resilience, and HP regeneration, his current equipment suited him better. Finally, at the very end of the listings, 3 items caught his attention. Lizardmen Leather Armory Notes, Recipe. Item description: an ancient manual written in lizard speak. It contains the secret recipe to craft the Rock Lizard Armor set. Restrictions: tailors, level 20. Flag of the Rock Lizards, Guild. Item description: the flagpole is made of acacia, and the flag has seen better days, but it still clearly depicts the symbol identifying the abode of the Rock Lizards in the Rock Canyon. Item effects: if hoisted by a guild, it gives all their players reptilian recovery. Rock Lizard form, racial. Skill description: from the Rock Lizards, you've learned how to become nearly immortal. Skill effects: active. You can activate this form and convert up to half of your other stats into HP regeneration. Each of these was incredible. Firstly, he didn't know he could buy recipes in the reputation store, and it was a recipe for a full set. These in New Earth had been real moneymakers, and now, for 1,000 reputation coins, he could have one if he wanted. He could also buy a new flag. Even though rock lizards were a low-tiered race, they could only be found among mid-grade cities, an upgrade compared to the more basic races in the beginner region. Finally, he had the option to gain yet another form. Its effects were also oddly specific, and he could see it pairing up incredibly well with Ogre's playstyle, for example. Sadly, it didn't seem to be a good fit for him. A notification rang as he considered what to do with his reputation coins and whether to get the 2 new forms. Chapter 31. Congratulations, you now speak lizard speak. You've picked up the language so fast. What a quick learner. +1 intelligence, +200 reputation with rock lizards. Your reputation with the rock lizards has maxed out. You gain 20 reputation coins instead. This was Roth's 9th in-game language. It was much easier to learn them these days than when he first started. Once his reputation maxed out, he received reputation coins instead. It was good news. Even after he maxed out his relationships, he could still get something out of them. "Thank you for teaching me the language," Roth hissed, the system interface translating his thoughts into reptilian sounds. "It is our honor. You are our treasured friend. We're here for you, no matter what." The lizard leader's voice was placid and calm, the demeanor one would expect from a seasoned sunbather. Hearing the endearment in her voice, Roth couldn't help but feel that the whole thing was a little awkward. For instance, he felt much closer to the rattans with whom he had had multiple interactions than to these lizards, whom he was only meeting today. This made the reputation points with the different factions feel out of sync and artificial. Then again, this was all just a game. Roth inspected the lizard and found her name. Elizabeth, the rock lizard, boss. Description: the leader of the rock lizards inhabiting the cliffs of Rock Lizard Lair. Level 22. HP 20,000. Energy 2,000. Skills: Berserker Rampage, Limb Regeneration, Rocky Skin, Reptilian Recovery, Sun Feeding, Sunbeam, Tail Whip. You've seen many things and become more insightful. +1 insight. Elizabeth, please call me Lizzie, she interrupted. We're family. Were they really? I was wondering if you have any goods you would like to trade. I'm a broker, you see. I represent multiple races, and I thought you, rock lizards, might enjoy things from the outside. What an excellent idea. We had a broker representing us, but that was before we got to know you, beloved. We'll kick him out to the curb. You've stolen business from another broker. You're so shady. +1 subterfuge. It was the second time he had stumbled upon a competitor's activities. The first time was when he met the moles. His previous suspicions that it was possible to steal business from another merchant were proven true. He had to make sure he cemented his relationships with his customers, or he risked someone else coming in and trying to put their dirty hands in his cookie jar. You've been offered an exclusive trade agreement with the Rock Lizards. Rock Lizards, exclusive. You have earned the right to represent the rock lizards in the Rock Canyon. Specialty products: rock lizard tail steak, 200 per day. Rock lizard shed skin, 200 per day. Rock lizard scales, 400 per day. Premium lizard tail steak, 2 per day. Elite lizard shed skin, 2 per day. Elite lizard scales, 20 per day. Lizard sunstone, 1 per week. Procured goods, unknown. Rate: you keep 20% of all profits generated. Congratulations on securing exclusivity with another race. Plus 50,000 broker XP. Roth was mesmerized by the profit margin. It quadrupled compared to that offered when he had adored status. Adding this to his supplier's loyalty, he would gain much more gold after getting the relationship with all his trading partners to the maximum level. He analyzed the different items the lizards offered. He was familiar with the ordinary shed skins, but this was his first time seeing the skins shed by the elites. Elite lizard shed skin, uncommon. Description: a rock lizard elite's shed skin. Even though the leather gleaned from it can't be compared to what you'd obtain from skinning the animal, it's still pretty good. Restrictions: tanners, level 15. The material had to be processed by a tanner before it could be made into leather, but he was still excited about trying crafting with it. However, the part about the tail stakes bothered him a little. "I'm sorry, Lizzie, but I don't want you to trade the remains of your fallen comrades." "What are you talking about?" she asked. "You know, bad humans come, they hunt your kind, and then only their tails are left after they have skinned them." He shuddered as he tried to imagine what it was like for those poor lizards to be hunted daily. "You misunderstand, beloved." Lizzie turned around, and her tail suddenly fell off. Roth jumped back. The separated limb was wiggling as if it had a life of its own. "See? No one dies to get these. It's okay." You cut off your own tail just to explain that to me?" "Don't worry, it will quickly grow back. We have incredible regeneration power. All I need is an hour in the sun, and I'll be as good as new. You can have this tail. It's a gift." Roth inspected the weird consumable. Premium lizard tail steak, consumable. Item description: the muscular tail of a lizard. Its meat is tender and melts in your mouth. Item effects: +1 HP regeneration per second. Can only be consumed once. It was a stat booster. He had quit eating meat for years, and here was a cut of meat that didn't require an animal to be hurt. Would it be okay to eat it? He grimaced as he thought of the tail by itself wiggling on the ground. It didn't look like a particularly tasteful treat. He was probably going to sell it. It should fetch a couple of thousand gold in the auction house. Besides, vegetarian gourmand prevented him from eating meat inside the game, even if it was harvested this way. The lizard sunstone was an item destined for guild museums. It boosted HP regeneration and should sell at a good price. Finally, regular rock lizard tail steaks was a cooking ingredient that chefs would happily buy. "Regarding the shed skins, I happen to be a craftsman. Would it be okay if I crafted with them? That would mean I would buy these from you instead of selling them to someone else." Roth wasn't sure if this was cheating. Usually he couldn't use money and items obtained from trading between factions. Trying this was a long shot, but if it worked, he wouldn't need to rely on skins from the auction house anymore. This, however, would entail hiring a tanner to process the skins into leather. "Of course, human. We can adjust the agreement accordingly." An addendum has been added to your trade agreement with the rock lizards. Addendum: Pax can craft with the aforementioned skins, provided he pays for them at market price. Everything became much simpler when he had overwhelming charisma and a close reputation with a faction. He got everything he asked for without resistance. There was only one thing left to do to make the most of the lizard's goodwill. "You've already given me so much, but there's one more thing I need to discuss with you, Lizzie. I'm an advocate for peace, and I'm trying to include as many races as possible in a peace treaty. Would you like to be a part of it?" Roth felt some reluctance in Lizzie's body language for the first time since he arrived. She took a step back, and her nostrils flared. "It depends. The rock lizards don't see eye to eye with everyone. Who is included in this treaty?" "Snakes, rats, and a cyborg alligator," Roth answered, while wondering who these creatures' enemies were. Lizzie seemed to calm down. "We maintain good relationships with snakes, but have no dealings with any of those other races. We will join this alliance." Roth could include one faction per 50 points of charisma. Since he had more than 800, it was a waste not to include this faction. This would increase his daily passive income of XP. Additionally, how many stats he gained from each faction scaled according to their relationship. It would be incredible to have the rock lizards join. After the discounts he got to teleportation from the 1000 title, he was tempted to sneak off to the Green Woods and quickly add all his friends there to the peace treaty. The animals were all friends already, thanks to the Lord of the Woods' oversight. They would likely accept joining. Roth grabbed the document he carried everywhere and operated the system, adjusting it to include the rock lizards. First party, Solomon, the snake gardener. Second party, Mario, the alligator. Third party, the rattan elites of the sewers. Fourth party, Lizzie, the rock lizard leader. Mediator, Pax. Treaty conditions, no aggression. Open trade mediated by Pax. Total fine affected by wisdom and strength, current value 1,000 gold. Your cut affected by intelligence and charisma, current value 25.83 gold. Experience if the treaty isn't broken, affected by wisdom, intelligence, and charisma. Current value 188,740 XP per day. Lizzie approached the document unfurled on the ground and stepped on it, leaving a paw mark that changed the document and validated it. The peace treaty has been updated. "What a happy day this is, beloved," Lizzie said emotionally. "To celebrate our encounter, there's a gift we would like you to have." Roar! As the rumbling sound echoed on the cliff walls, all the lizards that had left earlier emerged from their caves, stampeded down the cliffs, and retook their positions on the dungeon's floor. Before 1 minute had passed, the whole crew of lizards stood at attention. "My children," Lizzie hissed, "today is the day we met the Shiny One, our new beloved friend." Stomp, stomp. A percussive sound echoed on the cliff. For a moment, Roth wondered if one of the lizards was playing a drum, but on closer inspection, he found that they were rhythmically hitting their tails on the ground. Probably it was how lizards clapped. "He is a wealthy merchant who will usher in a new age of prosperity. The Shiny One also loves peace. I've agreed we join his alliance." Stomp, stomp. "To celebrate this momentous occasion, it is only proper that we show the Shiny One a token of our sincerity." She snapped her jaw a few times, and the lizard elite climbed his cliff before returning with something in his mouth. Is that—" The elite male ran toward the leader and dropped the item at Roth's feet. "Please have this. That way you will remember our bond." Roth picked up the item from the floor. The rock lizards had just given him a flag, for free. "Congratulations, you now have Flag of the Rock Lizard Lair in your inventory. Thanks to your flag bearer skill, you can wear Flag of the Rock Lizards. Hidden attributes of the flag unlocked. Flag of the Rock Lizards, rare. Item description. The flagpole is made of acacia, and the flag has seen better days, but it still clearly depicts the symbol identifying the abode of the rock lizards in the rock canyon. Item effects. One-hand equipment. Can deal no damage. Plus 15 strength. Plus 10 resilience. Plus 10 endurance. You can use limb regeneration and rocky skin. Restrictions. Pacifist, level 15. The flag was in better shape than his rattan one. As Roth equipped it, he finally confirmed a doubt he'd had for a long time. He could have 2 flags equipped simultaneously. Flags were considered a one-hand piece of equipment. Even though he didn't need any stats or skills this flag granted, who was he to say no to free stats? He replaced the plumber flashlight with the new flag. He carefully rolled the flag around the pole, tied it to his belt, and kept it behind his back, partially hidden under his cape. Any onlooker would think he had quarterstaffs on his back. More attentive players would probably frown when they saw 2 of them, but at least he should be able to hide the valuable items. "Thank you. I appreciate this gift. You're all incredible friends. It's hard to come across humans that can be trusted these days. Something has been bothering us rock lizards for a while, and maybe you can help us with it." Roth rubbed his hands together. He could feel a quest coming. "Union Armless Shark is calling you. Just a moment, Lizzie." "Hello, Drake." "Hi, Roth. How's it going?" Good. How are you?" "We're good. We just received a notification saying we have a new strength bonus and a new faction we're not supposed to harm. The rock lizards, right?" Roth gulped. "Right. I've just—" Seeing Drake's worried look, Roth had a sinking feeling in his stomach. "Oh no." "So you see the problem too," Drake commented gravely. Chapter 32. Aaron sipped on his algae coffee. He didn't care if it was a stat booster in the game. He was in the mood for it, and he could afford it. He sat comfortably in his armchair examining his ledger. The route was exceeding his expectations so far. After he reached 400 in charisma, his stat bonuses significantly increased his profit margins and allowed him to gain more. His giant pelican pet, in whose mouth he comfortably sat, flew so smoothly that, were it not for the map, he would never have imagined he was flying over Storm Island. He smiled as he recalled when he had to travel here by ship and how he had shipwrecked 3 times before he could finally overcome the fearsome weather. Nowadays, thanks to his A-grade pet and the heart of the ocean he carried in his inventory, these storms felt like a summer breeze. At this rate, he would arrive at the Orcopod within the hour. "The rock lizards have cancelled your trade agreement." "Huh?" Aaron blinked a few times at the strange notification. "What do you mean, cancelled?" He was a level 54 broker, for goodness sake. How could someone poach his business contract? The only hint he had ever had of contracts being cancelled was one skill he unlocked at broker level 34. Firm handshake, profession. Skill description. You have a firm handshake and a persuasive voice. Your customers feel bad about canceling their deals with you. Skill effects. Increases resistance to contract cancellation. Restrictions. Merchants, level 34. At the time, he had spent a few reluctant days, anxious that someone would steal some of his precious business connections. Then, he'd spent a few weeks investigating how he could steal other merchants' contracts. He hadn't been able to find any clues. However, it looked like a competitor had. They had to be brokers to steal his contract with the rock lizards, too. Was it Samira? No, she just stuck to the fire pits. Rock lizards lived way out of her turf. If it wasn't her, another player in the broker profession existed. The rock lizards weren't among his best customers or suppliers by a long shot. However, what if his competitor got to the Orcopod, for example? That would be a massive hit. He couldn't have that. He messaged his guild leader, Zin, and readjusted his route. After the water caves, he'd go to Rock Canyon and find out who had the gall to encroach on his backyard. After Drake called his attention to it, Roth's mind connected all the dots and realized his mistake. In the earlier days, he could make all the peace treaties he wanted, and no one would have been the wiser. Not anymore. Even though he had never admitted it openly, all guilds had at least a strong suspicion that he was the key to awarding extra stats to VIP union members. He had just shaken his tail in Antioch. What if they came running to Sapphira after receiving news of a new local faction in the agreement? Shoot, I should have thought of this, Roth chastised himself. At least, from what I know, there's a rock lizard dungeon close to each of the mid-grade cities of the Rock Canyon. They won't know what city I'm in. It was a foolish mistake, but I can still salvage this. I know, sorry. I should have thought of it too. Roth couldn't help but feel touched by Drake's concern. Even though Drake could have just ditched him after he left prison, he was giving his all to help him get out of this mess. Roth had to work hard so that he could leave the game and take care of his family and Drake. He owed them far too much to settle for any less. I already have some ideas lined up. I'll think of a way to confuse any pursuers. How are the Union's finances? They're fantastic at the moment, Drake grinned. We just had a fortuitous encounter. Really? Listen, we didn't want to worry you too much, but Loki has been sending some people to cause problems for the Union. He deployed mercs and assassins to hunt Union members. Hearing this, Roth felt a mix of shame and anger. He knew the method. How often had Loki hired Iron Ire in New Earth to carry out this intimidating mission? If enough cash was in hand, it was an excellent way to squash an up-and-coming guild. Before Roth realized it, his heart was pumping blood and adrenaline, and his nostrils were flaring. It was one thing to go after him, but another to go after his friends. Unlike him, they were innocent. Don't worry, Drake added quickly, catching the signs of stress in his body language. We've taken care of everything. Huh? How? Roth asked, befuddled. His friends weren't past level 20 yet. Drake's confident smile, however, told him that he was serious. Remember the hint you gave me about the gazpachos? Yes. The raviolis helped me track them down. Then I turned them over to the authorities. As a reward, they have tasked me with organizing part of the city's renewal project. It's an epic quest. Epic? Really? The feedback from the Union has been amazing, and the applications to join have spiked. All the trash that Pegasus was publicizing on their website only added to the publicity for the Union, which is already more than 12K strong. What? Really? Because of the gazpachos? Drake nodded happily. So that's why they disappeared from my reputation page. They don't exist anymore? No, they're all locked up. Roth had never imagined that the information he passed to his friend as an afterthought could have escalated so much. It all had started with the intel unearthed by the Rattans in the sewers. Hiring NPCs really was worth it. He should set up an intelligence network in Sapphira. Maybe there were rats or mice in the city. There had to be. I'm so glad things worked out, but I still don't get it. Because of that quest, the assassins have stopped hunting unionized workers down? Drake smirked. It was one of the conditions I asked for from Magister Mildred. At first, she hesitated a little, but when I told her we were great friends, that seemed to sway her. Roth gulped. He wondered whether Drake's audience with the Magister could have coincided with his massive spike in charisma. Maybe that was the determining factor for the Magister to assign a military escort to the Union's artisans. Or perhaps it wasn't. Magister Mildred had always been nice to him in all their encounters, and the truth was that, even though Drake had put an end to the gazpachos matter, he was the one who had weakened them enough for this to happen. I'm really glad. What kind of rewards do they give? Asked Roth. So far, all we know is that the quest significantly boosts profession XP. All Union craftsmen are leveling up like crazy. Just because of that, it's worth it. Depending on how well each one does, I guess we'll receive more rewards. Sweet, commended Roth. So, what are you going to do to throw the guilds off your scent? They must have figured out you're in Rock Canyon already. Roth thought for a while and then smiled. You know what? Transfer me 2K gold. I'll pay you back in a day. Drake twisted his mouth. What? What did I say wrong? Nothing. That kind of line. I used to hear it all the time when I was a loan shark. Just some strong memories, that's it. I'm serious, though. I'll pay you back. You're killing me, Roth. Just stop with the shark borrowing lines. I'll tell H to transfer the gold to you. See you later. And Drake was gone. Roth came off the call feeling embarrassed about his earlier fluke, guilty about causing trouble for his friends, amused by how he had triggered Drake's traumas, and anxious about how to get the guilds off his back. Hiss! Roth gulped and turned toward the 200 lizards, waiting patiently for him to get off his call. He'd been rude. I'm sorry, Lizzie. You were saying? If these were the moles, he would have probably lost some precious reputation points with them. But the rock lizards seemed to be a patient race, and Lizzie just kept the dialogue going as if nothing had happened. As I was saying, this talk of peace has brought back painful memories. You see, in the past, lizards used to rule the world. You should have seen us then, Martyr. We were humongous. We could level mountains. No one could stop us. Was Lizzie referring to the dinosaurs? If so, he'd done the whole dinosaur thing in New Earth. How many dinosaurs had he seen in that game? But then we fell, Lizzie continued regretfully. For eons we struggled under the domain of the furry monsters that plagued the world. Then came the humans, turning us into wallets and purses. All seemed lost when a miracle happened. Fire rained down from the heavens and changed us. After the rain of fire, we awoke from our dormant reptilian potential, but differently. Whenever one of us becomes strong enough, we start our pilgrimage to the swamps, where we can transcend and join the great lizard warriors. I can feel I'm close, but I can't seem to break through, she said regretfully. The lizards fight amongst each other for scraps and compete for territory and food. Perhaps if we joined forces instead, more of us could do the great trek to the swamps and elevate ourselves to the ranks of the great lizard warriors. Then we wouldn't just craft armor for the great ones, but wear it too, she said proudly. The whole dialogue made Roth think of Mountaintop, the tank from the Griffins. He was the only lizard man he knew personally. Could these elevated ones be the lizard man race? He'd read in the forums that they were based in a swamp, which resonated with what Lizzie was saying. I think that there's only one possible solution, she said finally. A peace treaty? Asked Roth. No, of course not. Surrender. The inferior lizards have to surrender to us. I beg your pardon? Go visit the other lizards. If they all agree to surrender to us, then they can hand out their precious treasures, and more of us can transcend and join the great ones in the swamp. Roth massaged the popping vein in his temple. This wasn't the direction he had thought things would take. He had believed that Lizzie wanted his help to reconnect with her brethren. It turned out that she wanted to use Roth's overwhelming charisma to make other lizards surrender. Tell you what, I'll meet with the other representatives and hear them out. Is that okay? You've received a new quest. Unify the lizards. Unify the lizards, epic. The lizards have been involved in a violent conflict and seek the help of a mediator. Perhaps you can help them. Quest objectives, unite all lizards. Would you like to accept? Why? N. Roth sighed and clicked yes. At least in this game, there was no limit to how many quests he could take on. Since he was an eco-tailor and would probably need to keep meeting with lizards to get their shed skins, he stood nothing to lose from agreeing to it. With a growing list of things to do, Roth decided it was time to go. By the way, he invited, here is a catalog with all the products of the factions I trade with. Please let me know if there's anything you'd like. Lizzie grabbed the ledger gently with her maw and set it on the floor. She used her long, flexible tongue to flip the pages. Here, we are interested in these. Power truffle has been added to the rock lizard's procurement list. Snake fruit has been added to the rock lizard's procurement list. Oh, wow. All right. I'll try to bring these over to you. These rock lizards had expensive tastes. Just like Prince Piglet needed medicine, these lizards needed stat boosters. Roth bade his farewells and left toward the city. It was time to throw his pursuers off his scent. Chapter 33. These are all interesting items you've got here, commented Matilda. I should have no problem selling them, especially this tail. It is rare to get the tail of an elite rock lizard like that. Thank you, Matilda, and I appreciate your recommendation letter. Please tell old Gertrude that I miss her. Will do, answered Roth, winking. He had just sold whatever he could to Matilda, who would use her supply channels to sell the items and fetch him the best possible prices. As a result, his inventory was significantly lighter. As he left White Onyx Inc., he spared a look at the cloth of the wadi. He could see the clothes shop across the pit on the floor above. Roth had left all items related to crafting there. As the elevator began its painfully slow ascent to the auction house floor, Roth called H. Compared to last time, H's equipment seemed to have been upgraded. He now had sky blue robes and a pair of glasses with an ornamented rim. It suited the old veteran and made him look like a professor or a school principal. Hey, Roth, what's up? Just trying to stay busy. Is the city quest going well? Oh, yes. The union's popularity has skyrocketed. We just reached 13K members, and more applications keep raining. Roth's eyes widened. Not 1 hour ago, they had 12,000 members. In such a short span, they had gotten 1,000 more. Are you participating as well? I am. It's been a neat way to level up my scribe profession. Just reached level 17. That's great news. Listen, I was wondering, are there many merchants in the Union these days? They're growing to be an important part of the Union. Many have been joining lately. They see the Union's business potential and have been using it to network with craftsmen and establish contracts. Why do you ask? I was wondering if there was anything in our library about merchants. Oh, yes, big time. They can't participate in crafting battles without a second profession, so insights are their only way to enter the Union. It's mostly data about prices and such. Can't you see it? No. Isn't the website still down? Oh, right, that. Just a second. H mumbled a few technical terms and quickly got back to the conversation. Try it now. Roth was now able to access the Union's page. There were several older announcements regarding the feud with Pegasus. As Roth saw the body count and the many posts his friends had made to address the crisis, he gulped dryly. The body count of unionized workers who had fallen to Pegasus's assassins was no joke. However, these were mostly buried under the excitement over the Union's quest. Multiple quests posting the rewards and the accelerated progress in a profession occupied most of the Union's page. Wait a minute, the site was down for maintenance, was it? Roth said, doing air quotes to underline the irony. We wanted to spare you a little, Roth. You already have a lot on your plate. Roth had a bittersweet smile. On the one hand, he wished he had helped them, but on the other hand, he was grateful for their intentions. I know. I appreciate that. Roth operated the library, and finding the section for merchants, he smiled. This will help me a lot. Thank you, H. No problem. Gotta go. Say hi to the gang for me. Will do. In the meantime, the elevator reached his target floor, and he hopped off. He summoned Lua, and as she did the walking for him, he studied the library. Just as there were many insights for tailors, there was a whole section devoted to merchants. It contained a list of interesting titles, guides on how to start a business and a trade route, and several hints Roth would have to investigate later. Eventually, he found what he was looking for, a list of the cheapest regions to buy certain supplies and the best places to sell them. For example, herbs and fruit were everywhere in Green Country, but were a scarce resource in Rock Canyon. Under Soros's advice, Roth made a quick buck by flipping the items between regions on his trip here. He'd purchased 50 gold worth of fruits and sold them for 70 after arriving in Sapphira. It was time to up the ante. He reached the teleportation gate and had Lua step onto the teleportation platform so that he could confirm the effects of 1,000. 1,000. Epic. Title description. You've reached an incredible landmark. Your attributes have allowed you to transcend into something greater than a man, and your contributions are appreciated. Title effects. Teleportation gates cost 1,000 gold. Conditions to unlock 1,000. Be the first player to reach 1,000 of one given stat. Complete. A window appeared with a list of locations he could teleport to. All the villages of Green Woods were there, as well as the fishing village where he'd met with the ogres. Then there were the cities of Sapphira, Greensburg, and Hillsford. Previously, he wouldn't have been able to teleport to these places for less than 5,000 gold. Now, it only cost him 1,000. Happy with his findings, Roth rode Lua to Sapphira's auction house. Mounts weren't allowed inside the building, so he dismounted the white mare before entering. He approached the first NPC his eyes landed on. He wore fancy silk-orange clothes and a large, square hat. Roth guessed that it provided some shade. Given how this NPC spent most of his time indoors, he didn't see the point in it. Was it just so that players could more easily spot him from afar? Hello, sir. Greetings, martyr. How can I assist you? The man said in a pleasant, inviting voice. I was wondering if I could use one of your deposit boxes, Roth tried. Of course, we charge a flat fee of 1 gold a month. Remember that the deposit box can only be accessed here in Sapphira's auction house. So be it. You've paid 1 gold to Sapphira's auction house. A window appeared before him. Roth dumped all the rest of the stuff in his inventory, several character and skill cards, the cloning machine, hydrogen grenades, frying scramblers, and the plumbing set. Every kilo would matter for what he had planned. The only things that he kept with him were his profession and class books and the equipment he was wearing. Roth looked for a quiet place to conduct business. It was easier said than done. The trading square was abuzz with excitement. There were players everywhere. However, most preferred to stay close to the door so they could enter and leave quickly. Roth only had to walk until the farthest edge of the trading square to find the piece he needed. As he checked the prices for the light-trapped equipment he'd auctioned, he let out an appreciative whistle. The last light-trapped leather helmet had sold for 15 gold, the overall price the auction house had suggested initially for the whole batch of leather equipment. The current auction for a light-trapped helmet was already at 11 gold. Big guilds often investigated new, promising items that appeared in the market. They would want to get one of the helmets to find clues about light trapping. His little underhanded move had inflated the prices significantly. If all his light-trapped items sold for 10 gold apiece, he would gain 140 gold with just these items. This was good news. He would need every penny to execute his plan. Satisfied, he opened the auction house menu and located the item he sought. Scroll of Nimbus City, consumable. Item description: a scroll written by a seasoned traveler who has visited the famous Golden City in the clouds. It contains some teleportation coordinates. Item effects: adds the location of Nimbus City to your world map. These scrolls were one of the easiest ways for players with the scribe profession to make a quick buck. They would travel around the world, adding coordinates to their world map and inscribing them in scrolls they sold to wealthy players who didn't want to waste time traveling between cities and just wanted to teleport there immediately. Roth had only read about these items in passing on the forums, but had discarded buying them to get to Sapphira. It was too expensive to teleport. 10k gold wasn't a small sum, even if he asked for help from the Union. He purchased a scroll of Nimbus City for 100 gold, draining all the gold he'd made from crafting recently. Once he bought it, he tore it into two, and the scroll crumbled. The scent left in the air was that of wind and rain. Coordinates to Nimbus City added to your world map. The next step in his plan was simple. He put the hood over his shoulder and, looking left and right, confirmed no one was around. It was time to use a form he had never tried before. Ant form. Roth headed to the nearby fountain and looked at his reflection. His eyes had become completely black like an ant's, and two little antennae had popped up from his temple. His weight-carrying capacity had increased by several hundred kilos. Stats: HP, 431. Energy, 612. Damage reduction, 35.9%. Status resistance, 15.2%. Cooldown reduction, 17%. Movement speed, 147.8%. Weight, light, 16.2 of 826 kilograms. Stats: strength, 51. Dexterity, 58. Intelligence, 120 plus 11%. Wisdom, 91. Endurance, 122 plus 10%. Charisma, 106 plus 5%. Resilience, 20. Insight, 20. Subterfuge, 34. Perception, 14. Whenever he used boar form, his weight carry capacity significantly increased. For each point of strength he gained, he could carry half a kilo more. But ant form directly channeled each stat into weight carry capacity. He received 1 whole kilo of weight carry capacity for each of the sacrificed stats. This was why his zoomorph form was so powerful. There were no wasted stats. Whatever small increases he got to any stat could be funneled into his forms. This was also the first time he was experimenting with one of his highly specialized forms. Maybe mole form was more amazing than he suspected. He should buy it from the reputation store later. Roth opened the auction house. Rocks and minerals were the cheapest things in Rock Canyon. He found the items with the highest profit margins and started stuffing his inventory with them. You've purchased 100 white rubies. You've purchased 50 eternal stone. You've purchased 100 blue coal. Roth kept going, purchasing whatever was at market price. Eventually, when he had spent 800 gold, he received a notification. You're carrying too much weight. You've received heavy debuff. You move 50% slower. Roth kept going, though. He still could move. He was even granted a new title as he kept stuffing his bag with gemstones and ore. You've unlocked a new title, Weighs a Ton. Weighs a ton, common. Title description: you're not afraid of hard work and have learned to carry heavy burdens. Title effects: plus 10% weight carry capacity. Conditions to unlock Weighs a Ton: carry 1 ton of cargo in your inventory. Complete. It was a whimsical title. Had Roth known about it earlier, he would have stuffed himself with many items just to unlock it. In ant form, this title translated into an extra 86 kilograms of cargo. Immediately, he felt the heavy debuff alleviate. Since he wouldn't craft anytime soon, Roth decided to switch the common title doubled by entitled. Entitled, rare. Title description. You've unlocked so many achievements that it's difficult to list all you've accomplished. Your name is the stuff of legends. Title effects. Select one of your common titles, double its effect. You can swap the selected title once a day. Conditions to unlock entitled. You need to have more than 20 titles. He replaced all-nighter, which helped him craft better in longer sessions, and instead doubled his new weighs a ton title. The weight debuff decreased even further, but Roth burdened himself with even more items that rendered the bonus of 2 weighs a ton stacked titles moot. You're exceedingly heavy. You move 60% slower. You're exceedingly heavy. You move 70% slower. He finally stopped after spending all his money in the auction house. His inventory was filled with valuable gemstones, minerals, and rocks. Nodding approvingly, he dragged himself out of the auction house. Due to the heavy debuff, he moved at a sluggish rate of 30% movement speed. To worsen it, he had had the brilliant idea of seeking the quietest place in the auction house, which was the farthest from the door. After 5 painful minutes of gruesome march, he finally reached the entrance and summoned his mount. Summon. Lua appeared from around the corner, and Roth activated his riding skill. Mount. Thanks to Lua's carrying bonus of 50 kilograms, the slow debuff was slightly alleviated. Moreover, since it was still daylight, his speed of light affinity bonus kicked in, and he could gallop as if he wasn't carrying any items at all. He had his mare move toward the teleportation gate. Are you sure you want to teleport to Nimbus City for 1,000 gold? Why? N. Roth grinned. Any other player would have to pay 10 times as much. Yes. Chapter 34. Roth appeared in a world of white. The buildings were made of chalky stone, and snowy clouds enveloped the city in a heavenly blanket. The city was as busy as Sapphira, Hillsford, and Greensburg. He'd arrived in Nimbus City, one of AstroTerra's 10 sky islands. Seeing the city's basic, plain, horizontal layout made Roth consider how different this region was from Rock Canyon and its pit-shaped cities. According to what he had read online, these islands hovered in midair, powered by some long-lost technology, slowly moving along predetermined flight paths. It was said that on clear days they could be seen from ground level. It was a rare sight, though. There was something about the technology powering these flying behemoths that attracted clouds. Roth hadn't seen one so far. In his defense, however, he spent much of his gaming days cooped up in sewers, caves, and dungeons. Floating crags orbited the island like satellites around a planet. Roth could see at least 3 of them from the teleportation pad. These were homes to different species of birds and had nest dungeons. As Roth had his horse take off toward the giant building marked as the auction house, he couldn't help but notice that several players here had a race he hadn't seen before. Their noses were longer, almost beak-like, and they had feathers along their arms. He guessed they were skylings, a race that gave bonuses to players when above a certain altitude and allowed for short flight. Your tree ant colony has reached its second landmark, an army of 10 tree ant soldiers. Level up. +3 strength, +2 intelligence. Your tree ant colony has learned a new skill. Bite. Bite. Pet skill. Skill description. Ants' mandibles are incredibly sharp tools. They learn to use them to defend themselves and to hunt other creatures. Skill effects. Active. Scales with strength. Your tree ant colony has learned a new skill. Hunt. Hunt. Pet skill. Skill description. Ant soldiers and workers know how to cooperate to kill prey. Skill effects. Passive. Aura effect. Damage and resistance of worker ants improve if ant soldiers are nearby. His colony had grown yet again. Despite what he had asked them, they were learning to wage war. The thought of his pet killing other creatures troubled him, but he could do nothing about it. Sighing, he entered the trading square and dumped all the minerals and gemstones he'd purchased. Due to how rare these minerals were here, he sold them for double the price he had paid. He also started investigating what races in Nimbus City he could befriend. He tried to stay focused on his mission, but his mind kept conjuring images of the poor souls that dared to get in the way of the Leafies. A fate similar to the blue caterpillar that had invaded Antioch awaited them. The cocoons shook. They were almost out now. Unlike the workers, who always struggled to break free of the silk encasing, the powerful mandibles of the newly emerged soldiers cut through it as if it were butter. Their bodies were twice as big as the workers, and were only dwarfed by the queen. Their exoskeletons still needed a few moments of air exposure to harden fully, but their deadly mandibles were in full working order. As the hungry soldiers feasted on what was left of a fly's carcass, the Lord of the Acorn prepared for the next expedition. Their numbers had increased again, and some nanites already showed signs of overexertion. They wouldn't live much longer. The Lord had to secure more supplies. The Lord remembered the words their benefactor had conveyed. "Don't fight. Peace," he'd said. Impossible. There was no peace for a treant. Managing a colony was an uphill battle. There was always the constant demand for supplies, and an ongoing fight between mortality and birth. "Stay safe. Grow," were some of his other commands. Now that they could do. This was a land filled with treasures. There were enough resources here to secure their prosperity. They would harvest them while maintaining discretion and safety. By now, a third of the space inside the acorn had been occupied with 2 larders, a nursery, a hatchery, 2 disposal chambers, and the necessary tunnels to connect them all. It was a significant part of the seed. However, thanks to the Lord's instincts in engineering, it didn't compromise the sturdiness of their castle's walls. Half of the workers were about to start on a multi-purpose chamber that would serve either as an armory or as a farm, depending on how things progressed. The other half expanded the moat, connecting the surface to the underground gate. The moat bolstered the castle's security while doubling as an invaluable space to butcher prey. The Lord planned to dig landfill chambers soon and move the garbage from inside the castle into underground dumping facilities. This would promote the colony's health while allowing them to remain hidden. It was time for the next expedition. It was essential to balance collective and individual thinking well during an expedition. Even though the Lord's thoughts were more complex, they were still sluggish due to the limited number of neurons available. Additionally, whenever there was an expedition, distance slowed thoughts even further. It was important to assign directives and mission parameters to each ant and let their instincts do the heavy lifting of the processing power. The directives were simple. Protein. That's what they were out for. Preferably dead prey, but live if need be. With the available resources, they could hunt weaker targets. The Lord of the Acorn didn't forget to warn the newly born soldiers about the looming praying mantis juvenile spotted nearby. Treant workers pushed with their hind legs, and their skeletons groaned under the strain, but they moved the pebbles blocking the exit. This time, Treant soldiers marched out and formed a perimeter around the entrance. They kept their backs to each other and their mandibles outward toward whatever enemies would dare attack. The workers followed in an orderly fashion. The Lord of the Acorn split up the soldiers into 5 teams of 2. One team would stay behind as gatekeepers, and the others would be deployed. Even if 2 soldiers weren't a mighty deterrent, they could still buy enough time for backup by retreating into the tunnel. Whatever predator attacked would have to go through their sharp mandibles first. In the worst-case scenario, the nanites would close the castle gate so that no predator could get in to harm the queen and the young. The Lord left a few workers to help carry food into the colony if need be, and sent 4 teams of 9 workers led by 2 soldiers, one in the front and the other in the rear of each convoy. "Food," came the warning from one of the ants in the form of pheromones and a mental message. It was a seed. The Lord marked it. Food, food, food. Due to the growing number of ants and soldiers, they could cover the ground more quickly. Additionally, since the giants had recently visited this land, they had walked all over, spreading seeds from distant plants and bringing them closer to the colony's hunting grounds. Like before, the Lord held off on harvesting these until they could find protein. From the moment they started the military, resource consumption escalated. They needed animal protein. After several minutes, there was finally good news. Food. It was another fly. Something had half-eaten it, and the rest of the carcass was hidden under a litter, a common strategy for lesser creatures who couldn't build cities and had to hide their resources in plain sight. Given that it was only half a fly, and much had already been dismantled, the Lord of the Acorn had the party retrieve it immediately. Whatever predator could kill a fly could probably make quick work of the scavenging party. It was important to leave its hunting grounds sooner rather than later. Food, more messages about seeds. Prey. The Lord of the Acorns zoned in on the party that had stumbled upon prey. It studied their target through the eyes of the different soldiers and workers. It was a massive creature covered in dark purple rings. Even though it was much longer than it was taller, its height made the soldiers look up. It slithered and squirmed as it left a trail of ooze and slime. The Lord of the Acorns searched its instinctual memory and found records of these creatures. They were juicy and nutritious, and they didn't put up much of a fight. The most they could do was run. The party carrying the half-fly received orders to drop this lesser resource. All the available ants were summoned, and even the gatekeepers were called to arms. There had been no predator sightings today, so the Lord was willing to sacrifice this layer of defense for the extra lethality. As for the squad that had located the prey, they circled it to scare it into the kill box that the Lord would prepare. The slithering worm was still oblivious to their presence. This was a tactile creature that only responded to skin stimuli. It was blind and deaf, making it all the more easy to hunt. The squad attacked as soon as all the troops signaled they were in position. The soldiers led the charge, digging their mandibles into the worm's soft body. Bite! Bite! Immediately it jerked, terrified by the jolt of pain. The tree ants were still weak and could only inflict slashing damage. Poison required complex amino acids from bountiful nutrition. It was something beyond them for the moment. Therefore, they would need to bleed the prey to death. Bite! 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 The workers joined the assault. The worm accelerated as much as it could, trying to outrun the ants. Even though the ants were smaller than the soldiers and could cover less ground, they were still fast enough to catch up with the worm and deal one more strike into its supple flesh. Bite! Bite! The worm was scared and in pain. It moved as fast as it could. The tree ants herded the creature deep within their turf, right before their castle. The worm stampeded forward, and soon she was not only being bitten in the hindquarters, but everywhere. Bite! Bite! Another squad attacked, terrifying the worm and causing it to coil into itself and turn in another direction. Bite! Bite! The 10 tree ant soldiers had converged. The first soldier managed to get on top of the worm, and no matter how much it moved, the soldier kept biting. More tree ant soldiers managed to do the same, piling on the damage. The more bites the worm received, the more furious it got, but its strength faded. Running had exhausted it, and the relentless attack only weakened it further. Soon, it only had the strength to perform slight jerks. The tree ants had hunted their first prey. This was the richest treasure that their colony had ever captured. The combined power of 50 ants that could carry many times their weight began dragging the worm. They managed to pull the prey through the moat gates and place it in the chamber where it would be butchered and dismantled. The Lord immediately sent the troops out again. There was still the valuable fly corpse to retrieve. Upon arrival, they found that the carcass's original proprietor had returned. It had a shiny, thick shell that could deflect the power of their mandibles. They were no match for this foe. Not yet. The Lord had them retreat immediately. As a team of workers dismantled the prey underground, the Lord of the Acorn kept the gate open and organized a trail that ran through every seed spotted earlier. The tree ant workers collected seed after seed under the watchful guard of the soldiers. Their longer legs and slightly better vision allowed them to detect danger from afar. If predators approached, they would quickly sound the alarm, and the workers could retreat into the colony. Once they collected enough protein and seeds to fill their larder and accommodate the colony's next level of expansion, the Lord of the Acorn had the colony close the tunnel. It had been a very successful first hunting expedition. Chapter 35. The auction house's architecture fit nicely with the white, heavenly feel of the Sky Island. The glass ceiling gave shoppers a clear view of the passing clouds and the orbiting crags. Roth sat in the trading square, counting castles in the clouds and the golden coins trickling into his pocket. Someone has purchased 10 white rubies for 50 gold in Nimbus City Auction House. Someone has purchased 20 eternal stones for 123 gold in Nimbus City Auction House. Before setting this plan in motion, Roth had pondered whether he should flip items in auction houses or local merchant associations. After proper research, he decided that selling his goods to players was best for this endeavor. NPCs could fetch the best price for transactions of large quantities of more common materials. However, the auction houses were best for luxurious items such as rare stat boosters or precious crafting materials. He'd first got an inkling of this when he found that he could make more money selling his leather equipment if he selected the light-trapped gear for players and ordinary gear for Matilda. Besides, he wasn't making this whirlwind trip to level up his broker XP. As long as he had enough profit to secure his transportation costs, and had enough left to buy one more batch of goods to flip in the next town over, he would be happy about it. Either way, coming this far was a rare opportunity, and Roth should make at least some connections with Matilda's contact. Used to finding merchant associations by now, he located White Wing, Inc., the association where Gertrude, Matilda's teacher, worked. This would be another stop Bucky could make on his growing trading route. As he gave time for the players and guilds of Nimbus City to purchase the batch of goods he'd brought, Roth purchased a map and located the trade association where Matilda's contact was. He closed the Union library he'd been using to check what items were worth flipping at his next stop. Sky Islands contained excellent farming soil, and many of the game's best cereals were grown here. Other popular, cheap items were gases, necessary ingredients for several potions. Roth stood up and left toward Merchant Street. It was time to meet Gertrude. Loki cracked his neck as he studied the many windows before him. He finally got a lead on the quest that would allow him to buy real estate in the game. He would still need to help O'Shaughnessy win the elections first. That wouldn't be easy, and it required a lot of string pulling around the city. According to the last information package, Pegasus's move back into the capital had gone without a hitch. The guild had rebuilt its glorious castle-like dark tent in the camp outside the capital. After their stay in the Dark Abyss and the Rise of the Hive King event, Pegasus was among the guilds with the highest dark affinity and most evil alignment. Even though that meant that many righteous NPCs frowned upon them, it also meant that they could easily carve a niche for the guild in the capital's slums. The team that had remained behind in the Dark Abyss was still systematically completing quests, hunting wild bosses, and running dungeons, hoping to find a clue about the location of a city within the Dark Abyss. There weren't many developments yet, only 2 diamonds with impossible riddles. Loki was confident that it was only a matter of time until they could find more clues. Scrolling down the window, he arrived at a more unsavory part of the report. A series of developments regarding the usurpers and the Union. Lately, whenever something good happened, something equally bad accompanied it. Perhaps, he realized, this was a purposeful move from his employees. They always tried to put together information packages so that the bad news always came together with good. If that was the case, he had some scolding to do. He didn't need his employees to manage what kind of information he was ready to receive. In intel, speed was paramount. He put together a vicious message to all his secretaries. Don't presume to know when I need to know something. I want every piece of information sent to me without delay. If I find that you've been holding on to key information, there will be consequences. Relieved to vent some frustration, he returned to studying the information package. The usurpers were increasingly active, and not even Pegasus's assassins were enough to stifle their growth. Usurper branches were starting to pop up in different cities. They had incredible funding. Loki didn't know just how many sponsors they had. Those publicly declaring their support for the new guild, such as Horizon Networks, their main sponsor, were all companies Loki had a beef with, and that he had Zin sabotage or attack. Zin also had a very efficient gold farming team. The amount of in-game gold required to build a guild so strong quickly was no joke. No amount of buying in-game currency for real-world money could get them this much. If this kept going, they would enter the top 100 guilds in no time. Locating Zin was practically impossible. This was a man who knew how to keep hidden from the top law enforcement agencies on the planet. Despite all the information Loki had leaked to Zin's enemies, he wasn't closer to finding him. This would be a proxy war in which he would have to cut Zin's tentacles one at a time. Zin had been intelligent enough to use Loki's enemies as a stepping stone to power, but in doing so, he left a trail of breadcrumbs. All of his backers were entities and players Loki had information on. Loki took a few moments to assign missions designed to sabotage, bribe, dispose of, or harm Zin's backers. Even if he only suspected a company or person was backing Zin, he relentlessly organized missions to target them. He then moved on to reading about the Union. The Union assassination bounties had collapsed. Those idiots had somehow found a way to get the local garrison to work for them. He read the report from his spy, who had successfully become a VIP member of the Union. A city-wide quest? Those lucky ducks, Loki complained. The Union had struck gold. This kind of quest allowed thousands of craftsmen to receive a profession XP boost. They didn't even have to pay anything for their source materials. They could just level up at the city's expense. A side note in the report also caught Loki's interest. The VIP members received a new bonus, and a faction that unionized workers could no longer harm was added to the contract. The Rock Lizards. Rock Lizards, Loki whispered as he drummed his fingers. Anyone with half a brain could see that the Slayer was involved in these bonuses. From what he'd heard from his spy in the Gorgons, the Slayer had auctioned VIP seats in the Union. Logic had it that the Slayer had some way of creating covenants or pacts with different factions and translating those into bonuses he could give to a select few. Just how he had managed to do this was beyond Loki. He would kill to have this kind of treasure. However, despite all the good this did, it had a downside. It gave Loki clues about where the Slayer was. Loki opened the world map. For someone to move from the Green Country to Rock Canyon, the nearest cities to the border would be Hadestown and Sapphira. He had plenty of Pegasus players in both cities, and kept good connections with the slavers there. Maybe he should activate his assets there and have them watch for anyone matching the Slayer's description. Loki knew what equipment he wore. He also knew he had a pet kitten and a white horse. Even though players could hide or change gear, pets were something that they couldn't hide. He also seemed to use the quarterstaff as a weapon, which was an odd choice for someone who had always played with swords as a berserker in New Earth. He had stopped trying to make sense of what the Slayer's new MO was. The Slayer wasn't the Slayer anymore. He was just a wild, crazy beast with a fractured, twisted mind that couldn't be grasped with logical thinking. Loki started putting together a message to his connections in Sapphira and Hadestown. Roth looked down from the helicab. From here, he could see the auction house and spot the local merchant street. He tried locating Gertrude's Merchant Association, but the building was just too unassuming for him to make out at a distance. The minerals and gemstones in the auction house kept steadily finding buyers, but he hadn't sold everything yet. He didn't mind it, though. He still had plenty to do before moving on to his next stop, and he would need time so that his racial skills would come off cooldown. After finding and visiting Gertrude, Roth went to the nearest helicab stop. When he first heard the word helicab, Roth imagined some kind of helicopter. A better way to describe it was that it was something between a flying carpet and a rickshaw. Helicabs were large wooden platforms. Groups of telekinetic students from the local university sat on these and used their enhanced minds to pick the structure and haul passengers in exchange for a fee. It was a popular way for students to make a quick buck and pay for their studies. Roth was surprised to find the occasional player among the NPC university students. Working on the helicabs was probably part of a quest, or a way to obtain reputation points with the university. The flying cab kept gaining altitude and traveling farther from Sky Island. As he examined the faces of his fellow passengers, he noticed no one else seemed fascinated by the sight. Everyone else aboard was a seasoned helicab passenger. Roth's next destination was Sunny Crag, one of the large outcrops of stone that orbited the city and home to a series of dungeons. As they approached it, he found that what had looked like patches of moss from a distance turned out to be fully fledged forests. This wasn't just a flying rock or boulder, but a flying mountain. Looking back, he fully grasped the dimension of a sky island. It was a massive piece of land. Beyond the walls of Nimbus City, gardens, parks, and woodland painted the rest of the floating island in different shades of green. "Next stop, Wind Swallow's Nest," announced one of the pilots. Roth stepped on the tip of his toes to get a good look at the dungeon's entrance. A massive hole in the crag marked the entrance to the swallow's nesting grounds. Countless players stood wherever there was a foothold, seeing the familiar scene that marked any popular dungeon. Roth smiled. The helicab slowed, allowing several players to hop off. Those with the Skyling race didn't just jump, but glided out of the vehicle and landed in one of the few free crevices. Roth could see why players who enjoyed this landscape would choose this race. It seemed very convenient. The helicab continued making a series of stops, each dungeon busier than the last. It wasn't only his flying carpet, either. A parade of wood platforms of different sizes formed a complex aerial choreography, similar to that of a flock of birds. One by one, the passengers jumped off. Eventually, Roth heard his stop being called. "Cloud Lizard Lair." Roth followed after the only other passenger who wanted to leave at this stop. He waved his hand politely. "After you." "Whatever," the stranger responded, frowning. Roth was relieved this player didn't belong to the Skyling race. Roth followed him as soon as he jumped off. This was his first time hopping off a helicab, and he wanted to make sure he didn't fall to his death. While the other player landed gracefully among the surrounding crowd, Roth fell, rumbling and tumbling. He heard a few complaints and screams and only stopped once he hit a stone wall. -10. "Nah-yeah!" Roth whirled toward the source of laughter. Lin was rolling over the floor, not because of a clumsy fall, but because of Roth's sorry figure. When had he left his robes? His face reddened. "What's so funny, Lin?" Roth demanded. "Also, turn camouflage on. Don't let people see you." "You humans, meow, so funny. Meow, meow, like a sack of potatoes. Meow." Progress in learning Felinian, 82%. Seeing how much of this sentence Roth understood, some of his anger dissipated. However, Lin wasn't the only one laughing. At the sight of such a large man rumbling and tumbling, a few other players joined in the ridicule and pointed at Roth, laughing. His face reddened again. "Yeah? Why meow at my pet?" Lin wasn't laughing anymore. He had asked the question with an uncharacteristic anger in his voice. "Naughty antics activated. Your pet might do something bad if you're not careful." "Lin, calm down," Roth tried, but it was too late. Chapter 36. It all happened too fast. Lin drew out his sharp claws, and his hair stood up, making his body seem to double in size. While the players laughed and pointed at Roth, the cat's figure appeared before their faces. "Nah-yeah!" Lin yelled while scratching the ridiculers. -410, -528, -818. Several bodies turned into motes of light, leaving only a piece of equipment. "Lin has killed Hulking Herbert. +1 subterfuge, +1 darkness alignment. Lin has killed Invincible Naja. +1 subterfuge, +1 darkness alignment. Lin has killed Rupert Rue. +1 subterfuge, +1 darkness alignment." Witnessing the sudden bloodbath, unease went through the crowd. "What in the world?" "Lin, stop! Get back here!" Roth screamed. He chased after the kitten, but he was already somewhere else, killing a few more players. "How can such a cute little kitten dish out so much damage?" a girl asked, horrified. "Did you see that? The kitten one-shot that tank!" a Skyling exclaimed. Roth needed a little more speed to catch up to his cat. "Human form." Just as Lin was about to jump over to attack another player, Roth flashed past them, grabbed Lin by the scruff of his neck, and kept running. His kitten was fast and slippery, but thanks to his speed of light bonus and the added dexterity from reverting to human form, he could scoop him up before he killed anyone else. Some people were unhappy with Roth's escape. "Wait, what's wrong with you? Come back here! You just killed my friend! We demand compensation!" "Sorry," Roth managed. He blurred past the many players around the dungeon, and before anyone could stop and question him, he activated the stone tablet embedded in the mountain. "Are you sure you want to enter the Cloud Lizard Lair? Why? N. Yes." Roth's figure disappeared, leaving behind a murmuring crowd. "Did you see how fast that player could run? Wow, that's the fastest I've ever seen. And did you see his pet? It was a kitten. Have you ever seen a cat in the game?" The layout of Cloud Lizard Lair was familiar. 2 twin cliffs faced each other, most submerged in shadow, with only sunny top walls and crests. The developers had been a little lazy here. Here, the rock of the cliffs was whiter, and the lizards bathing in the sun had flatter, longer heads. Their skin had different patterns of grayish blues and blacks, camouflage that helped them blend better into this environment. It was a copy of Rock Lizard Cliff with a coat of paint over it. Despite the new scene around him, Roth only had eyes for the little pest dangling from his hand. "What was that all about, Lin?" Roth called out loud, his voice bouncing back and forth between the cliffs. The kitten was surprised and taken aback by the severity of Roth's tone. "You, meow, meow, my pet, meow. Only I can make fun of you, meow, meow." Lin pleaded his case, mumbling an excuse. "And is that a good enough reason to go on the rampage and kill innocent people? Come on, Lin. That's not how we do things. I do appreciate you standing up for me. But those people were just laughing. They weren't hurting me. Now, because of what you did, everyone will find out I've been here. Even when I asked you to turn on camouflage, you didn't. You just kept rolling around laughing. Why, Lin? Why?" Lin's eyes widened, and his ears drooped. His previously erect fur had eased down, and instead of looking large and fearsome, he looked tiny and sad, not daring to make another sound. Even though Lin pretentiously claimed to be Roth's owner, his eyes revealed he knew who owned who, at least for the moment. Roth had no recent memory of him being this mad. After venting his frustration and finishing the scolding, regret bubbled up within him. He replayed the sermon he had just preached and tried to pinpoint where he'd heard a similar tone before. "My father," he whispered. That's how his father had scolded him back in his youthful years. Whenever his father came back from a long trip and his mother told him all the shenanigans Roth had been up to, he reprimanded him in this very same tone. Even the way he asked "why" at the end was just like what his father would have done. The whole sudden situation culminated in a mix of anger, embarrassment, and longing for his late father. Maybe he had gone overboard. How many times had he done worse? Sighing, he put the kitten down. Lin walked over to Roth and rubbed his head and tail on his leg, trying to look cute. "Meow?" Roth stared the kitten down, not falling for the cheap move. The kitten whirled and played with a little pebble, trying to look as adorable as possible. Roth kept staring him down. Finally, from seemingly nowhere, Lin grabbed a sphere and left it at Roth's feet. It then rolled over, showing his belly as a sign of submission. "Sorry," he finally said. Seeing how the cat had finally admitted his wrongs, Roth nodded. "Very well, Lin. Let this be the last time you go on a killing spree like that. You teach the way of right and wrong to a child, plus 10 righteousness. Even though your discipline is tough, it strengthens your bond with your pet, plus 10 affection." Roth bent over and picked up the red and soft sphere Lin had dropped. It had a fragrant smell that made his mouth water. As he inspected it, he almost fell over. "Hellberry, consumable. Item description: the rare fruit of the hell bush that only bears fruit once every 10 years. It's packed with vitamins and minerals. Item effects: plus 15 dexterity, plus 5 wisdom. Can only be consumed once." Roth stared at this heavenly item and turned toward his little cat burglar. "Where did you get this?" Roth stuttered.
Meow, monster's metal box. Yeah, I don't like veggies. Meow, meow, for you.
For me? As an apology gift? Roth stammered. The rascal! He had kept some of Loki's precious stat boosters for moments such as these. What would Loki do if he found out that his kitten kept these heavenly resources as bail to escape being grounded? Roth petted him. I accept your apology, but just so that we're clear, I accepted it because you repented, not because you bought it with this. Do we understand each other? Lin nodded vigorously and retreated into Roth's clothes to test whether he still had access to his comfy nook. Roth let him come aboard and sighed. Now that his kitten had called so much attention, well-connected guilds would piece things together and find out he was here. He didn't know how fast the news would spread, but it wasn't all lost. He did want to muddy the waters, and if there were sightings of him everywhere, that should help him confuse the guilds. Now that Lin couldn't see how happy he was with this apology gift, Roth put the berry in his mouth. He didn't think twice and gulped it down. If he didn't, he risked the local lizards finding out he had this and asking for it. They were crazy about stat boosters. The berry burst in his mouth in an explosion of flavor. Roth was hit with a refreshing, mild flavor, similar to watermelon juice, and as he gulped, he felt a savory nuttiness. This was the best thing he'd eaten in the game so far. The nutrients of the rare hellberry flow into your organs. Plus 15 dexterity, plus 5 wisdom, plus 20 nature affinity. This item was twice as potent as power truffle. Just where had Loki gotten this? Roth finally allowed himself to start exploring his surroundings. He still had 7 hours before he could use his racial skills again. Were it not for his nature affinity, he would have needed to wait twice as long. By the time he was done here, he could hopefully transform. Without ant form, he couldn't carry enough items between stops to make a profit. Even though it would have been much better if he could change into fox form too, he would just have to make do with changing between ant form and human form. Human form allowed him to have his base charisma at 200. Whenever the Discoverer of Species bonus from meeting a new faction activated, it would synergize with the bonus of Stat Prodigy and bring his charisma up to 350. It paled compared to the 1,300 charisma he got from fox form, but it was better than nothing. Roth approached the cliff where females lived, located a lower-level lizard hanging onto the vertical cliff wall, and addressed her. "Hello," Roth hissed in lizard speak. "This is your first time meeting the Cloud Lizard race. Charisma bonus activated." "What an honor for you to visit us, martyr." The lizard tasted the air with her tongue, and her nostrils flared. "Why do I smell the stench of rock lizards on you?" Roth paled. He had forgotten about his new flag. He discreetly grabbed it from behind his back and stuffed it into his inventory. There was no need to flaunt his friendship with the rock lizards and create animosity here. Lizards, while speaking the same language and being members of the same race, were at odds with each other and competed for stat boosters. After Roth put the flag away, the lizard seemed to relax. "Maybe it's just your impression. I brought a gift to all of you. Can you take me to your leader?" The lizard swiftly climbed the cliff. The cliff shook as the large cloud lizard leader stomped her way down. He was being treated coldly compared to the spectacle he'd seen from having 4 times as much charisma as he had now, with the stampeding lizards all rushing down to meet him. The messianic treatment he had received had been due to his overwhelming charisma at the time. Roth inspected the giant cloud lizard. Her stats were incredibly similar to Lizzie's. Chloe, the cloud lizard, boss. The leader of the cloud lizards inhabiting the cliffs of Cloud Lizard Lair. Level 23. HP 24,000. Energy 1,500. Skills, Berserker Rampage, Cloud Step, Limb Regeneration, Reptilian Recovery, Sun Feeding, Sunbeam, Tail Whip. "It's my honor to meet you and your incredible race," Roth said, bowing. "Your diplomacy and fluent lizard speak impress the cloud lizards. Plus 63 reputation with cloud lizards. Your strong presence and commanding voice inspire awe in the cloud lizards. Plus 51 reputation with cloud lizards. You're now friends with the cloud lizards. Roth grinned. Yes, it was that easy.
Martyr, you honor us with your presence. How can we assist you?
I couldn't help but notice that only a little of the cliff is under the sun.
Your presence becomes all the more impressive the longer you speak. Plus 41 reputation with cloud lizards.
Chloe nodded sadly.
Yes, even though the crag is large, many species fight for territory here. Those dreadful, hateful birds have taken the sunniest spots. This was the best we could claim for ourselves. But we take turns under the sun, which has served our people well, the lizard leader explained, defending their lair's dignity.
Please gather your people. I have a gift for all of you.
Solar warmth.
Roth's skin brightened and the lair lit up. Since the rock was white, it reflected light even better. Additionally, because he was in human form, his intelligence and wisdom were twice as high as the last time he used it, thus making solar warmth more impressive.
The lizards appreciate the sunbath. So warm, so nice. Plus 41 reputation with cloud lizards.
Seeing the abundant, warm sunlight, the lizard leader made a series of vocalizations and slammed her tail against the cliff, getting all the other bluish-white reptiles marching down the cliff and drawing closer to Roth. As more of them gathered around, the reputation gains skyrocketed.
The lizards appreciate the sunbath. So warm, so nice. Plus 121 reputation with cloud lizards. The lizards appreciate the sunbath. So warm, so nice. Plus 286 reputation with cloud lizards. You're now respected by cloud lizards.
Even Lin came out from Roth's robes. He looked up uncertainly at Roth, trying to determine whether he was still mad at him. Roth smiled approvingly, and Lin, relieved, lay down with his belly up, basking in the warm light. Chapter 37.
The lizards appreciate the sunbath. So warm, so nice. Plus 94 reputation with cloud lizards. You're now revered by cloud lizards.
Whenever Roth's energy bar got too low, he gulped an energy potion and brought it back up. This skill was very effective in this particular instance and wasn't too energy-consuming. After all, it was designed for pyrokinetics to use on top of their other skills.
The lizards appreciate the sunbath. So warm, so nice. Plus 81 reputation with cloud lizards. You're now adored by cloud lizards. You've broken through multiple relationship milestones in a row. Plus 1 charisma.
By the time the half-hour charisma boost ended, Roth had reached adored status with the cloud lizards. It wasn't at the same level as the rock lizards, but still quite high. Thanks to the Hero of Ages title, it didn't require 3,000 reputation points to reach adored with a faction anymore. Just 2,000 did the trick. It was time to wrap things up here. So, first things first, would you like to start a trade agreement? Roth asked directly, wanting to kick things off with the easiest part of his mission.
That's an excellent idea. No one represents us, and we need more treasures to help us through the pilgrimage.
Roth sighed in relief. The other broker hadn't been here. A list of items that the cloud lizards were willing to trade appeared.
Cloud lizards, exclusive. You have earned the right to represent the cloud lizards in the Sky Islands. Specialty products. Cloud lizard poison, 200 per day. Cloud lizard shed skin, 200 per day. Cloud lizard scales, 400 per day. Cloud candy, 2 per day. Elite lizard shed skin, 2 per day. Elite lizard scales, 20 per day. Cloud mother's tear, 1 per week. Procured goods, unknown. Rate, you keep 5% of all profits generated. Congratulations on securing exclusivity with another race, plus 50,000 broker XP. Even though he had just met the cloud lizards, thanks to Roth's many bonuses, he instantly got an exclusive agreement. Maybe it was because the animals loved the stacked effects of his zoomorph race and nature affinity. Or maybe it was because he had high righteousness and charisma. Or perhaps it was a mix of everything. Whatever the explanation was, Roth couldn't be happier. His profit margin dramatically increased whenever he got an exclusive agreement with a faction. They had shed skins of roughly the same level as the rock lizards. Instead of dropping their tails here, it seemed that these lizards had a different specialty product. Cloud candy, common. Item description. Every so often, when the conditions are right enough, the clouds surrounding the sunny cliff converge, and the gases in the atmosphere mix with the poison of the cloud lizards, melding into a sweet delicacy. Item effects. +5 dexterity. Can only be consumed once. This consumable was a little lackluster compared with the hellberry Lin had offered him earlier, but it was still very precious. It was roughly on the same level as snake fruit, a little lower since it only offered one of the basic stats, whereas snake fruit could help a player unlock a new stat. The best part was that it was a vegetarian item. He could eat it. Roth bit his lip, wondering whether he should buy this from the reputation store or wait for the cloud lizards to give him one. These stat boosters were of paramount importance to him. Without them, he would never break into the game's top 10 and escape his prison. While Roth checked the details of each item, he shared his catalog with Chloe. "Here are the items I can provide to you. Please let me know if anything catches your interest. Power truffle has been added to the cloud lizard's procurement list. Snake fruit has been added to the cloud lizard's procurement list. Premium lizard tail steak has been added to the cloud lizard's procurement list." Before Roth took some time to decide how he'd secure cloud candy for himself, he addressed the real reason that had brought him to this dungeon, and not any of the bird nests in Sunny Crag. "I'm aware that there's some animosity between different species of lizards." "There is," Chloe readily agreed, visibly more relaxed because of Roth's high reputation with them. "What can we do to unify all the lizards?" Roth asked suggestively. Chloe paused for a moment. Her thinking stance was indistinguishable from her sunbathing one. "If every other lizard species surrendered to the cloud lizards, we could unify the race. It makes perfect sense if you think about it. After all, we stand way higher than all other lizards. While they live in the dirt, we live in the heavens. It's only right that we rule." Roth bit his lip. All these lizards needed to learn some humility. He would never unify them following their stupid suggestions. It was time to test whether his idea could work. "Tell me something, Chloe. How far would you be willing to go to have every other lizard species surrender to you?" Chloe paused, her eyes blinking and her tongue licking her eyeball. This reminded Roth of Mountaintop, who had also adopted this weird reptile habit. "We'd fight to death for this birthright." "That's not what I mean. Suppose I got every other lizard race to surrender to you, and in exchange, you would only have to agree with—" Roth paused as if trying to think of an example. "Making an alliance with the rock lizards, for example. Would you be willing to do so?" Chloe's tail flipped violently back and forth. "The rock lizards? Those are among the types of lizards we dislike the most. They live so far beneath us." "What if I told you you have already signed a treaty with them?" Many tails stomped violently on the cliff as the cloud lizards eyed their leader angrily. Chloe whirled toward them and stood tall, hissing. They recoiled, but there was still anger in their eyes. "What do you mean, human?" "You've just signed a trade agreement with me. Rock lizards are among my customers, and thereby your business partners. They are the suppliers of that premium lizard tail you procured." "You didn't disclose this information." "Come on, where did you think the tail steak came from? Are you telling me you don't know where this type of item comes from?" The idea that the cloud lizards were interested in eating the tail of another lizard species was gross, but Roth forced himself not to think about that. "What's the big difference between trading with the rock lizards and signing a peace treaty with them?" Roth asked loudly so that all the lizards could hear. Chloe was caught between a rock and a hard place. All the other lizards were looking at her. Her standing with them would suffer if she admitted to carelessly falling for Roth's trap. Who wanted a leader who didn't read the small print before signing an important document that included all of her race? "Yes, we can make peace with the rock lizards in exchange for all the other lizards surrendering to us. We hardly have any dealings with them. Only one of the sky islands floats above the rock canyon, and they never come up to stir trouble. They can't even if they wanted," she mocked. "After all, they can't fly." Chloe tried to sound confident and certain, but Roth didn't miss the sideways, hurt glances she was throwing at him. "You've tricked Chloe. +1 subterfuge. Minus 10 righteousness, minus 100 reputation with cloud lizards.
Roth grinned. Despite the losses, it was still worth it. Very well, then. Here's a document. Could you please sign it? By the way, it also contains some other species you would have to make peace with, but you probably have no dealings with them anyway.
Let me see.
Having learned her lesson, she made sure she read the document properly this time.
The foxes. They live in another crag and don't bother us. No boars up here, rattans. Those are everywhere, but we don't usually hunt them. We prefer to eat eggs and small birds. It's a good way of keeping our enemies in check. The corvids, those nasty birds, we don't like birds.
Chloe's reaction was more aggressive than when she had spoken of the rock lizards. I noticed, said Roth appeasingly. Think of it this way. It's only one kind of bird. In exchange, we would get all the other lizards to surrender to peace, Roth added to himself, but he didn't say that out loud. For this stratagem to work, he had to outsmart each lizard faction one at a time and throw them on the same boat before they realized what he had done.
Well, we don't like corvids, but truth be told, we don't dare mess with them. The Crow Emperor is not one to be trifled with, she said, as if to explain to her subjects why she would go forward with this treaty. So be it. We accept. You've tricked the rock lizards into signing a peace treaty with the cloud lizards. You've lost 500 reputation with rock lizards, plus 1 subterfuge. Unify the lizards updated. Peace treaty updated.
The bonus for the cloud lizards was also added to the list of bonuses granted by his Friends of Peace upgrade.
You're currently in a peace treaty with Mario, sewer snakes, sewer rats, cloud lizards, rock lizards. Mario's blessing, plus 5 strength. Sewer snake's blessing, plus 15 subterfuge. Sewer rat's blessing, plus 15 dexterity. Rock lizard's blessing, plus 25 strength. Cloud lizard's blessing, plus 15 strength. You have trade agreements with badgers, boars, cloud lizards, corvids, dwarf exiles, foxes, golden mountain ink, greenleaf ink, rattans, rock lizards, snakes, tree ants. Badger's blessing, plus 8 intelligence. Boar's blessing, plus 8 strength. Cloud lizard's blessing, plus 8 strength. Corvid's blessing, plus 8 wisdom. Dwarf exile's blessing, plus 2 dexterity. Fox's blessing, plus 8 charisma. Golden mountain ink's blessing, plus 4 charisma. Greenleaf ink's blessing, plus 1 charisma. Rattan's blessing, plus 8 dexterity. Rock lizard's blessing, plus 10 strength. Snake's blessing, plus 2 subterfuge. Sadly, lizards seem to only grant strength. Many professions required this stat, such as blacksmiths and carpenters. Since the Union could get a part of these stats, it would benefit them. Roth also checked the updated description of the epic quest to unify the lizards. Unify the lizards, epic. The lizards have been involved in a violent conflict and seek the help of a mediator. Even though the rock lizards have asked you to make all the other races surrender to them, you've outsmarted both the leader of the rock lizards and of the cloud lizards and got them to sign a treaty. Quest objectives. Try to include all other races into the peace treaty to complete the quest. Even though pulling these underhanded moves would cost him some reputation with the lizards, he could quickly regain it. His little maneuvers would be worth it if he could get all the lizards to find peace. While he waited for his ant form to come off cooldown, he weighed his options. If he hung around this dungeon, maybe, with time, one of the cloud lizards would trigger the spontaneous gift feature and give him more precious items that he could sell. He could even get some cloud candy if he were lucky enough. On the other hand, Lin had caused too much of a commotion outside. It might be best to wait for his racial skills to come off cooldown while closer to the teleportation pad. Roth changed from his outfit into a simpler one he'd bought as a disguise and quietly left the dungeon. He called a helicab and started heading toward the city. As the flying wooden carpet left the floating crag, Roth tried to decide how to pass the time before he could move over to the next town. He checked his inventory and frowned. Sadly, he hadn't brought any crafting supplies with him. He had an empty inventory, purposely kept that way so that he could transfer more merchandise between cities. Fortunately, he had other ways to use his time. The Union Library kept growing, and he had only scratched the surface of the sections for merchants and tailors. He could also make a few calls. He hadn't called his mom for a long time. Yes, he'd do that. Roth sat down and enjoyed the scenic ride back to Nimbus City. Loki opened his latest message. Sadly, it wasn't news that someone had found Zinn, but his spy in the Union who had sent him another report. Since Loki had scolded his secretaries, as soon as any piece of intel arrived, they immediately forwarded it to him. They still knew who was in charge here and what would happen to them if they got on his wrong side.
"Another faction and bonus for VIPs? Cloud lizards!" Loki shrieked. That was on the other side of the world map, in the Sky Islands hovering over the fire pits. The pale man massaged his temples, trying to make sense of the erratic movement. One moment the Slayer had been in the Rock Canyon, and suddenly he popped up on the other side of AstroTerra's world map. Just what was going on? It would take a high-grade flying mount a full day to travel from one place to the other, and the teleportation fee for such a vast distance would be at least 20,000 gold. No, there was no way. Loki had to revisit his conclusions. This VIP seat thing couldn't be something unique to a player, but a secret skill or profession that the Slayer and his associates had discovered. He remembered seeing that when he had inspected the Slayer, he was a pacifist, a broker, and an eco-tailor. He needed to find out what each of these did. He knew brokers were specialized merchants, but possessed only that much information. He received another report just as he tried to make sense of these developments. It was the link to a video. In it, a player with Roth's height and in the outfit he'd last seen him in appeared. He instantly recognized the hateful pest, one of the prime suspects for the unsolved case of his stolen stat boosters, that ugly, monstrous kitten. The video showed both dashing around, the kitten killing innocent players, and the Slayer making a run for it after they'd caused a bloodbath. Loki bit his lip. It was the Slayer. The monster had corrupted such a little creature to become a brute like him. This footage was from the entrance to the Cloud Lizard lair in Nimbus City. Pegasus kept a branch and a powerful presence in Claudia, which wasn't far from that location. "Found you, Slayer." He deployed the local troop of assassins. The video had been uploaded an hour ago. Hopefully, they weren't too late. Chapter 38. Ice Wall. The barrier Cold Hand created stopped the mechanical fist just as it was about to squash Mel. She'd been too caught up coordinating with Goldie, and the golems were deceptively fast. Thankfully, the Icy General had her back. "Thanks, Cold Hand." The 67th floor was almost as hard as the 50th, and many of the guilds had been stuck there for days. The golems had very high elemental resistance, rendering a large portion of the team's DPS ineffective. Just as they finished dealing with the troublesome giant elite, Cold Hand told everyone to take a breather, while he took stock of cooldowns and morale. Mel sat with her back against the wall next to another girl with short black hair and an elegant cotton dress. She was taller than her, which wasn't hard to pull. Mel envied her somewhat. Nivea, though, had told her before that she wished she was shorter. Maybe it was a grass-is-always-greener situation. Short girls wanted to be taller, and really tall women wanted to be shorter. She and Nivea had been friends for years. It was thanks to her recommendation that Nivea had joined the Krakens. Nivea revealed herself to be a talented healer, and had climbed all the way up to the elite team on her own merit. "How have you been enjoying being a part of our elite raiding team?" Mel asked. "Oh yes, I've been learning a lot from the other players, especially Cold Hand. The rumors don't do him justice." "Yeah, he's incredible," Mel agreed wholeheartedly. Cold Hand had saved her life at least 4 times today. "How many floors do you think the core tower has?" asked Nivea curiously. "I don't know. What I do know is that most guilds are stuck in the 60s like us. Do you think the dragons have reached all the way down?" "It wouldn't surprise me. You can't apply normal logic to those battle freaks. Where Jawlong found his team of monsters is beyond me," Mel said, shuddering. Flashes of the long, tiresome battle against Loki rushed through her mind. Jawlong had single-handedly blocked many of the attacks from the Hive King. Mel got a call. Seeing who the caller was, her eyes widened. Every time Roth Taylor called, trouble followed. She declined the call and sent a message saying she'd call him right back. "Excuse me, Nivea. I need to leave the game for a moment.
In the middle of the raid? We're on break anyway. It'll just be a few minutes.
Her friend eyed her suspiciously.
Why are you blushing?
As Nivea conjectured possible explanations, her lips turned into a grin.
Is it a boyfriend?
Don't be silly, nothing of the sort. Sorry, I have to go. Mel walked toward Cold Hand, flustered. Was she blushing? She felt her cheeks. They were slightly warm.
Maybe it was from the exertion of the battle, or maybe it's because I fear that Davy Jones finds out I tipped Roth off about the tail he put on him, she told herself. Hi, Cold Hand. Thanks again for earlier.
Don't mention it. What's up?
How long until we resume the raid?
About 10 minutes. Everyone is tired. I need everyone to be on the top of their game for the last stretch. We can't be too far from the boss.
I need to leave the game for a moment. Do you mind?
Just make sure you're back in 10.
Roger that.
Mel glanced toward Nivea. Her friend's eyes were glued to her, trying to pick up on anything she could use to tease her later. Sighing, Mel logged out of the game and was transported to her capsule's opening menu, a white, empty space. Here, she appeared just like she was in real life. Also, instead of armor, she had simple white clothes. She activated the app that allowed her to call players in-game from here and return the call. On the screen appeared the player known as Looney Taylor by some, Ticket Boy or Slayer by others. Since she last saw him, he hadn't changed his equipment. He still wore those elegant marbled green wool clothes. He had kind eyes and an infuriating smirk. He seemed more relaxed than in previous calls he'd made to her. He hadn't bothered hiding his background. The landscape was unmistakable. The shimmering air, the rolling dunes, and the occasional acacia tree. Mel had only been to Sun Desert a couple of times. As one of the guild members with the fastest flying ride, she was often sent on expeditions and quests that involved long travels. Even though many players loved the openness and wideness of the vast wastelands, she was more of a city girl and preferred the capital. Several creatures were also in the background. They had yellowish skin that helped them blend in with the environment. They had small, spiky protrusions all over their bodies, powerful limbs, and sharp claws. Sand lizards.
Hi, to what do the Krakens owe the pleasure? She asked diplomatically.
Huh? What do you mean, the Krakens? Roth asked. For some reason, he was smiling too much. What was up with him?
Isn't that why you're calling?
You got it wrong. I'm not calling because I have business with your guild. I actually wanted to talk to you.
Why?
Mel asked, confused. We haven't chatted in a while, and I never got to thank you for all the help you gave me. He hadn't mentioned any specifics. Good. He'd picked up that her communications were monitored.
You're welcome.
So, what are you up to? He still had that annoying grin.
What's so funny?
Mel demanded. Oh, nothing. It's the first time I see you without armor. You look so scary and mighty whenever I see you in the game, but it's refreshing to see that you're just a cute, normal girl. Cute? Mel felt her ears burn. Was she angry that he had called her cute? Or was it because Roth was seeing her real appearance? Why would that make her angry? She had been on TV several times representing the Krakens, and if anyone wanted to see how she really looked, they only had to type her game tag in any search engine. She resisted the urge to feel her face. She didn't remember what her settings for her appearance in the virtual space were, and she didn't even know if she had virtual makeup on. Instead of revealing any insecurity, she made herself smile confidently.
So what are you doing in the Sun Desert?
It had come out sounding more aggressive and nosy than she wanted, but something about this guy threw her off balance. Just making friends. Besides, it's nice out here. I'd never been to a desert before. In what world region did you start the game?
In a sky island?
Oh, I went to visit Nimbus City recently. Lovely place. It feels so pure and white and heavenly. Mel was still unsure about the reason for Roth calling. Did he just want to chat? Or was he playing her because he wanted information on the Krakens?
Well, you must be swimming in gold to travel so much just to go sightseeing.
Roth shrugged but didn't say anything.
Did you know that Nexus sells tourist accounts? Mel asked.
Really? How does that work?
Some people just join the game to enjoy its landscapes. There are some paradisaic places in AstroTerra. I actually did one such tour with my parents once. They don't like playing, but they love visiting the game and seeing where I work.
As soon as she said it, Mel regretted it. Why was she so chatty and talking of her parents? Something so personal? What was wrong with her? Outwardly, she maintained a confident smile. That's cool. Maybe I should take my mother and brothers on a trip, too. I haven't seen my brothers in forever. Maybe I should tell them to whip up a quick account and have my niece join. I haven't met her, you know, he explained sadly.
Right, because you were in the penitentiary,
Mel said, a little embarrassed at how difficult it was for her to say it. She still couldn't understand how such a meek, harmless man had almost beaten Loki to death.
What was that like?
What do you mean? The slammer? She nodded. Genuine curiosity moved her. She had never talked to anyone who'd been incarcerated. You're the first who has ever asked me this, Roth answered. My mom just pretends that I was never there, or cries while imagining what I've been through there. Prison was... Roth struggled to find the right word, but Mel waited patiently. Prison was therapeutic, he finally managed.
Therapeutic? What do you mean?
You know, I was locked up with all sorts of criminals, people who have gone all the way, people who have killed out of rage. When I met those people, it was as if I was given a mirror. It helped me face some hard truths. He sounds so sincere, she told herself. It was rare to see someone talk so openly about their shortcomings. It also has taught me many big lessons, he continued.
Like what?
People do change. I've met some of the best people in my life, and some of my closest friends in jail. They weren't good people when they went in. They became good people in the slammer. Drake, for example, he's like a father to me. The things that he did before getting imprisoned. Did you know that he cut off his arm so that he could escape the mob?
Ew, gross. What other big lessons did you learn?
For some reason, this account fascinated her. It was so different from what she was used to. Let's see. What else? He mumbled. It almost looked like Roth had orange-like thoughts in his mind, and because of her questions, he had to squeeze them and get the juice out before he could translate them into words. It was entertaining to see him think. Here's another good one. Even if your body is trapped, your heart can still be free. That's why I'm trying to live as if I were free here.
Free? But didn't the ogres free him? Is he talking about having to stay in their compound?
Mel didn't ask anything, but something in her facial expression must have indicated she hadn't understood the connection. Roth explained. You know, AstroTerra is a prison for me. My real body is trapped inside a bomb.
What? A bomb? She yelped, genuinely concerned. Are you okay?
Didn't you know? Loki booby-trapped my capsule. If anyone tampers with it, it'll explode.
I didn't know. I'm so sorry, Roth.
It's okay. I try to make the most of it, he said, smiling. How could someone in such dire straits smile like that? Her admiration was soon buried under countless questions. Why hadn't she heard about this bomb before? How could Nexus let this happen? Did they know about this? And I've also been making some nice friends along the way, he continued, pulling Mel from her thoughts.
Really? Like who?
I don't know. Even though we started on the wrong foot, I like to think we started to become friends, right, Mel? I thought you were a cold, calculating person, but look at you. There's still hope for you. Mel's anger came back in full.
Oh, yeah? You're no picnic either.
Roth just laughed. Mel couldn't stop imagining a pod imploding and the boy in front of her dying while they were talking. She had freaked out so hard when he disappeared after scolding her. She had felt terrible for days. The last thing she needed right now was for something like that to happen again. She tried to move the conversation along and away from talk about explosives.
So, where are you planning to go next?
I don't know. Any suggestions?
Well, I can tell you that my favorite place in AstroTerra is Mystia. That's one of the Sky Islands, right? Yeah, it's the only one with a river. It has this beautiful waterfall that falls off the edge of the island. As the water keeps falling, it vaporizes and becomes a beautiful white mist. Sounds beautiful. I'll give it a go one of these days. Maybe I'll even take my family there. Thank you. She got a message from Cold Hand asking about her location. Sorry, I have to go. Yeah, it was nice. Thank you. You helped me kill some time of my boring wait. I must stay here for a few hours before moving on. Mel felt furious all of a sudden. He had only called her because he was bored? Was she even the first person he called, or was he just calling random people? Was she just something to help him relieve boredom? Bye-bye. Roth turned off the phone, and as Mel logged back in, she thought about their conversation. Even though this man was infuriating, whenever they spoke, some of the things he said stuck in her mind for days. Even if your body is trapped, your heart can still be free, she repeated. That was a beautiful thought. As she returned to the 67th floor of the core tower, she sighed, relieved that not everyone was in formation yet. She shot Cold Hand an apologetic look, and before she could take her place in the DPS team, Nivea sneaked up from behind her. Hi, Mel. Ah, you scared me. Her friend eyed her with a smile from ear to ear. What? What's wrong? Nothing, Mel. You can't see it, but you're glowing. Chapter 39. Black Sun, minus 712. In a rare moment of frustration, Loki shot a burst of black flames, helping the group carrying him through the dungeon. The giant spider elite finally succumbed, and everyone in the party gained a level. The election campaign had been busy for the last few days, but Loki still took the time to fulfill his daily leveling goals. He had secured patronage across the capital's slums, and things were going well with the academic community. Half of the gold he'd made from the Rise of the Hive King event had been spent buying favors, bribing officials, and funding O'Shaughnessy. Seeing how fast the money was leaving his coffers, he had no choice but to order his purchasers over AstroTerra to ease up on their stat booster shopping spree. He had purchased and eaten every stat booster that money could buy. At the very least, he had spent 1 million gold on that, and he was starting to recognize the glory of his past self. But every time he sent an attack and saw its damage numbers, frustration overtook him. If only no one had gotten to his guild's vault. He could have the best stats in the game, and no one could have done anything about it. Whenever he remembered the vault incident, he thought of his list of suspects. At the top was Zin. In second place were the Slayer and his pet. It could also be anyone from the top guilds. The top minds and players in the game had all come to the observatory to hunt him down. What guarantee did he have that one of them hadn't stumbled upon some legendary item that allowed them to break into the vault? What baffled him was why they had only taken the stat boosters. Why hadn't they taken all the valuable consumables, gear, and equipment? He had a legendary sword in there that was left untouched. The same thing was true for the pile of millions of gold stored in the vault. Why hadn't they taken that instead? And how could anyone circumvent the safety precaution that clearly stated that no player could open that vault? Nexus's game support had hinted that it had been an NPC, but just what NPC had done the deed? Were pets considered NPCs? The fact that whatever had broken into his safe had pooped in there only added to that theory. What sick player would have thought of bringing poop to blame an animal so they could cover their tracks? But who among those players didn't have a pet? There was Mel's Goldie, Cold Hand's Cooler, and Ogre's Tyran, just to name a few. The Slayer's cat was also a likely culprit. However, it could be anyone, really. Now that Zin wasn't around to manipulate him, he thought with added clarity. He could now recognize how Zin had thrown him off balance and caught him off guard, using his obsession for the Slayer as a distraction. Zin had exacerbated Loki's fears and made him act irrationally. In hindsight, he'd been far too emotional. Loki recognized that, where the Slayer was concerned, he just couldn't help himself. He got a message.
The troop of assassins deployed in Sun Desert was complaining that they had already been waiting for more than 24 hours outside the Sand Lizard Lair dungeon, and there were still no signs of anyone matching Roth's description. Even as Loki began mentally outlining a vicious message threatening the captain of the assassin squad, he kept skimming through the reports and found another message from his spy in the Union. Yet another faction had been added to the bonuses for the Union's list. This time, it was the sea lizards. "What? He's in the water caves now?" Loki exclaimed exasperatedly. Sea lizards were a species indigenous to the many islands scattered around the ocean of AstroTerra, which was way on the other side of the map. It was a 20k to 25k teleportation fee. Just how did the Slayer have this kind of money to teleport around like crazy? Just what was he doing? What was his endgame? What was his thing with lizards? If Loki had a way of killing off every single lizard in the game, he would have by now. The Slayer was planning something big which involved that race. But no matter how many times he ran the lizard dungeons, the system would just keep respawning them. There was nothing he could do about it. Loki felt his heart being torn into two. His more reasonable side told him to drop this pointless chase and give up on trying to locate the Slayer. No matter where he deployed his assassins, Roth just popped on the other side of the map. Eventually, he would fall into his wide web. The most important thing right now was to secure the purchase rights of real estate in the capital. If he did that, countless wealthy companies would come running to him, throwing money at his feet for advertising rights and other business-making opportunities that relied on owning property in the game. With that amount of wealth, there was little he couldn't do. His emotional side, though, told him that this man didn't deserve to live, and that he should chase him to the ends of the earth until he could finally kill him. What should he do? Should he station a squad of assassins in every single lizard-related dungeon in AstroTerra? There was at least one such dungeon around nearly every new mid-tiered city in the game. He was talking about monitoring over 100 locations. He was too big of a haystack. Taking a deep breath, Loki made a decision. The Slayer was trying to visit every type of lizard in the game. He had visited the rock lizards, the sand lizards, the cloud lizards, and the sea lizards. All that was left were the lightning lizards, the lava lizards, and the tree lizards. Loki maintained a considerable presence in Green Country. He knew for a fact that this was the region where the Slayer had started playing the game. Logic had it that he would eventually return home. He didn't need to know all of the Slayer's plans. All he needed was to know one stop along the way. He sent a message to Anik explaining her mission. If Roth went to visit the tree lizards, Loki would catch him then. The Lord of the Acorn examined his castle. The Lord had expanded the military and now had a battalion of 40 soldiers. Thanks to the nutrition of that large, juicy worm, the number of workers had also surpassed 100, an important milestone in the colony's history. All the nanites were dead. They had been shriveled, weakened things, raised only from the Queen's own food reserves. A nanite wasn't as big or as strong as a regular worker, but even in their deaths, they served the colony. They were served as food to the brood. Since the worm hunt, the gate was kept open. The troop of soldiers was enough of a safeguard. As long as it was safe, Treant workers kept foraging nonstop. All the larders were full of seeds and the odd fly carcass. Whenever a larder was full, they built a new one. Their quest for food was unavoidable. Although their colony was young, it would grow much, much bigger. The Leafies had excavated 2/3 of the acorn. Soon, to expand the castle, they would have to dig into the soil. It wouldn't be easy, as the ground was certainly home to other creatures. A steady influx of food allowed them to increase the colony's birth rate to the maximum possible. Even as the Lord prepared for the next expedition, a whole new generation of soldiers and workers was already on their way. Of course, with this came risk. Feeling the increased activity of the colony, there were more and more sightings of predators. 4 workers had already been lost to them. But for each ant that died, the colony brought in enough food to breed 2 more. Each loss was wasteful, and the Lord mourned it. Whenever an ant died before its time, it pained him. An ant's dream was to die from overexertion. There was beauty in dying while working. Dying at the hands of a predator, despite being a worthy death, was too wasteful. Predator! The alarm stopped many of the departing tree ant workers in their tracks. Those carrying food were told to drop it and hide if they were far from the colony, and to retreat into the moat if they were nearby. Through the eyes of a soldier, the Lord examined the cause of the alarm. A large, armored monster pursued an ant worker. The Lord of the Acorn commanded her to run away in the opposite direction of the colony, leading the predator away. The shells of these predators were thick, and soldiers' mandibles weren't sharp enough to pierce them. Not yet. They would need mandy blades to do so. However, there were still no raw materials, nor artisans to produce the weapons that ant soldiers equipped on their mandibles. There was little hope for the worker. If it died, at least it would take the predator away from the castle. The Lord felt anger bubble up within him. Predator. The word disgusted him. They were only called that because the Lord hadn't reached his prime. Eventually, they would become prey. Soon, operations were resumed. The armored predator was hard to kill, but also heavy and sluggish. Thankfully, it gave up chasing the more agile worker. She was already making her way back to the colony. After a few more hours of peaceful foraging and scavenging, came another alarm. Predator! There was another sighting. The creature that killed more of their numbers than anything else had resurfaced. Its large, looming figure was poised to strike whatever victims came across its path, and its scythes had grown sharper since their last encounter. The praying mantis. From how much bigger and fatter it was, the Lord of the Acorn judged that it was almost ready for metamorphosis. Once it became a fully fledged adult, it would become too much for their current numbers to handle. Conversely, it was packed with proteins, making this the best time to hunt it. The Lord searched within him for strength, and, judging it enough, summoned the army. 40 soldiers and just as many workers emerged from the castle. The soldiers would lead the charge, and the workers would support them with their thinner, shorter blades, focusing on smaller openings in the praying mantis's armor. The Lord positioned the hunting party. This was the part of the hunt that required the most patience. The soldiers took a large detour, forming a wide circle. Thankfully, there weren't any other predators nearby. Not even the armored insects risked coming near praying mantises. Their scythes were sharp enough to cut through their armor. As soon as all the troops were ready, the Lord sprung his trap. He sent 3 workers to approach the praying mantis from the front. The brown juvenile praying mantis seemed to hesitate for a moment. There were 3 workers. They would put up a little fight. It pondered whether it should go for it. The juvenile was almost at the necessary level of protein and energy to transform. These 3 ant workers had enough nutrients to help it reach the threshold. As the praying mantis prepared to strike, the real attack came from behind and from the flanks. It all happened fast. The many tree ant soldiers charged the monster and dug their sharp, long mandibles into its legs. Bite, bite, bite. The praying mantis was enraged. It tried turning to fend off the attackers with its sharp scythes and managed to cleave one soldier and then another into 2. But there were just too many of them. The soldiers kept patiently attacking the legs, finally bringing the tall praying mantis to its knees. Bite, bite, bite. One by one, the ants managed to climb the praying mantis. It thrashed, bit, and cleaved as many attackers as it could. However, the more bites it received and the more ants there were on top of it, the more sluggish its movements became. After killing 13 tree ant soldiers and 21 workers, it didn't have anything left. The only vestiges of its draining life were its occasional jerking movements. The Lord counted its losses and gains. The casualties were unmatched by anything this colony had ever seen. However, the carcasses of the dead ants were still fresh and retrievable, and could be used as food for the next generation of soldiers and workers. It hadn't been a pretty battle, but the colony would grow more numerous and stronger because of it. More importantly, this source of danger had been contained. The surviving ants carried each of their dead comrades and the dead prey to be butchered and fed to their hungry queen and famished larvae. Chapter 40. Bluefire carefully examined the background on Roth's video feed. There were occasional flashes in the sky and the occasional purple-scaled lizard. Roth was in Thunder Mountain, within one of the lightning lizard lairs. That checked out with the information package he'd received from Galathiel and the other Union VIPs. The Union VIPs were over the moon about their increasing strength bonus. The stats had become so significant that Ogre considered kicking one of the craftsmen out and becoming a VIP Union member himself. These boosts to strength had to be connected to the restriction to not harm multiple lizard races. Furthermore, the lightning lizards had just been added. It all pointed to one conclusion. Roth really was responsible for these bonuses. Roth seemed relaxed and well-rested, starkly contrasting with what Bluefire had seen in the Rise of the Hive King event. Back then, Roth was under a ton of pressure, and he was all over the place. The man in front of him, however, was the face of sanity. If he had to describe Roth Taylor, he would say he was unpredictable, competent, crafty, and annoying. Additionally, he was among the Union's founding members, an organization that the top guilds didn't dare ignore. It was positioned brilliantly so that none of the guilds could get their hands on it. Bluefire disliked that there were so many good things to be said about this player in front of him. That increased his commercial value and had to be reflected in his contract. On the other hand, they already had his family living in their compound. To extend their stay with the ogres would be the natural progression of events. As for other guilds who wanted to poach Roth, he suspected that the Krakens, the Phoenixes, and Cerberus had their eyes on him. Bluefire had delayed this as much as he could, but it was time to swallow his pride and try to bring Roth in. All these thoughts and considerations flashed through his mind in just a second. Outwardly, he maintained a confident, relaxed smile. "Hello, Roth. How have you been? You look well," Bluefire greeted politely.
"Hey, Bluefire, it's good to see you. How is everyone in your guild? Is your family okay?"
Bluefire cleared his throat, embarrassed. He hadn't expected Roth to treat him in such a friendly manner. Yes, thanks. You've been busy," Bluefire prompted.
"Yes, I try."
"Good job shaking the tail we put on you," Bluefire openly admitted.
"Sorry that I ditched your men in Antioch like that, but I can't afford for you to steal all my secrets. I'm sure you can understand. After all, you must have plenty of secrets of your own. I don't mean you harm or anything. I'm just trying to look out for my interests and my family."
"I respect that. We may have started off on the wrong foot, but I understand what it means to have people to care for. The ogres have many employees who depend on us, and we owe it to them, our sponsors and stockholders, to turn in a monthly profit. That means we put our emotions aside and take a cold approach to the game. We have a lot of competitors, and the ogres didn't get this far by sparing people's feelings. So, for what it's worth, I understand why you keep some trump cards to yourself. Additionally, on behalf of the ogres, I want to offer you an apology for tailing you like that." Roth blinked a few times, and his mouth twisted into a mask of confusion and uncertainty.
"You're oddly open and sincere today, Blue. Usually you don't admit to your antics so easily."
Bluefire shrugged, not denying it. "Anyway, Roth, we originally offered you and your family protection for 3 months. Roth's posture became uneasy.
"We still have more than 2 months left on our agreement. Is anything wrong? Is everything okay with my family?"
"Yes, of course, don't worry. We've been keeping our word. They are being well taken care of." Bluefire didn't reveal his joy for this little victory. He started the negotiations by reminding Roth of everything he had at stake and establishing his superiority. Now, it was time to make a proposition. "We would like to offer you a deal."
"A deal?" Roth asked, suspicious. "What kind of deal?"
"We would like you to join the ogres."
"You mean as a contracted player?"
"Yes."
"What are the conditions?"
Roth's file mentioned he had been a successful merc who was used to handling representatives from the top guilds. It was an infuriating side to this man.
He was not afraid to ask the hard questions or put up a fight in negotiation. Bluefire didn't mind. It wouldn't be fun any other way. "We'd like to offer you a 1-year contract as a guild elder. This means that you would have a salary, and you could live inside the secure facilities of the ogres. For every member of your family that the guild allows to live in its compound, the related expenses are discounted from your salary. We're offering you the same salary as all other guild elders." "How much?" 5,000 credits a month. Roth slightly twitched his nose. "Let me remind you that the guild is already offering you a place to live, covering all food expenses, and taking care of your family." "What does being a guild elder entail? What would those responsibilities include?" "Firstly, full disclosure," Bluefire answered decisively. This was the point. They needed to know how Roth had accomplished so much in the game. "What this means is that you are contractually obligated to divulge any questions we might have about your titles, items, quests, race, class, and so on. You must also submit all your communications to the scrutiny of a monitoring bot. That doesn't mean that we will eavesdrop on every conversation you have. Still, if the bot's logarithm detects that you're leaking privileged information, we'll immediately investigate the whole conversation, revoking all your privacy rights. Depending on the degree of the violation of the contract, this can lead to contract termination, payment of fines, or other in-game penalties." Bluefire recited the conditions he had read to other players multiple times. "What about contract termination? What are your obligations?" "In case the decision to terminate your contract comes from the ogres, we will give you at least 1 month's notice. The only exception is if we find that you have breached the contract. You can peruse all the small print and contract conditions if you like." Bluefire sent Roth a copy of the contract. "It seems like a pretty standard deal. How would this affect the Union? Also, how does this affect me being trapped inside a bomb?" These were sensitive points that Bluefire had given thought to, of course. He would never come to such a meeting unprepared, especially with someone who'd made him look like a fool more than once. "Regarding the Union, we understand it works because it maintains neutrality in guild affairs. The contract doesn't involve the Union. Any agreements between the ogres and the Union will be negotiated with the Union management." If Bluefire could, he would have taken over the Union. It was still growing but revealed a lot of potential. The secret to it was the VIP seats. It was this cornerstone which prevented the Union from being copycatted or counterfeited by the guilds. That and neutrality. "And the pod?" Roth pressed. "I'm going to level with you on this, Roth. We've contacted Nexus and have been in direct contact with Phineas Cotton, the company's president. They were horrified to find out about your situation. We're trying to save you as best as we can, but the pods were made to be unhackable. The last thing we want is for you to die inside the pod. Nexus's best minds are working around the clock to open it." "Thank you for presenting this offer. I need some time to think about it." Bluefire didn't flinch. It was rare for a player to immediately accept a contract without asking for time to consider it. Something told them that Armless Shark would probably join their next conversation about this. He shuddered internally, but managed to keep his cool. "So be it. You let us know." Hold it! Drake called as a series of blacksmiths carried a heavy metal rod over their shoulders. This was a critical point that would dictate the success of this operation. "A little to the left. Engineers, get ready to turn on the valves. Smiths, activate whatever active skills you have to increase the crafting success rate. Tinkerers, prepare to activate the clasps. Ready? Set? Go!" The smiths marched in unison, carrying the rod into the generator, while the engineers tweaked the angles of the valves to get the best alignment possible. The tinkerers stood at the ready, guiding the rod into the clasps. The aerarium rod clicked, and the clasps snapped. After they inserted all the rods, the shield generator looked remarkably similar to a metal porcupine. "Fire it," Drake called. As the generator rotated at increasing speeds, there was a satisfying hum. A round of applause went through the crowd. "Congratulations, you and your team have successfully repaired an aerarium generator. Plus 500,000 engineer XP. Engineer profession level up. Plus 10 renovation tickets.
Drake inspected the generous boost to experience. All around him, he could hear excited comments about gaining yet another level thanks to the citywide quest. "Good job, everyone. Take 5. We'll do the next one in a moment." When Drake left prison, he never imagined he'd become a taskmaster in a digital city's renewal project, captain of a virtual mafia, and manager of a syndicate. Drake's eyes met Pete's and Maggie's, who were also working the generators with him, and he gave them a thumbs up. He looked at his cybernetic arm as he did so. Here he was with 2 arms and many more friends. Even though the veterans were a few years older than him, they still respected him despite his shady past. He had made friends for life, and it was all thanks to Union Pax is calling you. I'll be damned. Just as he was thinking of how his friendship with Roth had brought him here he was calling him. "Hey, Roth, how's it going?"
"Hello, Drake. Good. How are things with the Union quest?"
"Things are progressing well. All the boosts to the VIP's strength have been really helpful. We've just finished putting another shield generator together. You know, something interesting happened a few minutes ago."
"What was that?" Roth asked, curious.
"Someone came asking me directly if I knew anything about light traps."
Roth grinned. "Well, it's good that the word is out. That will make the next batch of equipment I craft sell for even more. Anyway, Drake, I just received a call from Bluefire."
"What does that old fox want now?"
Drake could count the number of people with Bluefire's level of craftiness on the fingers of his only hand. "He offered me a contract. He wants me to become a guild elder for the ogres."
"Really? What are the conditions?"
"See for yourself." Roth forwarded him the contract. Even though Drake was no mob lawyer, he still had a keen eye for finding traps between the lines or in small print. He'd explored these many times to make his customers pay their debts. Glancing at Roth, he found that he was waiting patiently as lightning struck the purple giant lizards walking behind him.
"How goes the lizard quest?" Drake asked as he skimmed through the document.
"It's going well. I only have 2 more spots to hit before I'm done. But things are taking longer now."
"How come?"
"Loki should have realized that I'm trying to visit all the lizards by now. I have to wait for snake form to come off cooldown before I move between dungeons."
Drake nodded approvingly. "That a boy. This is a marathon, Roth. Be patient." Drake got to the end of the contract and found no mention of the Union. "What did Bluefire say about the Union?"
"They said something along the lines of understanding that the Union is a unique organization that can only work if it maintains neutrality between guilds, so they don't want to mess with it."
"And about the pod?" Drake insisted.
"They said that they're working on it, but don't have any hopes of cracking it anytime soon. What do you think, Drake? Should I join the ogres?"
Chapter 41. Roth read the contract from the ogres for the 100th time and thought about it as he watched the sun rise over the canopy of green country. Drake's advice echoed in his mind. There was no rush to decide. He could sleep on it. Looking at his friends list, Roth sighed. He wasn't sure if he should ask her opinion about this. Roth had finished visiting every single world region in AstroTerra except for the capital. This whirlwind trip taught him something about himself. Green country was his favorite world region. There was something peaceful and soothing about being surrounded by green and the sounds of the forest. What were the odds that his old squad had dragged him to torture him in the very place he ended up loving the most? That wasn't the only benefit he gained from visiting all the different world regions. He also received a title. Worldly Drifter, Epic. Title description: You've been to places. You've seen things. Title effects: +1 to all stats. Conditions to unlock Worldly Drifter. Visit 9 different world regions. Complete. Yet another epic title. He'd visited the starting world regions, Antioch, and the Dark Abyss. How many players in AstroTerra could say the same? Roth checked the cooldown on his racial forms and yawned. Over the last week, much of his time had been spent looking at these cooldowns. He would first activate Ant form to travel to a new city with enough cargo to offset the traveling expenses. He then would stay in the auction house crafting while he waited for Snake form to come off cooldown.
This time around, he hadn't had the patience to linger in the auction house and had decided to start heading toward the entrance to Tree Lizard Lair as he waited for snake form to be usable again. He had purposefully chosen a dungeon close to Treesburg, a city he'd never been to. He reasoned Loki would have increased security around Hillsford, and he couldn't be too careful. Seeing the cooldowns finally reset, Roth smirked. Snake form. Your subterfuge has reached 850. Slower heart rate has upgraded into Shadow Meld. Shadow Meld, stat bonus. Bonus description. Your mastery of stealth has reached a level where even the faintest shadow offers complete concealment. Bonus effects. Stealth skills become vastly more effective, allowing you to blend into any environment with minimal effort. You can temporarily become invisible to enemies while standing still or moving slowly, even outside of traditional cover. Environmental factors, such as lighting or terrain, no longer hinder your stealth. Restrictions: 850 subterfuge. Your subterfuge has surpassed 900. You've unlocked Silent Venom. Silent Venom, stat bonus. Bonus description. You can create toxins so potent that they are nearly undetectable until it's too late. Bonus effects. Poisoning skills become incredibly potent, capable of bypassing most forms of resistance. Critical hits with poisoned weapons or skills now deal 4 times the damage. Restrictions: 900 subterfuge. This wasn't his first time using snake form, but it always felt incredible. If Roth stepped on a twig or spoke, this stat bonus smothered any signs of his presence, and all sounds around him became muffled. Roth had stood before a player over level 50, waving his hand in front of his face, and he still hadn't been able to spot him. Hopefully, human form would be enough to move things along. If the tree lizards had no prior business agreements or relationships with other players, it would. But if he wanted to poach contracts from other brokers, as had happened at Lava Lizard Lair, he had no choice but to wait for fox form. Only with its powerful charisma could he overturn previous contracts and guarantee exclusivity. Roth hopped from branch to branch, passing by the many other players who had climbed the trees to get into the tree lizard lair. As he traveled through the trees, not a single branch shook, nor a single leaf was perturbed. If there were any spies or assassins here for him, he was positive that they wouldn't be able to see him. He approached the tablet and was transported into Tree Lizard Lair. The Tree Lizard Lair didn't have the usual arrangement of twin cliffs he'd grown used to. It was more similar to the Raven's Nest back in Green Woods. Lizards made nests in the trees and soaked the sunlight atop the canopies. Their scales were copper green. Their color reminded him of the leafies. It had been several days since he'd left Sapphira. Unfortunately, that meant he'd been losing a point of affection with the leafies daily. Even so, thanks to his previous efforts to nurture them, they were still at 15 affection points. He wondered how they were doing. Hopefully, they had managed to stay hidden from the predators introduced into the greenhouse by the Lin stores. Turning toward the green lizards basking in the sunlight, Roth cracked his neck. It was time to befriend one last lizard faction. The Lord of the Acorn monitored the 3 ongoing skirmishes. Underground, the new excavation team encountered a worm while digging an armory for the chitin smiths. The tree ants couldn't resist free food, despite having full larders, especially when the prey was as manageable as this. The colony had hunted bigger worms with fewer resources before. Worms, clumsy and slow above ground, were in their element here, swimming through loose soil like fish in water. The surrounding dirt and cramped tunnels protected the worm's flanks, preventing the tree ants from surrounding it. The tactics required for this underground hunt demanded relentless pursuit and patience. The tree ants had to keep biting the worm's tail, forcing it to run and gradually tire. Eventually, it would weaken. The tunnel it dug could later be repurposed to link future chambers. As the excavation team worked to exhaust the worm, the Lord of the Acorn turned his attention to the other 2 battles. An armored beetle had been drawn to the castle by the scent of butchered prey, and the mandiblators coordinated with the shield division to fend it off.
While the beetles were sturdy and well defended, they were also sluggish, making them easier to hunt. The colony had fashioned sharp blades from scythes of 2 juvenile praying mantises, significantly enhancing the cutting power of the Mandiblator division. These soldiers used the blades to chip away at the predator beetle's tough shell. As they fought to breach its defenses, the beetle prepared to strike back, stretching its legs and coiling its abdomen to unleash a special attack. Sensing the danger, the Lord of the Acorn immediately ordered the Mandiblators to retreat and commanded the Shield Division to take the front line. The Shield Division, equipped with hard chitin harvested from beetle shells, quickly responded. The first line dug their shells into the ground, while the second line linked their shields to form a tall, impenetrable wall. The Mandiblators took cover behind it just as the beetle unleashed a spray of acid. The acid splashed harmlessly against the shield wall, sizzling but failing to cause any significant damage. Only 2 workers were lightly splashed. It was the beetle's 3rd spray in this battle, and it would need several minutes before it could muster another acid spray. The tree ants seized the opportunity, repositioning themselves around the battlefield. Finally, one soldier managed to pierce the beetle's thick shell. Other brave soldiers quickly expanded the gap, prying it open and linking it with other fractures. A piece of the beetle's armor fell away, exposing a vulnerable section of flesh. At last, they could inflict real damage. Poison bite, poison bite, poison bite. The beetle felt genuine pain and thrashed violently for the first time since the battle began. Thanks to the upgraded attack skill, each tree ant's bite left behind a cumulative poison that dealt damage over time. Sensing its imminent demise, the beetle attempted to flee. Even as pieces of its heavy armor fell away, allowing it to move faster, it still couldn't outrun the relentless ants. A similar battle unfolded in the southeast. What had started as a dispute over a fly carcass escalated into another beetle hunt. As the beetle made its last futile stand, free workers were already hauling pieces of its armor back to the colony, where the chitonsmiths would turn it into new shields for the military. By the time the 3 battles concluded, the colony had grown stronger and gained 2 levels. A memory stirred within their genes, and the Lord of the Acorn had a vision. Red ancestors, joining their legs together, constructing magnificent, colossal structures. This newly awakened skill would greatly benefit the colony. It was timely, too. Although the prey around the castle had become manageable, the Lord sensed a looming threat. Soon, the colony would outgrow this area and need to venture beyond their current territory in search of fresh prey. The Lord of the Acorn needed to discover what lay beyond this field of fallen castles. The air was filled with many enticing scents, but one stood out above all: the castle tree. Tree ants were inseparable from trees. Their acorn castle had served them well, but it was just a seed, a small part of a much larger entity. With such a tree, especially one powerful enough to spawn castles in its branches, the colony could achieve far greater things. However, a tree of such significance was sure to have occupants. The Lord was determined to find out who they were. As most of the colony focused on dragging the prey to be butchered and fed to the brood, the Lord selected 10 scouts. They were among the first workers bred and would not live much longer. It was time for their final mission. He sent them toward the tree. As they disappeared into the field of fallen castles, the Lord of the Acorn tried to sense the direction of the wind. Soon, he hoped that the tree would become the heart of an empire, one that would conquer all this. Roth kept solar warmth on as his reputation point count with the lizards climbed. Thankfully, there had been no brokers here before. He didn't have to wait for Fox Form to finish the quest, and could get started as soon as he arrived. As the tree lizards basked in his light, he received a series of notifications. The Leafies have hunted Bombardier Beetle, plus 2,000 Leafies XP. The Leafies have hunted Bombardier Beetle, plus 2,000 Leafies XP. The Leafies have hunted Earthworm, plus 300 Leafies XP. Leafies level up, plus 3 strength, plus 2 intelligence. The fire ant genes within the Leafies have awakened. Leafies have learned ant constructs. Ant constructs.
Pet skill. Skill description. By holding their legs together, your pets can form structures of moderate complexity. Skill effects. Your pet colony can build basic and constructs. Variety scales with intelligence, and construct durability scales with strength. Roth's eyes widened. The tree ants had learned yet another skill. It hadn't even been 48 hours since they'd unlocked Poison Bite, and here they were leveling up again. Their growth was starting to scare Roth. Just a few days ago, they were under 100, and in a matter of days, they had quintupled their numbers. This new inherent skill didn't surprise Roth, though. It was one of the benefits of the fire ant genome. When he saw this ant specialization in the Myrmecologist Handbook, he knew his pet colony had to have it. He had seen the cinematics of fire ants making cool constructs, such as rafters and towers, and he couldn't wait to see the Leafies use this skill in person. Roth figured it was time to wrap up this quest as the Discoverer of Species bonus approached the end of the 30 minutes. He addressed the leader of the tree lizards, Tilia. "Tilia, there's something I wish to discuss with you," Roth started, even as he kept solar warmth on to keep increasing his reputation with the lizards. "What seems to be the matter, friend?"
"The tree lizards are in danger," Roth said ominously. The tree lizards around him became restless, their tails waving back and forth, nostrils flaring.
"Danger? What's wrong?"
Tilia asked, while maintaining a calm demeanor for her people. "All the other lizards, the rock lizards, cloud lizards, sand lizards, sea lizards, lava lizards, and lightning lizards, have entered an alliance. The only ones not in the treaty are you, the tree lizards."
"An alliance?"
Tilia couldn't keep up the facade anymore. Her tail was also rocking back and forth. "If there's a war, they will all come after you," Roth threatened. "There's only one solution. You have to enter the alliance too, or risk being destroyed."
"An alliance?"
"Yes, a peace treaty." Roth wasn't concerned about whether this would work or not. From the moment he had tricked more than half of the lizards into signing the peace treaty, he had used this argument to strong-arm all the other stubborn lizards into joining too. Seeing that the tree lizards were the only ones left, he was confident he had this in the bag. Tilia seemed to struggle for a moment, but finally lowered her head.
"We'll sign the treaty."
Roth got the document out for Tilia to sign. He was looking forward to obtaining the rewards for this epic quest. Chapter 42.
"You've convinced all the fighting factions of the lizards to forget their differences and come together as one race. You've done everything you could for the greater good. +3 subterfuge, +3 charisma, +20 nature affinity, +10 righteousness."
Roth nodded approvingly at the rewards for convincing the stubborn lizards to forget their petty squabbles and come together as one race. He had used every tool at his disposal and lost a few righteousness points along the way. It felt good to be given some of those back.
"You've completed Unify the Lizards. Completion rate, legendary. Rewards, +2 million XP, 20 Mother Scales. Swamp Orb. Bonus rewards, +3 million XP, 40 Mother Scales. Level up."
Perhaps it was because Roth had teleported all over AstroTerra to complete this quest in record time, or because he managed to gather all the lizards under one banner without harming any of them. Still, the system generously attributed him a legendary completion rate. Roth studied the different rewards. The XP was generous, allowing him to gain a level. It was the second time he leveled up this week. Adding all these different lizard factions to his peace treaty boosted his daily XP significantly, allowing him to reach level 40 2 days prior. With the XP awarded to him by the quest, he had reached level 41. He was one step closer to catching up with the top players in the game. There were fewer rewards than he was expecting, but he was sure that the items had to make up for it with quality. He studied them one at a time.
Mother Scale, consumable. Item description. The first scale a lizard mother grows after becoming pregnant. It is highly valued among the lizards. Can be traded for rewards from the lizard men.
Roth smirked. It was similar to Antioch's vault tickets. He wondered what items lizard men could give him. He went on to study the other reward.
Swamp Orb, legendary. Item description: a powerful biomachine that absorbs power from the surrounding life forms and can create wormholes. Item effects: you can teleport to Lysertia and Lizard Dungeons. Lizard men respect you. Cooldown, 24 hours. Roth felt his mouth go dry. What? He could teleport for free, and he could go straight toward the Lizard Men's city? The item had a 24-hour cooldown, but that wasn't a problem. He'd experienced firsthand how useful it was to have access to teleportation gates other than those in human cities. The teleportation gate in Antioch had been vital to escape the siege around the palatial clearing. Even now, assassins were probably outside this dungeon, itching to catch sight of Roth and attack him. Roth turned toward the tree lizards, who faced him squarely. He had already signed a peace treaty with them and added them to his list of customers. Rather than waiting here for snake form to come off cooldown, he had a new place to explore. Roth grabbed the swamp orb from his inventory. It was the size of a bowling ball and had a glassy surface. Within was a cloud of green and black gases that shifted, never mixing. It was the first time he was taking a look at lizard man technology, making him all the more curious to check their city out. He focused his attention on the orb. It began glowing brilliantly, and a window appeared before him. Would you like to teleport to Lysertia, the lizard man city? Why? N. The first alternative race Roth had landed his eyes on when he visited Greensburg was a lizard man. Back then, he'd read about Lysertia in the forums and the rough details of a quest done by warriors all over AstroTerra to unlock the lizard man race. Tilia, I must go now. I'm going to visit Lysertia. Hearing the name of the destination of their pilgrimage, Tilia's eyes shone. The tales we've heard of that beautiful place, Martyr. Its brilliant spires tower over the dark swamps. Everywhere you look, there's food. They say that there are flies everywhere, she said dreamily. Flies everywhere? Is that a good thing? Thought Roth to himself. Lysertia, the dream of any honorable lizard, Tilia said with a twinge of envy. Who knows, now that we have signed a treaty with our competitors, it may become easier to make a pilgrimage to the glorious city. I hope so, Roth nodded sincerely. I'll also do what I can to bring you consumables that boost stats. Hopefully that will help you too. The tree lizard leader bowed her head slightly as a show of gratitude. Roth bowed in return. Thank you for everything, he said, waving his goodbyes to his reptile friends. Roth selected Lysertia, and his figure disappeared from the tree lizard lair. In the blink of an eye, Roth's landscape changed dramatically. From the clear morning of sunshine and the wet scent of woodlands, Roth was knee-deep in muddy water that smelled stale. Were it not for its fluid consistency, Roth would have assumed it was clay or mud, but the lack of resistance to his movements told him otherwise. Congratulations on visiting the Great Swamp. Plus 200,000 XP. You've been hit with the Trenchfoot debuff. Minus 20% movement speed for an hour. You've been hit with the Malaria debuff. Minus 10 strength. Minus 10 dexterity. You've been hit with the Swamp Gloom debuff. Minus 20 intelligence. Your body's immune system manages to fend off some debuffs. Plus 1 resilience. A collection of debuffs brought back memories of his time in the sewers. However, this swamp, despite its strong smell, couldn't rival the stench of the waste of Hillsford. Another improvement over the sewers was that here he was in the open air. Patches of tall grass and the occasional tree sprung up from the mysterious, murky waters. Dark mist emerged from the mud, and birds and critters buzzed around him. Tilia wasn't lying. There were flies everywhere. Lin had already emerged from Roth's robes and curiously sniffed the air around him. Even though he seemed eager to explore, the sight of the smelly, dirty water threw him off. The kitten moved around Roth's shoulders and head, looking for somewhere clean to jump off to. He tried swatting a few flies away, but quickly got bored and settled into sightseeing in the swamp from the clean comfort of his human.
Roth chuckled and gently patted Lin's head. Roth inspected the swamp orb. It had dimmed, having used all its stored energy. He'd be stuck here for the next 24 hours. He stored it in his inventory and checked his map to find his bearings. Even though the dark abyss was mostly surrounded by mountains, a slight stretch of marshland connected it to green country. The mix of the clean waters of Silver River with the decayed ones of the dark abyss formed the greatest swamp in AstroTerra, home to the lizard men. Ahead of him, he could see their city, Lacertia. It was a collection of pale spires that emerged from the marshland, twisted within themselves. Roth tried to discern what kind of stone they were made of, and, after a few moments, realized it wasn't stone, but bones. It reminded him of New Earth. Dinosaur bones were a popular building material in the game's cities. Just what creatures these large bones belonged to was beyond Roth. Roth dragged himself through the waters until he got to the first spire. He used the gaps between the bones to help him climb out of the foul marsh, allowing him to look at one of the platforms that made up Lacertia. The rumored lizard-man city looked more like a small village. Each spire was roughly 40 meters across, much taller than it was long. Despite the lizardmen's famed strength, they seemed to have spent no less than a few moments putting their buildings together. All huts were made of the same uneven wooden boards, with straw over their roofs. Around him, he saw different lizard men with their characteristic muscular tails and tall, bulky bodies. There were also some players, but this place was deserted compared to what he was used to seeing in mid-tiered cities. His human appearance didn't draw much attention. Anyone with access to the forums could figure out how to get here, and onlookers would just assume that he was yet another warrior who had come to change races. Roth couldn't help but notice that on this spire, all the lizard men were purple, reminding him of lightning lizards. He approached one of them at random. It was rare for Roth to meet someone taller than him. However, his head was only as tall as the purple lizard man's chest. He had leather armor and a few javelins in a large quiver on his back. Roth inspected him. Ray, the lizard man, level 40. HP 10,000. Energy 500. Skills bloodlust, brute strength, hulking titan, javelin toss, lightning strike, purple mist, tail swipe. The creature's level was significantly higher than he'd seen in the lizard dungeons. "Excuse me," Roth greeted in lizard speak. The lizard man whirled toward him. "You speak our language." +4 reputation with lizard men. Yeah, I was given mother scales and told I could trade them here." "Head to the swamp spire." He hadn't realized that each spire had a name. "Which one is it?" Roth asked. "The one in the middle," Ray answered. "Welcome to the city." "Thanks." Roth jumped back onto the water, moving toward the spire indicated by Ray. Why hadn't the charisma bonus been activated? Was it because he had met Mountaintop before? Even so, the lizard man was helpful enough, even without Roth's highest charisma. And why did Ray make such a big fuss over him knowing lizard speak? Didn't all lizard man players know it too? Was it such a big deal? Roth reached the swamp spire. Now that the purple lizard man had pointed it out, the spires were laid out like a circle, with one lone spire at the center. Roth hauled himself out of the murky water and took in his surroundings. Here, the lizard men were dark as night, a skin color Roth hadn't seen in any lizards. Whereas Ray had worn simple, crude equipment, every lizard man in this spire seemed fully clad in high-end gear. Each piece of armor was a work of art, with beautiful ornaments, gemstones, and decorations, and their weapons made Ray's javelins look like toothpicks. Roth inspected the nearest lizard man. Obsidia, the lizard woman, elite, level 50, HP 30,000, energy 4,000. Skills, brute strength, black mist, bloodlust, hulking titan, kinetic toss, royal bloodline, tail swipe. Oops, lizard woman. "Excuse me?"
Roth said, approaching the woman in lizard speak.
Martyr, welcome to Lacertia, she welcomed kindly. We've heard about you.
You have?
Oh, yes. You're the one who has ended the fighting between the four-legged ones.
Did she mean the normal lizards?
It's true.
We've been expecting you. Please come.
Roth followed after Obsidia. Roth watched intently as a group of black lizard men hauled a giant catfish from the swamp waters and dragged it onto the platform. It was as large as a bear. He also spotted with interest a lizard man Smith hammering on an anvil, shaping a long piece of metal into what he guessed was a sword. With each swing of the hammer, the whole bony tower shook. Lizard men were strong, but they didn't seem to be very numerous. Roth counted no more than 20 huts on this spire, and he hadn't seen more than 30 lizard men. I have to ask, why are lizards separated by color? Roth asked.
Each spire hosts a different line of lizards.
Her nostrils flared briefly, and her tongue tasted the air around them. She continued,
You seem to have visited the lightning spire. Lightning lizards who complete the pilgrimage and make it here live with their kin in the lightning spire.
Obsidia hissed a greeting to a passing tall lizard man in beautifully carved leather armor, which made gear made by Roth look like toys. So I guess there's a spire with tree lizard men, another with sea lizard men, etc.?
That's correct.
And what about this spire?
What do you mean?
Where do you come from, the black lizard men?
Some of us have always been here. Talented pilgrims can also accumulate enough toxins and nutrients in their scales before joining us at the center, she declared majestically. Only the most worthy and dignified of our race earn black scales. Fly.
Her tongue grabbed a passing bug and swallowed it whole. Roth resisted the urge to gag. Yes, very dignified, he thought to himself. They passed a few smaller houses until they reached a slightly larger building.
Welcome to Lacertia's Assembly Hall. After you, Martyr.
Chapter 43. When Obsidia proudly mentioned this was Lacertia's assembly hall, Roth thought he would find lavish decorations and intricate furniture. Nothing could be further from the truth. The pavement was the same amalgamation of interlocked bones he'd walked on outside. A few glass orbs with fireflies cast a ghostly glow, making the inside of the building gloomy. However, what the building lacked in finesse, it seemed to make up with treasures. An imposing mannequin, clad in intricate armor, stood at the hall's center. The armor was all leather, with pristine, hard scales covering it. The helmet was shaped like a lizard's head. Roth imagined that whoever wore it would seem to be being eaten by a lizard man. It looked disturbing and cool at the same time. Now that Roth better understood how leather armor worked, he couldn't help but appreciate its intricate cuts and beautiful stamps. All the armor was stamped with beautiful carved patterns dyed in deep purple. The dye was fluorescent, and the light from the armor rivaled that of a light trap, or the firefly lamps scattered around the hall. In the corner, there was also a rack with weapons, a sword, a spear, an axe, a quarterstaff, and a few others. On the opposite side was a shelf with different glass orbs filled with gases of different color combinations, similar to the swamp orb that Roth now owned. Finally, there was a table with some ledgers and books.
Please wait a moment. I'll summon the elders,
Obsidia commanded. When left alone with all these treasures, Roth couldn't help but inspect each one. As he had imagined, the suit of armor was a treasure. Lacertian helmet, epic. Item description: a helmet fashioned after the skin of a fallen swamp lizardman warrior. It's been lined with the leather of a fallen cloud lizardman. Even in death, the great warriors still serve the tribe. This is part of a set. Item effects: plus 3% to your highest stat, plus 2% to your second highest stat, plus 1% to your third highest stat.
Plus 5% status resistance. Plus 100 HP. Restrictions, level 50. Lacertian thorax, epic. Item description. A chest piece fashioned after the skin of a fallen swamp lizard man warrior. It's been lined with the leather of a lava lizard man. Even in death, the great warriors still serve the tribe. This is part of a set. Item effects. Plus 10% to your highest stat. Plus 5% to your second highest stat. Plus 20% damage reduction. Plus 300 HP. Chip slot. Chip slot. Restrictions. Level 50. Lacertian bottom. Epic. Item description. A bottom piece fashioned after the skin of a fallen swamp lizardman warrior. It's been lined with the leather of a tree lizardman. Even in death, the great warriors still serve the tribe. This is part of a set. Item effects. Plus 5% cooldown reduction. Plus 10 to your highest stat. Plus 10 to your weakest stat. Plus 10% damage reduction. Plus 500 HP. Chip slot. Restrictions. Level 50. Lacertian greaves. Epic. Item description. A pair of greaves fashioned after the skin of a fallen swamp lizardman warrior. The left one has been lined with the leather of a sea lizard man, and the right one with the leather of a lightning lizard man. Even in death, the great warriors still serve the tribe. This is part of a set. Item effects. Plus 2% cooldown reduction. Plus 10% damage. Plus 15% critical chance. Plus 10% damage reduction. Restrictions. Level 50. Lacertian boots. Epic. Item description. A pair of boots fashioned after the skin of a fallen swamp lizardman warrior. The left one is lined with the leather of a rock lizardman, and the right one with the leather of a sand lizardman. Even in death, the great warriors still serve the tribe. This is part of a set. Item effects. Plus 20% movement speed. Plus 3% dexterity. Plus 3% resilience. Plus 10% damage reduction. Restrictions, level 50. Lacertian set effects. If 3 pieces, plus 10% damage reduction, second wind. If 5 pieces, plus 20 to all stats, plus 1000 HP. Fury of the 8 Spires. Can be equipped at level 40. Second wind, epic. Skill description. No matter how many times they hit you, they cannot stop you. Skill effects, passive. If you receive damage that would kill you, you recover 5% of your health and become invulnerable for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 24 hours. Fury of the 8 Spires, legendary. Skill description. The strength of the fallen warriors inspires you to greatness. You summon all your inner strength, and you die in a blaze of glory. Skill effects. Plus 200 to all stats for 30 seconds. You lose all your health at the end of the skill's duration. Cooldown, 72 hours. Roth licked his lips. After reading the description of this set of armor, his mouth felt dry. What a godly set! Even though legendary equipment was the absolute best, back in New Earth, Roth had seen sets of epic equipment that could rival the might of individual pieces of legendary equipment. He recalled that in the Helmling battle, he had worn the epic Jurassic set and steamrolled other players who had owned 1 or 2 pieces of legendary equipment. This set gave several percentage bonuses. As he went through the equipment details again, he tried to run the numbers and imagine how much stronger he would become if he wore it. As Roth's stats grew, his forms became more and more powerful. Percentage bonuses, which previously didn't even translate to a single attribute point, scaled, and translated now into dozens or even hundreds of stats. Since the stat boost depended on the player's existing attributes, this equipment was suited to virtually any class. There were some direct bonuses to damage, which Roth didn't need, but it was still better than what he was wearing. The second thing that made the set so incredible was the set bonuses. It granted plus 20 to all stats. Better, it came with a berserker skill. It was a temporary boost of power with a deadly backlash, but the armor also offered a remedy, second wind. If players could avoid triggering second wind before using the Fury of the 8 Spires, they could survive its backlash. Roth glanced over at the weapon rack and was about to ignore it, but one of the weapons caught his eye.
It was a pole arm with purple veins that flowed across its handle and seeped into the blade. Before he realized it, he was beside it as if drawn by a silent siren call. By inspecting many treasures, your eyes open and your horizons widen. +1 insight. Nari's Axe, legendary. Item description. The axe head was forged from the alien metal of a fallen meteorite, and the handle is made from a 1,000-year-old lizard tree. The chaotic energy flowing through the axe will trample battlefields. Item effects. Plus 310% damage. Plus 50 strength. Plus 5 to all stats. Plus 20% crit chance. Plus 50% crit damage. Plus 100% splashing damage. It comes with the Chaos Burst skill.
A legendary weapon, Roth gasped. His old self would have gone crazy for this kind of firepower. Not only did it come with a berserker skill of its own, but it had 100% splashing damage. That meant that with every swing of the axe, multiple bodies would fall around him. Did anyone know about this weapon? What were the chances of finding such a treasure in a straw hut in the swamps? Roth's heart raced, and he felt his face redden. He held his hand over his racing heart and realized what was wrong. After seeing the axe, memories of his days as the Slayer had awakened his dormant bloodlust. As he saw the axe, he couldn't help but imagine himself swinging it and killing others with it. He turned his head away and walked toward the other side of the hall. The Slayer was dead. He wouldn't let him come back. So what if this axe could wreak havoc on the battlefield? His days on the battlefield were water under the bridge. Roth walked over to the table, trying to keep his eyes away from the axe. He decided that trying to open the books would not be well received by his hosts, so he only checked the titles. The Art of Lizardman War. Master Nari's Polearm Crafting Manual. Lizardman Leatherworking Manual. It was a loose collection of skills and manuals. The one about leatherworking especially caught Roth's attention. It would be worth getting if it could teach him how to make such beautiful leather armor as the Lacertian set. Finally, Roth turned his attention toward the collection of orbs on the racks. He examined one of them at random. Unlike his orb, which had a swirling vortex of gases, this one only had 2 faint wisps of gas, red and black. Lava Lizard Orb, rare. Item description. A biomachine that absorbs power from the surrounding life forms and can create wormholes. Item effects. You can teleport to the Lava Lizard dungeons and Lacertia. Cooldown. 72 hours. It was a worse version of the Swamp Orb. Not only did it not allow its user to teleport more than once every 3 days, but it was also limited to the Lava Lizard dungeons and didn't earn him any respect from the lizardmen. As he inspected one orb at a time, he found other similar orbs related to the different species of lizards scattered over AstroTerra. He then found a seemingly empty orb. He inspected it. Affinity Orb. Legendary. Item description. A biomachine of lizardman making that can help you meld different parts of yourself. Item effects. It lets you fuse affinities. Breaks upon use. Fuse affinities? Roth exclaimed. How so? He hadn't heard anyone ever say anything about mixed affinities. Could he fuse light and nature? What kind of benefit would that grant him? For this item to be of a legendary grade, this was a potent effect. A distant memory came to him, one that came from his very start in the game. He looked up the forums for a transcription of the opening cinematic, and surely there it was. The rock that fell from space. We now call it Astro. It changed us. It changed everything. We later found out that the rock was made of congealed reality. The elements of creation fractured when the impact occurred, and now the world is divided. Maybe one day we will again unite reality and bring peace to the planet. The opening cinematic mentioned that the elements of creation had fractured and that they hoped someone would bring all of those elements together someday. This had to mean something. Roth paced excitedly as he thought of the implications. If a player could unlock every affinity in the game and then use this legendary item, they could win the game. Or it would allow them to unlock some earth-shattering achievement that would make them unstoppable. This orb should be his top priority if these items could be bought with mother scales. He felt tempted by the armor and the leatherworking manual, too. What were the chances he could afford all three? On the one hand, he didn't even know if he could use the set of lizardmen armor. From the sound of it, they hadn't skinned lizardmen with the intent of crafting the armor. They had just used the hides of lizardmen who had fallen in battle and used it as armor. He had no idea whether his eco-tailor restrictions would allow him to wear it. Roth heard someone approaching the hall. Lizardmen were tall and heavy, and the bony spire wasn't sturdy. Their heavy march shook the spire and the hut, and made it easy to tell a group of them was approaching. Obsidia came in first, followed by 7 other members of the lizardman race. They were all black, but Roth noted how each new arrival had a different symbol on their armor. One of the symbols he was able to recognize. It was a rock and a lizard, the same symbol he had on his flag of the rock lizard lair. That meant that the elder was representing the rock lizards. All of them entered the room and sat on the floor. Obsidia was the only one left standing. Roth took the hint and took a seat next to the other lizardmen. "Hello, hi, how do you do?" He greeted every lizardman in the room politely and in flawless lizard speak. "The elders are impressed with your good manners and fluency in their language, plus 10 reputation with lizardmen." "Meet the lizardmen elders, martyr," announced Obsidia. "Each one of them used to be a 4-legged. They made the pilgrimage, grew stronger, and now reside with us in the swamp spire." "Greetings, elders," Roth said respectfully. "This is the martyr who has single-handedly done what we've tried to do unsuccessfully for many years. He has brought peace to the 4-legged," Obsidia praised, drawing approving looks and nods from the elders. "Many lives have been spared," commented a lizardman elder with an insignia of lightning and a lizard. "Up until now, only after we earned our black scales could we overcome the envy and resentment and all sit together in peace on the bones of the swamp spire. But you've managed to spread the peace to the entire circle of the spires," another elder commented. "You're welcome," Roth said, embarrassed. Had everyone come together just to sing his praises? They almost made it sound as if he had stopped some kind of civil war. "You've brought peace to the lizard lairs, and, in doing so, to the spires. Plus 10 nature affinity. All lizard factions have united into one. The reputation page has been updated. Would you like to trade friend of cloud lizards, friend of lava lizards, friend of lightning lizards, friend of rock lizards, friend of sand lizards, friend of sea lizards, friend of tree lizards, for a reward from the lizardmen elders?" Roth stared at the notification. He could have exchanged any of these titles for a new zoomorph form earlier, but he hadn't bothered since lizard form only granted HP regeneration. Just what kind of reward would this exchange grant him? "Yes," Roth declared. Chapter 44. You've traded friend of cloud lizards, friend of lava lizards, friend of lightning lizards, friend of rock lizards, friend of sand lizards, friend of sea lizards, friend of tree lizards, for Lizard Race Patron. Lizard Race Patron, unique. Title description. You've united all of the lizard races in AstroTerra, and they have become one. Title effects. Whenever a player starts the game as a lizard man, you receive 1 gold. Conditions to unlock Lizard Race Patron. Unite all lizard factions in AstroTerra. Complete. System announcement. The game has received a patch. Players can now choose to start the game as lizardmen. Broker ledger has been updated. Peace treaty has been updated. Roth stood dumbfounded at the series of notifications. 7 common titles had merged into a unique one that changed the game's inner workings. When he first started playing AstroTerra, he was given no option. He had to start as a human. However, that was going to change. Players could start the game directly as lizardmen. Even though the quest to become a lizardman wasn't hard, from what he'd read in the forums, it still took at least 3 days of running around. To be given the choice to skip over that hurdle and start playing the game in a unique, exotic setting
was bound to capture the interest of many players. What warrior would be able to resist the temptation? The title's effects were very simple, but very powerful too. AstroTerra had millions of players. It was the most played MMORPG. Tens of thousands of players still joined every day. If even only a small percentage started the game as lizardmen, he would receive a considerable sum. He was going to become rich. This begged the question, what other races could players unlock for new players? Roth tried thinking of all the races that players could have in the game. There were zoomorphs, thumbers, dwarves, region-specific races, such as skylings and sealings, hivies, if that was still a race that anyone had after the event, cyborgs, and that race Xerxes from Pegasus had, the one with the long head. He wondered whether it was possible to complete a quest that allowed new players to unlock similar achievements such as the one he had just gotten. If so, there was a ton of gold to be made here. He drooled as he imagined himself unlocking all of these races for players to choose from the start of the game, while the gold poured into his account. That would probably be impossible for just one player to accomplish, though. Roth went on to study the changes to his relationship page. Positive relationships. Badgers, 2,143 of 8,000. Boars, 1,992 of 2,000. Corvids, 1,991 of 2,000. Cyborg Union, 1,351 of 2,000. Dogs, 289 of 300. Dwarf Exiles, 287 of 300. Flock, 292 of 300. Foxes, 1,975 of 2,000. Golden Mountain Ink, 1,632 of 2,000. Greenleaf Ink, 1,101 of 2,000. Hillsford Garrison Soldiers, 116 of 300. Lizards, 8,000 of 8,000. Moles, 589 of 1,000. Moon Garrison of Sapphira, 103 of 300. Moonlight Herd, 158 of 300. Ollie the Cat Burglar, 128 of 300. Peace Corps, 119 of 300. Rattans, 4,275 of 8,000. Silkworms, 13 of 100. Snakes, 3,251 of 8,000. The Table, 61 of 100. Tree Ants, 1,710 of 2,000. White Onyx Ink, 351 of 1,000. The 7 different lizard factions had amalgamated into one, the Lizards. The best part of this was that lizardmen were also included in this faction. At least, that's what the new version of the trade agreement suggested. A never-ending list of different types of items now featured lizardmen's shed skin and scales, as well as some consumables found in the swamps. Roth opened the reputation store to confirm this. Sure enough, he found different items related to the lizardmen. Among those was an item that players had previously used to change races. Lizardman Mutagen, rare. Item description. Lizardman scientists have developed this serum to induce changes in human bodies and mutate them into lizardmen. Item effects. Become a lizardman. Plus 30 strength, minus 10 intelligence. It was on sale for 1,000 reputation coins. He also spotted 2 other interesting items. One was mother scales. Like the Tree Ants vault tickets, each could also be obtained from the reputation store for 300 coins. Finally, there was something that made Roth's mouth drool. Flag of the 8 Spires, epic. Item description. The flagpole is made of red maple, and the flag is made of lotus silk. A flag that represents all lizards and lizardmen in AstroTerra. Each symbol represents one of the bone spires of the Great Swamp, home to the lizardmen elders. Item effects. If hoisted by a guild, it gives all their players hulking titan. It was on sale for 10,000 reputation coins. If someone didn't have a title that made all of their reputation coins interlinked into a common currency, they would have to skip purchasing any other items from the reputation store to get this flag. It was an epic flag. Epic. It was much better than any of Roth's current flags. The faction changes also impacted his bonuses from being in a peace treaty with them. It didn't just grant strength anymore.
You're currently in a peace treaty with Mario, sewer snakes, sewer rats, lizards. Mario's blessing, plus 5 strength. Sewer snake's blessing, plus 15 subterfuge. Sewer rat's blessing, plus 15 dexterity. Lizard's blessing, plus 20 to all stats. You have trade agreements with badgers, boars, corvids, dwarf exiles, foxes, golden mountain ink, greenleaf ink, lizards, rattans, snakes, tree ants. Badger's blessing, plus 8 intelligence. Boar's blessing, plus 8 strength. Corvid's blessing, plus 8 wisdom. Dwarf exile's blessing, plus 2 dexterity. Fox's blessing, plus 8 charisma. Golden mountain ink's blessing, plus 4 charisma. Greenleaf ink's blessing, plus 1 charisma. Rattan's blessing, plus 8 dexterity. Lizard's blessing, plus 10 strength. Snake's blessing, plus 2 subterfuge. After this event, the lizard race's tier jumped tiers. Or, since they had come under the umbrella of the lizard man race, they had been all elevated to match its higher tier. Instead of only granting strength, it granted plus 20 to all stats. It also cleared some space in his peace treaty to include other factions. He started receiving messages. Sarge, Drake, Bluefire, Manny, Cold Hand, Jawlong, Mountaintop, and several other guild representatives tried to talk to him. It looked like everyone had been keeping tabs on the different lizard factions being added to the Union's list, and they immediately deduced that Roth was behind this. One of the people trying to contact him was Mel from the Krakens. Seeing Mel's name among the bunch churned his stomach. He asked for permission from the Lizardmen elders to step outside for a minute and take her call. "Hi, Roth," Mel smiled. She called him from the virtual space where he'd seen her the last time they talked. However, this time, she had let her hair loose instead of holding it in a ponytail. It looked good on her. "Hey, Mel," Roth said, trying to mask his annoyance. "What's up?" "Nothing much, just out doing a quest." "Listen, I want to talk to you about something." She had been so nice to him the last time they talked, but here she was again, back to her old ways. The Krakens had probably tasked her with prying the secrets about what he'd done with the lizards. "What is that?" Roth asked, disappointed. "I talked to Cold Hand about how your pod is booby-trapped. Surprise, surprise, other than being a brilliant strategist, he's an incredible programmer. He's willing to help the ogres break you free from the pod. However, I think Bluefire will take it better if the suggestion to let him in on this comes from you. He and Cold Hand have a little history." Roth blinked a few times. "Is that what you wanted to talk about?" "Of course. Last time we talked, you told me you were inside a bomb." She shuddered. "I haven't been able to think about anything else, you poor thing." Roth hurriedly sorted through the messages he'd received and opened Cold Hand's. "Hello, Roth. We're willing to pay you handsomely for information on how you did what you did and what kind of benefit you got from it. Please contact me." It didn't make much sense that the Krakens would contact him through 2 different agents. Roth decided to test his theory. "I thought you were calling to talk about Lucertia." "Huh? What about it?" "You know, the system notification." "What notification?" "Aren't you in the game?" "No, I took the day off. I have a life outside the game too, you know." She seemed to genuinely not know what he'd done in the game. In that case, she called him out of concern. Roth's anger melted away, and his frown turned upside down into a warm smile. Never mind. Thank you, Mel. It means a lot. I'll talk to Bluefire." "Of course. Listen, I was just finishing a dialogue with some NPCs. Can I call you in an hour or so? I have something I want your opinion about." "Sure," she answered happily. "By the way, your hair looks nice that way." She pursed her lips and coughed embarrassedly. "Thanks. I'll call you in a moment, then." "All right." Roth got off the call and took a deep breath. He hadn't expected Mel to be so worried about his condition. He had jumped to conclusions too quickly. She had changed. He decided he trusted her enough to have her opinion about Bluefire's job offer. For now,
Roth silenced all the notifications, walked back into the assembly hall, and tried to focus solely on the lizard men around him. "Thank you for your trust," Roth declared. "I hope unifying all lizards will usher in a new era for the 8 Spires."
"You are a patron to us all," Obsidia said lovingly.
"Such a virtuous hero," another elder chimed in. "No wonder all adore him."
There was a clear distinction in how they treated him compared to before. They had always been friendly and respectful, but from the moment his reputation points were fused into one faction that included them, they saw him as if he were a beloved family member. "I would like to trade some of my mother scales, if that's okay."
"Of course, Martyr. Take your pick."
A window appeared before Roth, outlining the different items for sale. The cheapest weapons from the racks were available for 5 mother scales each. Sword of the Swamp, 5 mother scales. Scaled javelins, 5 mother scales. The worst of them was still a respectable piece of rare equipment. It only impressed more on Roth the value of mother scales. He also found the different orbs he'd seen earlier at 10 mother scales. Fire orb, 10 mother scales. Lightning orb, 10 mother scales. Roth already had a significantly better orb, therefore he skipped these as well. Things became more interesting as the prices climbed. Lizard Man Leatherworking Manual, 20 mother scales. Nari's Axe, 40 mother scales. Lacertian Set, 50 mother scales. Affinity Orb, 50 mother scales. As a reward for unifying the lizards, he received 60 mother scales, barely enough to buy the Lacertian Set. The Lizardman Leatherworking Manual was reasonably priced at 20 scales, and the Affinity Orb was as expensive as Roth had imagined. This item had the potential to unveil the secrets of the game. "Are these items one of a kind?" Roth asked.
"What do you mean, beloved?"
"If I take the Affinity Orb, for example, will others be able to get it too?"
"That item in particular is one of a kind, Martyr."
Roth licked his lips. "What about the set?"
"That's a masterpiece that requires months of work. It's only made after wars with many lizardmen casualties."
"I see. And I guess that the leatherworking manual isn't unique?"
"We always keep one in the library. After all, it's an important craft of our people. Metal is scarce in the swamps, and we need to protect our warriors as best we can."
Even though Roth had been initially inclined to buy the set, he decided to give up on it. He had a gut feeling about the Affinity Orb, so he went for it and purchased it. Finally, he traded 3,000 reputation coins to get the necessary scales to buy the Lizardman Leatherworking Manual. He didn't have any special tailoring recipes, and this seemed like an excellent way to set himself apart from the other tailors. Even if the leatherworking manual called for normal leather, he could always replace it with shed skins. As for his armor, this new unique title would make him rich. Even if he couldn't buy something quite like the set, he could probably purchase something similar. Investing 15,000 reputation coins in it wasn't too bad, but there were other things that Roth wanted to buy from the reputation store. He opened the reputation store and purchased the Flag of the 8 Spires. Chapter 45.
"You sure are a handful, young man," said the sergeant. "Just when I thought you've done it all, you do this."
Roth laughed the praise off. "I'll soon bring a couple of flags for the Union's tent. I'll let you know once I arrive at Hillsford."
"Nice. We can all have a party or something."
"See ya, Sarge."
"At ease, soldier," joked the old sergeant.
After finishing the conversation with the sergeant, Roth glanced at his inventory and watched as more gold coins poured in. Players creating new accounts were choosing the lizard race. He got over 100 gold coins during the conversation with Sarge. He then stared lovingly at his new flag one more time. The pole was a fiery red with elegant, dark veins. The field of the flag was black silk with 7 circles embroidered around an 8th one. The flower-like arrangement represented Lacertia.
Flag of the 8 Spires, epic. Item description. The flagpole is made of red maple, and the flag is made of swamp lotus silk. A flag that represents all lizards and lizardmen in AstroTerra. Each symbol represents one of the bone spires of the Great Swamp, home to the lizardmen. Item effects. One-hand equipment. Can deal no damage. Plus 50 strength. Plus 50 resilience. Plus 50 endurance. Plus 200 HP. You can use Fury of the 8 Spires, Hulking Titan, Toxin Immunity. Restrictions, Pacifists level 40. Fury of the 8 Spires, Legendary. Skill description. The strength of the fallen warriors inspires you to greatness. You summon all your inner strength and die in a blaze of glory. Skill effects. Plus 200 to all stats for 30 seconds. You lose all your health at the end of the skill's duration. Cooldown, 72 hours. Hulking Titan, Rare. Skill description. By focusing your energy and fully flexing your muscles, you become temporarily bigger and faster. Skill effects. Active. Cleanses any crowd control effects upon usage. You can receive new ones after triggering the skill. It lasts 10 seconds. Plus 20% damage. Plus 20% damage reduction. Plus 20% movement speed. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Toxin Immunity, Rare. Skill description. After living in the toxic swamps, you become immune to toxins. Skill effects. Passive. You are immune to most poisons and acids. He'd been a level 40 player using a level 15 flag. The effects of this epic flag made his previous one look like toys. Firstly, it came with 3 skills instead of just 2. Hulking Titan was a run-of-the-mill skill for body combat, allowing players to cleanse any stuns or fear debuffs and temporarily gain a boost to attack and defense. Every respectable warrior would keep a few skills like this in their arsenal. Toxin Immunity was a little better. After equipping the flag, all the debuffs he'd received upon arriving in the swamps were lifted. By a mile, the best skill was the Fury of the 8 Spires. He'd already read its effects when he'd studied the Lacertian set, and he'd instantly seen its potential. As a zoomorph, injecting more than 1,000 stat points into his character, even temporarily and with a considerable backlash, could make an incredible difference at pivotal moments. For example, if he met the table the next time, he could use Fox Form and Fury of the 8 Spires to sway all the stubborn cats to do something that favored him. Sadly, the flag didn't have the same safeguard as Lacertian set. That wasn't a problem, though. After seeing the set, Roth already knew how to cancel the legendary skill's shortcomings. He didn't need solar warmth anymore, since he'd maxed out his relationship with the lizards, so he would look for a second wind skill card and learn it. The affinity orb was kept safely in his inventory. Even though Roth already had 2 affinities, it felt wasteful to use it now. According to the lizardmen, this was a unique item. He would hold on to it for now. Roth sat on the bony platform and leafed through the pages of his new leatherworking manual. He had initially thought that it only contained the recipe for the Lacertian set, but he had been mistaken. The manual had much more to it. It was a collection of techniques, stamping techniques, crafting hints, and recipes. Roth's inventive solution of stacking shed skins turned out to be common practice among the lizardmen artisans. At the beginning of the manual, a series of notes on what types of shed skins combined best and the best glues to stack them were clearly outlined. There was a whole section on stamping patterns that Roth couldn't wait to try. He hadn't stamped anything but his light traps, and seeing this new technique, he felt inspired to try to meld the two somehow. Finally, there were recipes. He'd seen several of them for sale at the reputation stores of the different species of lizards. The lava lizards even gifted him one such recipe. This manual contained every single one of those recipes. He knew how to create at least 7 level 20 sets. There was then a set for level 30, one for level 40, and finally, in the end, was the recipe to craft the Lacertian set. It required him to be level 50 as a tailor first, but still, it was an incredible suit of armor that he was excited to craft someday.
Roth approached a black lizard man hammering an incandescent piece of metal on an anvil. At first, Roth stared confused at the blacksmith's impromptu street workshop. He couldn't spot any furnaces. How was the smith heating the metal? As if to answer his question, the lizard man grabbed a cup big enough to rival a barrel and drank it down in huge gulps. He then hit his chest a couple of times and released a massive burp. With the burp came flames from the lizard man's mouth. He brought the piece of metal close to his burning burp, and the metal became bright again. A little sickened, Roth approached. "Hello, sir."
"Oh, beloved martyr, I've heard of the great service you've done for our people."
You're welcome. I've heard there are alligators in the swamps." The smith nodded his agreement as he kept hammering the metal, which he seemed to be turning into an axe head.
"There are. Even though they are weaker than the lizard men, we maintain a good relationship with them. After all, they are reptiles too."
Right. Where can I find them?"
"They live closer to the dark waters at the swamp's edge. Just head north and you'll find them."
Thanks. Mario's mom lived here somewhere. It had been a long time since he'd seen the obnoxious cyborg alligator. Even though the quest he'd issued him didn't seem particularly valuable, Roth was a sucker for completion, and he didn't like to leave quests dangling. Since he was in the swamps, he decided to cross this quest off his list. Before he headed out, though, he had a call to make. "Hey, Mel."
"Hi, how are you?"
"I'm okay, thanks. You?"
"Good. I've been working too much lately, so I came to spend the day with my parents."
"How are they doing?" Roth asked politely.
"They're good. They're retired now, so they just take it easy."
"That's nice." Roth wished he could help his mom retire too. Hopefully he could keep caring for her and his brothers with the money he made in the game. The ogre's job offer and the new title were certainly a step in that direction. "Listen, Mel, Bluefire has offered me a contract."
"Really?"
Roth nodded. "Since you're a professional player, I was wondering if you could help me decide whether to accept it."
Are you sure you want my input on this?"
"Of course, I trust you." Mel gently tucked her blonde hair behind her ear and smiled.
"I'm glad to take a look. Would you mind if I saw the document Bluefire has sent you?"
Roth forwarded the document, noticing Mel's business-like look as she carefully read the contract. She nodded at some parts and frowned at others. After reading the whole thing twice, she signaled she was ready to talk. "So, what do you think?" prompted Roth.
"Several things in the contract seem all right to me. The salary they're offering is within the industry standards. You can always make a counteroffer and ask for more."
Roth nodded. He immediately thought of that when he read it, but money wasn't his priority. "What else?"
"Something that stands out to me is the clause on full disclosure. I don't like it. You're not the typical player hired into a guild because you can fight well. The ogres want you because you have a unique playstyle. If you fully divulge all your secrets, they won't be secrets anymore. For example, I'm a Hawk Knight. That's a unique class. I didn't mind divulging how I got it to the Krakens when they hired me because they couldn't repeat it. I don't know what your class, race, and skills are. Don't tell me. It's okay. But if they aren't unique, you risk the ogres taking it all away from you."
Roth nodded. Drake had said the same thing.
"Furthermore, the part in which Bluefire says they won't interfere with the Union feels off to me. Even if they say they won't interfere, you're the key to why the Union grants unique bonuses. If they get all your secrets, they can probably create a similar organization to yours."
Sarge had also spotted that hidden trap. Seeing Mel genuinely trying to help him, Roth couldn't help but feel warmth toward her. "I want to tell you something, Mel. I would appreciate it if it stayed between us. Is that okay?"
All right. What is it?"
"Have I ever told you how I became trapped in AstroTerra?"
"In part."
Something in her silence invited Roth to tell it in more detail. "The day
I left prison. I was expecting my mother or one of my brothers to pick me up. I had written to my mom and asked to crash for a few days on her sofa until I could get a job and rent a small apartment. Instead, I found Wilson, one of my old teammates from New Earth. Did you play New Earth?
No, I didn't.
Not important. He had planned it all out and guilt-tripped me into entering Loki's rigged pod. When I woke up in the beginner village, I was surrounded by my old friends. Roth said the last word between air quotes. They had locked my pain settings to max and started killing me again and again and again.
Mel brought her hand to her mouth. And you couldn't log out?
No, I could not.
She started tearing up. How many times did they do that to you?
Many, Roth said, fighting the tears that were trying to form in his eyes. He suppressed the lump in his throat and continued. Anyway, they left me there and told me there was only one way to get out of the pod. I had to make it to the top 10 in the rankings.
Wait, if you died so many times, shouldn't your account have been crippled? How? She shook her head and held her hand up. Never mind. Don't tell me. When they ask me, it's easier if I don't know. Sorry. Why would they leave a way out?
They learned it from me. It's something I used to do when I was a mean bully, Roth said sadly. If you remove all of your victims' hope, they just shut down. By leaving an opening, they think they can get back up and keep coming back so that you can squash them again. It's sadism 101. Mel's mouth twisted. Sorry, I know. I'm gross. I was a real piece of work.
Oh, no, I wasn't reacting to that. I was just thinking that your old teammates are real jerks.
Roth smiled weakly. Loki has a way of making people do horrible things. I'm sure they didn't have it easy either. If you sow winds, you reap storms. I'm just paying for my past mistakes.
No, Roth. No one deserves to be tortured like that.
Anyway, when the ogres retrieved my pod, they found a back door in the capsule's program, a condition. I think that when my old teammates told me that if I reached the top 10 of the game, I could leave the pod, they were telling the truth, Roth said excitedly. Even if no one can disarm the bomb from the outside, I can do it from within. Mel's eyes widened and her jaw slackened.
You're trying to reach the top 10?
Roth nodded.
I see. And you're trying to understand whether the ogres would help you get there.
Precisely. Should I tell them my goal is to reach the top 10 and ask them to assist me? Chapter 46. Roth wanted to ask Mel this question the most. Even though Drake and Sarge were very mature, wise men, Mel had something they didn't. She was in the top 100 and knew how hard it would be to reach that level. She was also a member of the Krakens and knew how much help a powerful guild could be.
I don't know, Roth. Ogre himself is the only one from their guild in the top 10. How can they promise you to do something that only their guild leader has achieved? Just so you know, Bluefire is only in 21st place.
Her frown didn't bode well for him. I saw that your name is in the top 100. You're in 43rd place. She nodded. Hasn't your guild helped you get that far?
Definitely, she said promptly. They get me stat boosters, help me finish quests, tell me about whatever title they come across. It has helped me, but no matter how much they help me, I'm still stuck at 43rd.
Roth felt his stomach sink. Do you think I can do it? Can I reach the top 10?
It isn't easy, Roth. Despite trying hard, I haven't climbed in the ranks for a long time. No matter how hard I try or how much the Krakens help, my competitors are also progressing, and I can't close the gap. Reaching the top 10 is beyond me. Besides, you've only started playing recently. Many players have 2 years of a head start over you.
Roth looked down, defeated. Maybe his situation was hopeless. He had no choice but to leave his fate in the hands of programmers. He had hoped Mel would validate his dream of reaching the top 10 and be a free man again. Instead, his hopes were shattered.
"Hey," she said softly. "You didn't let me finish. What level are you?"
41. She blinked a few times.
Did you say 41?
Yes.
She smiled. "See? No ordinary player could do that. In just a few months, you've done what it took other players over a year to achieve. You've also single-handedly led the best players in the game to hunt Loki. You're extraordinary, Roth. You're special. You can do it."
You really think so?
"I do. I know you can."
Something about Mel's smile cleared off the dark cloud hovering over him. Roth perked up a little. "Thanks, Mel. I appreciate it.
However, if you want to get there, I think you have to negotiate some of the conditions in the contract with Bluefire. Here's what I recommend."
Travis hit the surface of the murky swamp waters with his spear, frustrated. It was the 10th red frog he hunted, which didn't drop him a poisonous bladder. At this rate, it would still take him half a day to become a lizard man. When he saw a mountaintop in the World Championships, he knew he had to have the same race as him. The way he used his tail as if it were a third arm to outmaneuver his opponents left a deep impression on Travis. He never expected that this quest would take so long. He just wanted to become a lizard man already. Just as he was about to seek out another red frog, he got a message from his good friend Willis. "Hey, Travis, what's up?"
"I'm trying to finish the quest to become a lizard man. What about you?"
"I'm about to reset my account."
"Why? Didn't you start playing like 2 days ago?"
Travis frowned. His friend didn't even have a class yet. Why was he talking about starting over? "Haven't you heard?"
"What?"
Travis said, blinking his eyes. "You can start new accounts as a lizard man."
"When did that happen?"
He was sure that option wasn't there before. Why did the developers have to reveal this piece of information only now? "It's very recent. There's been a game patch, and everyone is going crazy about it. I was thinking of resetting my account to become a lizard man. It's not like I have much to lose. I've only been playing for 2 days anyway."
"Any disadvantage to starting the game right away with the race?"
"Au contraire, my friend. The sooner you start, the easier it is to accumulate reputation with the lizard men and unlock cool quest lines, I guess." From how his friend spoke, he was probably making stuff up to convince him to join him. He didn't mind it, though. He was hooked when he said he could become a lizard man immediately.
"Okay, I'm going to reset my account. Oh man, this is so exciting."
"I know. Can't wait." Travis opened the game's menu, looked for the options to reset his account, and deleted his avatar. It was time to begin the game as a mighty lizard man.
"How does he do it?"
Loki screamed in frustration, throwing skills at the wall. He had known that Roth was up to something when he started collecting deals with the different lizard factions, but who would have known that those lizards could be combined into one single faction? Moreover, he had to have gained something from getting the Lizard Man race on the opening menu. As the previous Hive King, Loki knew from experience how powerful the bonuses from having others join a race after you've triggered an event were. That's what made him rich, and that was how he funded the whole campaign for O'Shaughnessy. Just what had the Slayer unlocked? If Loki had done better ruling over the parasitoids, could that race also have been added to the opening menu? The thought of the Slayer making him fail at something while he succeeded on his own made him sick. Just how had the Slayer escaped his troop of assassins? Loki had seen him use stealth before. He had probably improved his items, making him much harder to detect. At this point, Loki was feeling tempted to try to buy out the Ogre Guild and get Roth. It was beyond him, though. The amount of money needed to buy the ogres was more than even he had. They were bound to keep crossing paths. He would make sure he made him pay for all the pain he'd put him through later. The other guilds were catching on to his movements in the capital. He had no time to waste with the Slayer.
He had to get his hands on the prime real estate of the game and use that as a springboard to make Pegasus the most powerful guild in AstroTerra. Bluefire ran his hand through his lush, digital hair as he read the report from the VIP union members. "That aggravating brat," he said through clenched teeth. Just when he thought he'd seen Roth do everything, here he was, bringing about such a major change to the game. Adding a race to the starting menu was unprecedented in AstroTerra's history. This change didn't harm him, but suddenly he had to relocate the guild's resources and deploy whatever team was available to find out how they could trigger the same effect for other races. There had to be something to gain from doing this. Why wasn't Roth answering his messages and calls? He had been nothing but patient with him, but Roth kept giving him the cold shoulder. Why hadn't Roth signed the contract already? It was a good deal. Had Roth been working for the ogres already, Bluefire could instantly know what brought about this change in the game, but he still couldn't unveil Roth's secrets because he kept playing hard to get. Taking a deep breath, he opened another report. There were major movements in the capital's universities. Just what's your endgame, Loki? What are you trying to pull? "And you think we can trust her?" the sergeant asked with a raised brow. "I think so. Her advice was pretty good." "Right." The sergeant grinned wolfishly, scratching his chin. "Is she pretty?" "What does that have to do with anything?" "You didn't answer," the sergeant teased. Roth bit his lip. The old geezer. Why was he messing with him like this? The old man assumed a more stoic posture, signaling he was done joking. "All right. My advice is for you to sleep on it, just in case. Since Bluefire didn't give you a deadline, you can get back to him later." "Thanks, Sarge. How have you been, by the way?" Roth said, trying to steer the conversation toward what he really wanted to discuss. "I have to say that this union thing has been surprisingly fun. When we first joined the game, we were all about hunting. But I've had enough fighting for many lifetimes. Crafting is much more relaxing. Now spill it." What do you mean?" "You called me instead of Drake. You think I don't know what you're up to? Come on, ask away." Roth gulped dryly. "Is there anything going on between my mom and Drake?" "Have you asked your mom?" "No. She'll kill me if I do." "And what do you think she'll do to me if I talk to you about her love life?" Roth eyed him suspiciously. "You didn't answer me, Sarge." "I don't have to." Roth had assumed that Drake was the one after his mom, but seeing how dodgy the sergeant sounded, he was forced to revisit his opinion. "Is there anything going on between you and my mom?" "You have to learn some manners. Call me once you know how to talk to your elders." "Don't you dare hang up on me, Sarge." "Bah!" Sarge ended the call. Roth fumed for a few seconds at the sergeant's antics, but after a few seconds his jaw relaxed, and before he noticed, he was laughing aloud. The sergeant just looked too funny when he was flustered. Regardless, he was right. If something was going on with his mom and Drake, or Sarge, so be it. It was her life. He focused on the beautiful, mysterious landscape around him. There was something unexpectedly relaxing about the swamps. When Roth arrived here and was forced to move around in the murky sludge, receiving a collection of debuffs from different diseases and infections, he instantly disliked the place. However, now that he was being ferried by one of the sea lizard men, he could just focus on the buzzing of the wings of the flying dragonflies, the croaking of the frogs, and the call of the birds nesting in the swamps. There was a dark charm to this place. Here, the sky seemed stuck in permanent twilight, making the lighting a little easier on his eyes. "Are we far from our destination?" he asked the ferryman. The lizardman moved his bulging muscles to get the long stick through the thick sludge and propel the boat a little forward. "Almost there," he said in a dragged, slurred tone. Roth sighed. Regardless of how many times he asked, the ferryman didn't give him any other response. Maybe Roth felt more relaxed not because of the surrounding nature, but due to the lizard man's placid mood. The moment he found that he could hire a fairy lizardman to take him anywhere he wanted in the swamps, he didn't hesitate to pay the golden coin required. He was swimming in money right now. After activating the patch, he had already received over 1,000 gold. If this continued, he could retire while sightseeing around AstroTerra, as Mel had done with her family. As he thought about Mel, he smiled. He had certainly enjoyed talking to her earlier. She had been moved by genuine concern. He blushed as he thought of the sergeant's jokes. He had to admit that Mel was pretty, even though at first he had assumed that all top guilders were leeches, like the ones feeding on the muscles of his ferrymen. Maybe he had to revisit his opinion. After all, Coldhand had volunteered to help him break free of his booby-trapped capsule, and Mel had given him excellent hints regarding his contract. Even Bluefire, with whom he locked horns now and then, had agreed to unreasonable conditions and kept coming back to him to negotiate. He liked to believe that there was some kindness inside the ogre's general's heart. "Are we there yet?" Roth asked again. "We're here," the ferryman said slowly. "Welcome to the Striped Lake." Chapter 47. The Striped Lake would have been more appropriately called a striped ocean. From this shore, Roth could not see the other side. "Why is it called striped?" Roth asked curiously. "I suppose I could show you," the lizardman said after some thought. He moved the long stick and took the boat farther and farther from the shore. The undulation increased, and, undoubtedly, so did the depth. But it couldn't be too much because no matter how far they traveled, the stick always seemed long enough to reach the bottom of the lake. The smell started changing. True, the scent had always been far from pleasant, but there was something natural about it. It smelled of life. The new smell assaulting Roth's nose was different. It was the smell of death and decay. He'd felt it only once before when he visited the dark abyss. As the lizardman persisted in rowing, there was also a strange sound. It wasn't the sound of crashing waves or of the wind blowing on the surface of the waters, but a rhythmic pop-pop with a persistent wheeze in the background. "What noise is this?" asked Roth. "You'll see." The sound grew louder, the stench stronger, until finally Roth could see why the lake's name was adequate. "Here we are. Welcome to the Stripe." The lake had two colors. The waters were divided into two by an invisible wall. On one side was the murky, dark brown sludge that Roth had gotten used to seeing in the swamps. In the other, the water was pitch black. Roth gulped as he smelled the stench of the black water. All over the surface, viscous, slimy bubbles slowly formed, slowly inflating until the surface couldn't hold. It then snapped with a pop, or deflated with a psst. "What makes the water separate like that?" "Not water. It's only water up to here. After that, it's abyssal tar." "Abyssal tar?" Roth asked, confused. "Yes, even the waters of the Dark Lands are fetid," the lizardman complained. "Whatever rain falls on the Dark Lands dissolves all the toxins and ash, forming the abyssal tar. Thankfully, the combination of poisons, chemicals, and toxins is so thick that it doesn't mix with the swamp's water. Otherwise, the lizard men would have nothing to fish." "Is that so?" Maybe it was a little bit like how oil and water never mixed. In that case, the liquids split horizontally, forming layers. In this case, the developers seemed to have added a little spice to how the swamp was separated from the dark abyss by splitting it vertically. "What about the bubbles? It doesn't feel hot." "Those bubbles aren't formed by heat.
It's gas that accumulates and travels slowly to the surface."
"I see." As he watched, a slithering form emerged from the dark waters, only to dive again. It looked like a massive snake with gills. Caught by surprise, Roth couldn't help but yelp. What was that?
"Just a tar eel. They feed on the corpses at the bottom of the dark waters."
"There are living things inside that?"
"Yes."
"And they eat corpses? What corpses?"
"I don't know. Some elders say that the great lizards of the past are buried under the waters. The black waters are so poisonous that the bacteria that usually break flesh down can't survive, and the bodies are preserved just as in the day they sank."
Roth twisted his mouth at the thought of floating mummies at the bottom of the lake. The ferryman continued.
"Legend has it that Jabri, the swamp savior, asked the tribe to bury him with the giant lizard ancestors in the dark waters. Who knows? Perhaps the eels got even to the great Jabri if his body didn't fall too deep. The deeper, the more poisonous. Not even tar eels can reach the bottom."
His heart suddenly raced as Roth heard the lore behind the black waters. So this lake boils without being hot.
"Yes, that's what I told you. It's just gases."
"It freezes the past, too. There are dinosaurs at the bottom. They're perfectly preserved."
"Yes, martyr."
Roth's gears turned furiously as he opened his notes containing the riddles that could take him to the Corvid Emperor. 1. What is faster than light? Darkness. 2. I bubble without boiling. I freeze the past without getting cold. Unknown. 3. A man is on one side of a river, his dog on the other. The man calls his dog, who immediately crosses the river without getting wet or using a bridge or a boat. How did the dog do it? The river is frozen. 4. 3 spies, suspected of being double agents, speak as follows when questioned. Albert, Birdie is a mole. Birdie, Cedric is a mole. Cedric, Birdie is lying. Assuming that moles lie, other agents tell the truth, and there is just one mole among the 3. Who is the mole? Birdie. 5. 3 rats are sitting at the 3 corners of an equilateral triangle. Each rat randomly picks a direction and starts to move along the edge of the triangle. What is the probability that none of the rats collide? 25%. He had been stuck at number 2, but finally got the answer. 2. I bubble without boiling. I freeze the past without getting cold. Abyssal tar. I figured it out. That's it. The lizard man didn't mirror Roth's excitement.
"Shall I take you to the alligators, or should I just leave you here?"
"Take me to the alligators, thank you, thank you."
"Fine."
Roth didn't feel the rocking of the boat nor the stench of the tar anymore. All he could think about were the clues. He had finally gotten a lead. Roth tried to connect all the clues. It hadn't been enough to find the individual answers when he had cracked all the riddles the Corvids gave to help him find Count Crow's office. He had to connect them all until he found the fake branch that revealed the Count's secret, shiny hideout. But how did all of these clues connect? Maybe the answer to riddle number 2 wasn't even Abyssal Tar, but it was Striped Lake, a landmark that would help him find the Crow Emperor. If that was the case, what other landmarks were there? He went through the different riddles again, and his eyes landed on number 3, a frozen river. Was there any frozen river in the game? He opened the forums and typed frozen river. There was one. It was in the mixed biome of the Dark Abyss and the Water Cave, one of the largest mixed ecosystems of the game, considered by some as a region of its own. The frozen tundra. He opened the map of AstroTerra, which was much more complete now that he'd visited all of its regions. He marked the coordinates of the lake on one side and the coordinates of the frozen river on the other. Now what? How did the other clues connect? What if the first clue hinted at the region where the Crow Emperor lived? Maybe darkness was a reference to the Dark Abyss. It wasn't far-fetched, since 2 clues were references to mixed ecosystems that included the darkness element. If that was the case, all that was left was another landmark, something that narrowed down the search area within the Dark Abyss region. He looked through the riddles again. The last riddle. The answer was 25%, but maybe the clue wasn't in the answer, but in the riddle itself. It mentioned rats running around a triangle. Triangulation. 3 reference landmarks that helped one find their location. In that case, what was the third landmark? The only riddle left was that of the undercover moles. No, it can't be. Roth stared at the map and found a pin that formed a perfect triangle with the other 2 reference points. It was a pin he had left when Molly had taken him underground to the Molympic Coliseum. What if the 4th riddle was a clever reference to moles? Wasn't one of the competitions in the Molympic Games precisely to uncover who in a story was a mole? That was suspiciously similar to what the riddle did. The Crow Emperor had to be at the center of the 3 landmarks. He went onto the forums and looked for maps of the Dark Abyss for sale. He found a listing left by Pegasus. Even though this was money in Loki's pockets, he didn't care. All he wanted was to crack this. He bought a rough map of the Dark Abyss from Pegasus for 100 gold. It was a total rip-off, but it did mark the main landmarks in the region. Sure enough, at the very center, between the frozen river, the striped lake, and the Molympic Coliseum, was a mountain. The Crow Emperor had to be there. Roth sat back down. It all happened so fast and unexpectedly. What a rush! He had finally unlocked the clues in the Enigma diamonds. But how could he go to the Dark Abyss? Wasn't it Pegasus's turf? He looked at the ferryman and grinned. Out of curiosity, do you transport passengers across the tar? Roth probed. Into the Dark Lands? Yes. Not if I can help it. That wasn't an absolute no. How much would it take? The lizard eyed him squarely. 100 gold. 50 gold. 90, the lizard countered. Roth immediately made another offer, seeing that he was willing to negotiate. 60. 75, and not a penny less, the lizard man said, annoyed. Deal. After finishing Mario's quest, he already had a new destination. He would visit the Crow Emperor and get that quest out of the way. The ferryman kept propelling the boat across the lake, bringing it away from where the waters divided, veering toward one of the shores. A series of mangroves formed a beach of tangled roots where a few alligators lay, resting out of the water to balance their body temperature. You wouldn't know which one is Mario's mother, would you? Roth tried. Although we maintain a peaceful relationship with the alligators, we aren't close friends. I can guarantee safe passage to their nest, but who will you meet with and how is up to you, martyr. Roth shrugged. I worked as well as anything. The ferryman coasted the boat. Thank you for bringing me here. Would you mind waiting for me before we cross into the Dark Lands? Fine, but I'll charge you for the time you keep me waiting, the lizard man said in his slurred, slow tone. Roth threw the lizard man a golden coin. Seeing that the ferryman sat down and would wait, he approached one of the alligators and greeted it. Hello, my name is Pax. The charisma bonus didn't trigger. Roth clicked his tongue. He had met Mario before. Even though he was in the Cyborg Union, he was also an alligator. Therefore, the charisma bonus didn't activate. It had been used up. I'm here to look for Mario's mother, he said, hoping that the mention of Mario would cause a reaction. The alligators kept ignoring him. Roth sighed. Given their lack of reaction and difficulty getting out here, they were a higher-tiered race than the four-legged lizards. His current charisma wasn't cutting it. He could either wait for fox form to come off cooldown so that he could sway the alligators with the sheer power of stats, or he could try to work out another way to befriend them. What would be the key to getting a friendship going with these giant lizards? What did alligators like? Meat, obviously, but he wasn't about to feed them any. What else did he know about alligators? Roth tried thinking about Mario. In many of his interactions with the cyborg, he had only shown his half-machine's expertise in programming and a dry sense of humor. But what part of Mario's personality was more crocodilian? He thought of when they signed the trade agreement. Mario had made himself cry, thinking of his mother, so that he could shed alligator tears. The item sold very well, and Soros loved it. He had never seen any other race cry before in the game. That might be his entry ticket. What could he do to make the alligators cry? Roth sat down next to them and decided to tell the saddest tale he knew. "Hello, alligators. My name is Roth Taylor, and I am a rageaholic. Let me tell you how I ruined my life. It all started when I was a child, a poor, misguided child." The alligators around him fidgeted, the first reaction he got from them. Roth took a hefty breath. It had been a while since he'd been to a rageaholic meeting. Chapter 48. Roth started telling his story to gain reputation points with the alligators, which worked fine. "The crocodilians are moved by your sad tale, plus 12 reputation with crocodilians." Then, when he reached the part of the story where he talked about his father, the previously important task of befriending the alligators faded into the background, and he started talking just for the sake of talking. "The crocodilians are moved by your sad tale, plus 11 reputation with crocodilians." By the time he was about to get to the part of his story where he left prison, he felt like he wasn't talking anymore and just hearing himself talk. Roth felt as if he were just one more of the crocodilians gathered around him, tearing up as they listened to his story. It all felt fuzzy and distant. The fact that the alligator's tears were black only added to the weirdness of the moment. It was almost as if he was dreaming. He realized that he had never told his whole story from start to finish. He had shared his fall from being a gaming mercenary to being stuck in the slammer. Still, he had never continued it, moving on to the part where he was forced to become a gamer again and adventure in AstroTerra. When I left prison and found Wilson, I couldn't believe it. I felt something was off, but the idea that even my old teammates had forgiven me was too enticing. Something in me thought that if even they could forgive me, I could start fresh. I was suspicious when he told me to enter that capsule, but I couldn't say no to Wilson after I made him lose so much. What I never expected was that they would ambush me and beat me up. To this day, when I close my eyes, I see them attacking me. I still feel the cuts, burns, and blows. I'm afraid of leaving the capsule and sleeping. I know what my nightmares will be. I suppose I could make it so that I never sleep again, even if I leave this place alive. I could always return to the capsule when it's time to go to bed. Your story is just too tragic, plus 11 reputation with crocodilians. I felt so alone in the game. One of my first friends in AstroTerra was a little mouse called Brownie. Roth told how he befriended the rattans, the foxes, and the 14th hunting them. Not even the notifications of the moves of the leafies were enough to pull him out of his storytelling trance. When the Lord of the Acorn decided to breed 400 new ants, he knew the colony would have to work around the clock. No ant was still. Workers were used as hunters, and soldiers were used as porters. Even the queen was exhausted from laying so many eggs. But exhaustion and tiredness were the badges of honor of an ant. Fatigue didn't matter as long as the hungry larvae could get their share of food. The field of cocoons began rustling. They covered every inch of the nursery. One soldier tore through the silk, and then another. The workers followed. Hundreds of new minds awakened and connected with the Lord's, strengthening his web of thoughts and reason. The Lord's established network of neurons fired impulses and information down the grid, teaching, sharing, and imparting experience. At the same time, with the added processing power, the Lord's thoughts accelerated and expanded. Cumbersome, sluggish thoughts became fluid and easy. The Lord revisited his every memory, inspecting and scrutinizing his every plan and decision with his elevated intellect. He especially lingered on the scouting expedition he had sent a few days earlier, replaying what had happened with each scout. The Lord of the Acorn recalled how the scouts had felt scared. It was challenging for an ant to be far from the colony, apart from the whole. Regardless, they still marched with unwavering steps toward their last mission. The first scout that perished simply disconnected her mind from the Lord's somewhere in the field of fortresses. She didn't even get to see what killed her. The Lord of the Acorn already knew about the praying mantises and the armored beetles. Probably a juvenile mantis lying in ambush had gotten to the scout. This was good news. This meant there was still a lot of prey to replenish their larders. He remembered the two other scouts who had made it past the field of fortresses and had reached the bark giant. The Lord had the surviving scouts climb the towering tree from two opposite directions. He remembered the scouts' joy and contentment, feeling their old wooden allies and the relief that while they would die away from their colony, at least they could die in the arms of a tree. The second scout died somewhere in the oak tree's trunk. After it climbed a few meters, a sharp green scythe sprung from within a hole, dealing a lethal wound. The killer's eyes were large and alien, and its armored green shell shone under the light. Its scythes were even sharper and deadlier than those of juveniles, an adult praying mantis. As expected, since there were juvenile praying mantises, there were adult ones nearby. Juvenile praying mantises remained the most dreadful foes the Lord of the Acorn had ever encountered. For each one they took down, at least 20 ants perished. He couldn't fathom how many casualties would be needed to take an adult down. The Lord wasn't scared, though. If anything, he was relieved. Being predator or prey to an ant was all a matter of numbers. Furthermore, the sharp scythes of the adults would make for excellent sources of chitin to make mandiblades. Their military had grown immensely, and their armory needed replenishing. As for the third and last scout, it managed to avoid all praying mantises lying in ambush, making it up to the canopy. The top of the tree was a sight to behold. Fortresses hung from branches, filled with nutrients and the promise of life. There were also many fresh leaves, fertilizer for a fungus farm. The ant even sighted an aphid, important cattle that, if nurtured, could be an important source of food for the colony. The tree canopy showed a lot of promise, but also hid a great threat. It started with a droning buzz, as if the whole sky was shaking. Then came the sight that had sent the Lord into an egg-laying frenzy. They had yellow and black stripes and were heavily armored. They wielded a sharp sword in their abdomen, and they flew fast. Worst of all, they hunted as a pack. Yellow jackets. One of the yellow-winged monsters skewered the ant before she could run away. The ant was then carried into the dungeons of the monster's lair, a structure made of leathery tubes hanging from a branch inhabited by dozens of other deadly yellow hunters. The wasp dragged the tree ant in and left it alive in its nursery to serve as live fodder for its larvae. The next scene was too horrendous to describe, but the Lord made himself watch through the eyes of the dying ant, taking stock of enemy numbers and the layout of the wasp nest. After analyzing his memories with an expanded intellect, the Lord's concerns weren't alleviated in any way. On the contrary, it only aggravated his fear of having a nest of yellow jackets nearby. These flying hunters also knew the power of numbers, and if they were to find the Acorn Fortress, they could very well terminate the colony. However, the strategic potential of controlling the tree became all the more important in the Lord's mind. No matter the cost, they had to make that tree their own. They would siege it and pay the price to gain control of what could be the cradle of their rising empire. He directed all ants toward the larders. The exhausted ants were told to feast and rest. They still had vigor. The Lord would prefer it if they didn't die of overexertion. The newborns were also told to fill their bellies and gather strength. There was much work to be done. And that's how I ended up here. It had taken a couple of hours, but Roth finally finished telling his story. The moment he did, he could shake his dreamlike state, finally remove the focus from his past, and look at his surroundings. At his feet were several alligators, all crying and shedding tears. Unlike Mario's, they weren't crystalline and pure, but black and smelly. Were the alligators sick or something? Why would they be crying black tears? He looked through his notifications and found he had built a relationship with them. You've reached respected status with the Crocodilians. You've unlocked a new title, Friend of the Crocodilians. Friend of the Crocodilians Uncommon. Title description. You've managed to become friends with the large reptiles that guard the borders of the marshlands. Title effects. +2 endurance. It's easier to learn Crocodoc. Conditions to unlock Friend of the Crocodilians. Achieve 300 reputation with crocodilians without ever having hurt a crocodilian. Complete. Or achieve 3,000 reputation with crocodilians. He had managed to gain 300 reputation with the crocodilians. Hopefully that would be enough to help him find Mario's mother. He also examined the Leafy's development. They had gained several levels since he last checked on them. Leafy's, pet. Pet rating, A+. Level 16. Queen, Leah. Soldiers, 154. Workers, 314. Affection, 7 of 100. Weightlifting, 31 kilograms. Dexterity, 33. Intelligence, 65. Strength, 50. Skills, ant constructs, bite, forage, hunt, poisonous bite, scavenge, tiny house. Professions, chitensmithing. They had come a long way and surpassed the 500 population mark. He wondered if they could all still fit inside the acorn. Sadly, he'd been away from them for so long, losing affection with them daily. As he looked across the lake toward the dark abyss, he wondered whether he should at least visit Sapphira and ensure his colony was okay before seeking out the Crow Emperor. He had no idea of how long that would take. He decided to make the crossing. If he could find the Crow Emperor quickly, so be it. He could scratch that quest off his list, too. If not, he would use the swamp orb to teleport to Rock Lizard Lair and visit Sapphira. He still had business to do there anyway. However, he could only go about it after he found Mario's mother. Hello, friends. Thank you for listening to my story. I'm Mario's friend, a cyborg alligator. Can you help me find his mom? He says he remembers seeing his mom in a swamp. Is this the swamp? The alligators began growling and grunting, communicating with each other. You start making sense of the foreign sounds around you. There are some similarities between lizard speak and Crocodoc. Progress in learning Crocodoc, 35%. 37%. One of the alligators stepped forward. Roth felt strange seeing an alligator walk clumsily on all fours, especially after seeing Mario move agilely around in his lab. She had no distinguishable features that set her apart from the others, but was smaller, singling her out as a female. Are you Mario's mother? Roth tried. Roar. It somehow felt like a yes. Growl? Roar, a cyborg? Roth got only the last word. Guessing what she was asking, Roth tried answering, Yes, Mario is a cyborg. He works in the sewers under Hillsford. Suddenly there was tension in the air. Mario's mom gave an aggressive roar, and all other alligators joined in growling and shouting, causing ripples in the lake's waters and making the mangrove root beach reverberate. Why were they so mad? What had he said wrong? The alligator opened her mouth wide and lifted her tongue. Roth approached. She had slightly raised her tongue, revealing 2 glass bottles. Roth picked them up. One was half filled with clean water and half a black, gooey liquid. Tar, if he had to guess. It reminded him of the striped lake. The other bottle contained only a clean liquid. Roth inspected both items, curious. Striped extract, rare. Item effects. When alligators eat abyssal creatures, they build up toxins. The only way to excrete them is by crying. This extract is a concentrated form of the toxins in the abyssal tar. Item effects. Plus 10 darkness affinity. Can only be consumed once. Memory tears. Quest item. Item description. Every alligator family living in the striped lake has shed a clean tear filled with memories. It's a powerful medicine that can cure any form of amnesia. After Roth inspected the items, the quest was updated. Chapter 49. Find Mario's Mom has been updated. After traveling around the world, you've finally found Mario's mother. She grants you a bottle of memory tears and asks you to take it to Mario. Quest objectives: bring memory tears back to Mario. It should restore his memories. I don't understand. I need to restore Mario's memory?
Roar, growl, captured, roar, child, growl, slave.
Roth gulped hard. He wasn't sure if he got what Mario's mom was saying, but she made it sound as if Mario had been taken away from her as a child and turned into a slave. Was that why Mario said that his memory was wiped frequently? Roth had just assumed that Mario had been a victim of some horrible accident, and in order to save him, they had replaced his missing arm and eye with a cybernetic prosthetic. The implications were terrible. Could this be yet another form of slavery? First was that dreadful message from the camel in Hillsford, then everything he'd seen in Sapphira, and now even in the swamps were reporting kidnapping and slave trade. The possibility of everything being connected dizzied Roth. There was something about the slaver's storyline that made his blood boil. He looked at the lake toward where the Crow Emperor waited for him. Should he still go? No, this couldn't wait. I'll take these to Mario right now, don't worry. He marched toward the coasted boat, where the ferrymen had waited for the last few hours. Change of plans. Please take me back to the 8 Spires.
We aren't crossing the lake, the ferryman confirmed.
Not today.
Very well. That will be 1 gold.
Fine. Here's 2 if you go a little bit faster. Roth looked around under the dirty water for the secret lever. To avoid waiting for the swamp orb to recharge, Roth returned to the 8 Spires, bought a few more mother scales in the reputation store, and purchased the tree orb, allowing him to teleport to any tree lizard lair. From there, it was a simple horse ride to Hillsford. It had been a while since he'd visited the sewers, and strangely, it felt like coming back home. How many hours had he spent down here in the smelly tunnels, hiding away from his old teammates? At the thought of Wilson, Brian, Gary, Xana, and Shirley, he felt no fear, just regret. For some reason, telling his whole story to the alligators had helped him deal with the traumas caused by his old teammates. It hadn't been easy to be tortured and chased by the Iron Ire squad, or hear them begging for his help at the palatial clearing. Retelling his story from start to finish to the alligators had helped him reinforce how poorly they had acted and gain some closure on their relationship. Reasoning that they were out of the picture now and that he had just pinged his presence all over AstroTerra, he felt comfortable enough to return to Hillsford and Mario's lab. He kept the witness protection mask and camouflage on as a precaution. He was confident, not stupid. He finally found the lever, and the secret elevator platform activated, beginning its descent into Mario's lab. The lights were on. He'd been lucky enough to catch the alligator at the right time of the cycle when he was down here working on his gatorbots. "Hi, Mario," Roth greeted.
"Look at what the cat dragged in,"
Mario joked, seeing Lin had already emerged from Roth's robes and went around sniffing and exploring. "How have you been?"
"Busy," the alligator answered dryly.
"What brings you here, martyr?" Roth tossed him the quest item. "Here, drink this."
"What is it?"
Mario asked as he stared at the bottle. The way he carefully held it with an expression of longing told Roth that part of him already knew what it was. He didn't know if it was a coincidence, but he held the bottle with his real hand rather than the cybernetic one. "It's a gift from your mother, Mario. I've just been to the swamps."
"You found my mother?" Mario said in an uncharacteristically human voice. "And she sent this to me? She still remembers me?"
"Yes, please drink it."
Mario eyed Roth suspiciously. "You're not trying to drug me, are you, martyr?"
"Why would I? Drink it. Don't drink it. It's up to you, but it was your mom who sent it."
Mario brought the bottle up to his nostrils and sniffed. "It smells familiar," he said sadly. After a few moments of hesitation, he popped open the vial and drank the bottle. For a few moments, nothing happened. Roth frowned. Had he done something wrong? Why wasn't the quest marked as completed? Just as he was about to go through all the notifications and dialogues related to the quest, Mario suddenly tensed. Screens all over the lab, which were previously filled with diagrams and charts, blurred and became filled with static. "What's happening?" Mario asked. "You drugged me. It's poison."
"No, it can't be. It was your mother who gave it to me." Mario tried to reach toward Roth, but stumbled as if he were drunk. He tried standing back up, but his tail and arms jerked erratically, making several things around him fall and break. Even a few of the screens were smashed. "Mario, are you okay?" Roth asked, worried.
"What is all of this information?" Mario shrieked.
"What are you talking about?"
"Arr!"
Mario roared, screaming while digging his claws into the floor's cement, his cybernetic parts twisted in impossible angles. "Mario, what's going on?"
"No, Mom, no!"
The screens, which had been filled with static, started playing a series of flashing images. Roth could only make parts of it. He recognized the mangrove beach in the swamps. A little alligator frolicked with his siblings as they played next to their mother, many times their size. "They are Mario's memories," Roth concluded. Tragedy followed. What before Roth would have guessed were snakes, but now knew were abyssal eels, invaded the alligator's nests, taking away a few of Mario's siblings. There were also bloody battles between his mother and other abyssal creatures. There was another shift to more happy memories of Mario playing with his surviving siblings and growing stronger until he was half the size of his mom. There were also scenes of alligators sharing stories or hunting in the swamps.
"Mom!"
Lights turned on and off, and machines sparked around them. Mario was drooling, eyes rolled over, body shaking uncontrollably. The awakening of his dormant memories was causing Mario to have a seizure. Roth tried to stabilize Mario while keeping an eye on the monitor, seeing the memory to which he was reacting so violently. Most alligators were out hunting, but only one was back in the nest, protecting the young. There was a bang and a swoosh, and the alligator nanny was killed. A few men with covered faces stormed the nest, collecting some of the young alligators and locking them into cages. What followed was a long journey, starvation, thirst, homesickness, and fear of where these evil men would take him. Finally, scenes of a mountain with purple skies and lightning. "The Thunder Mountains," Roth whispered, recognizing the scenery. He'd been there a few days ago. Mario was in a cage together with other animals. Scenes of torture and pain as Mario underwent experiments. And finally, once he had fully developed, and they finished making him into a fully functional cyborg, the memory wipe that had deleted it all. "Mario, you're now a member of the Cyborg Union." The slaver's face was cloaked in shadow. The only distinguishable thing on the screens was the red light from an eye implant.
"Yes, Master."
"You will work under the city's sewers, ensuring everything is in working order. In return, we'll issue you a modest salary. Do you accept?"
"Yes, Master."
"Aren't you happy to be a union member and grateful for this job opportunity?"
"Yes, Master."
The screens finally went black. Mario was sweating, breathing in desperate gulps of air. "Those monsters," he said in an uncharacteristic, emotional voice. "Mario, are you okay?" The tears of my mother and the others. I've got my memories back." He didn't sound like a robot anymore. He sat down in silence, trying to make sense of all the new memories and reconciling them with what he thought he knew. Roth gave him some space. Finally, after a few moments, Mario spoke more calmly. "Thank you, Martyr. You've helped me restore my memories. I remember it now. I was kidnapped, experimented on. They took me away from my family." Just as Roth had feared, slavers. "I'm indebted to you." "You're welcome, friend." "You've saved me from my prison," Mario said, pointing at the implant in his head. "I finally remember who I am. I now know where I come from." "So, what will you do now?" "I'm going to leave this place," Mario declared, looking around, terrified at the lab where he'd seemed so comfortable. "Otherwise, they will get to me and wipe my memory again. I need to go somewhere." "Will you go to the swamps?" Roth asked. "Yes, I can swim up the river. That will work. That way I can be reunited with my family." "Wait, what about the Cyborg Union? What about the people who did this to you?" "They're far too powerful for me to do anything about it, Martyr. I will just run and hope they don't come after me. If they do, I'd rather die at the bottom of the striped lake, buried in tar, than be controlled by their devilish implants. No, it's not my fight." "Can you tell me what you know about the Cyborg Union?" Roth pressed. "It's all a sham. Can't you see? Slavers had to find a way to get their claws into markets where they're banned. That's why they created the Cyborg Union. They call it a union, but it's just another slave association. They capture animals, and those that survive the procedures become their mindless slaves." "What about the salaries?" "It's all just for show. They keep most of the money for themselves." "And where can I find them?" Roth asked. If they were based in the city, perhaps he could have the Peace Corps shut them down. "I don't know. I have to go. Thank you for setting me free, Martyr." "Wait, Mario!" The alligator ran toward one of the platforms and activated the lever. As soon as he disappeared, there was a notification. "You've completed Find Mario's Mom. Completion rate, B. Rewards, plus 100,000 XP, plus 10 gold, plus 100 reputation with the crocodilians, and key to Mario's office. Bonus rewards, plus 50,000 XP, plus 5 gold, plus 700 reputation with the crocodilians, 100 alligator scales." Roth was more than a little disappointed with this outcome. The XP rewards were pitiful, barely enough to move his XP bar. Additionally, this cutscene in which Mario recovered his memories and leaked several bits of information about the Cyborg Union seemed to hint at a new storyline. What was he supposed to do now? Go to the Thunder Mountains? Or should he talk to Drake and see what the Raviolis knew about this? What would happen now? Would the Cyborg Union send another cyborg down here? Would he lose access to his hangout spot? This quest raised more questions than it answered. Roth grabbed the only meaningful reward he'd received from freeing Mario. It was a simple key. Roth had seen Mario disappear into his office multiple times, but the alligator had never let him in. It was the only thing in the entire sewers that Roth hadn't seen. Roth headed toward the door, inserted the key, and turned the knob. Chapter 50. Mario's private office was, for the most part, ordinary. It had a desk with a computer, a shelf filled with folders, a board with blueprints and schematics, and a rack lined with tiny drawers containing electronic components. The only thing that appeared out of place was the chair. It was made of dark wood, with sinister metal bands on the wrist and ankle areas. A halo, a metal circle lined with red lights, came off from the back of the chair like a scorpion's tail.
"What on earth is this thing?" Roth said with a twisted expression.
The device eerily reminded him of an electric chair. He didn't dare to sit down on it. He tried to inspect it, and a window popped up.
"Would you like to use neutralizing chair? Y, N?"
Roth immediately declined. Why would he sit on this dreadful thing? Even so, it had to have some significance, given how he could only see it after completing this quest. That meant that this chair was a part of the quest's rewards, and had to have some useful purpose. Right? Instead of diving head-on to experiment with the chair, Roth investigated the rest of the office. He looked over the rack and found all the drawers had been opened and cleaned. His kitten sat with his back toward the rack, wearing the worst poker face Roth had ever seen on a burglar. He looked through the notifications and laughed.
"Your pet has stolen Cyborg Union's property. Minus 100 reputation with the Cyborg Union. Plus 1 subterfuge."
It wasn't that Roth cared about his reputation with those monsters. He didn't have any business with kidnappers and slavers. However, he couldn't have Lin going around stealing stuff willy-nilly.
"Lin, where did all the stuff that used to be here go?"
"Meow, excuse me, now you're talking to me?"
"Yes, Lin, I'm talking to you. You wouldn't know who took them, would you?"
"Weren't they, now meow?"
Progress in learning Felinian, 88%.
Roth was very close to mastering both Felinian and Horsian, so he could already make out most of what his pet said. That worked out well for Roth. He could more quickly dismantle Lin's fragile alibi.
"No, Lin, I'm sure they were full just a minute ago."
"Perhaps, meow, now Master Ollie came while you weren't paying attention,"
Lin suggested.
"Really? Ollie? And he left without saying hello?"
Seeing his story fall apart, Lin's tail jerked and he looked away uncomfortable.
"Since Ollie was so rude, I won't say hello to him next time I go to the woods. We'll just visit our other friends. Too bad. I was going to let you play with him, too. What a shame."
Lin's tail rocked wildly.
"Anything you want to say to me, Lin?"
The kitten made an exaggerated yawning sound and stretched.
"Meow, second commandment, now sleepy."
He turned his back to Roth and pretended to sleep. Roth chuckled. Whatever. He would make the kitten cough up the items later. Mario seemed hurried to depart from the lab, and Roth's gut told him he should follow his example. He opened the computer. It was password protected. Roth clicked his tongue. He didn't have the programmer skill. Should he call Drake or Maggie down here? They were both cyborgs and could probably hack it. Glancing toward his kitten, he grinned. Wasn't a password a type of lock? Maybe his little burglar could work his gifts.
"Oh, Lin!"
Almost instantly, the little kitten jumped on the desk, eyeing Roth curiously.
"What? I thought you were sleeping," Roth teased.
"Meow.
"Can you get me into this computer?"
Meow, now you're wrong."
"Yes, it is wrong." Roth bit his lip. "But in this case, we are only doing it to help Mario."
"Now to help people good. Meow, have fun bad?"
Progress in learning Felinian, 90%.
"That's correct."
"What about the meow door in the meow, now?"
"The door to the greenhouse?" Roth confirmed.
The cat nodded.
"That's because the people who owned it are evil. That's the only reason I asked you to jimmy that lock."
Lin's tail rocked back and forth in thought.
"Meow, stealing is bad unless it helps people, or, evil people."
Roth nodded. He just wanted Lin to get started on cracking the password to the computer. He could teach him more about right and wrong later.
"Meow, got it."
You've taught a shady moral code to your pet. Plus 1 subterfuge. Minus 10 righteousness.
The cat approached the keyboard and started typing away like a seasoned programmer. Just a few moments later, the computer had opened up.
"Meow, ready."
You've hacked Cyborg Union's computer. Minus 50 reputation with the Cyborg Union.
Good job, Lin. That was fast, Roth praised. The cat seemed happy with itself and jumped off the desk, disappearing into Mario's lab. Roth started reading through the computer's files. He found one folder named after the chair machine and opened it. Neutralizing chair. Rare. Item description. A machine utilized by the Cyborg Union to wipe memories. Item effects. Exchange one level for a stat reset. Restrictions. Requires a cyborg operator with the programmer skill. Recipe. 4 Orium. 3 Blackwood. 2 HC213. 2 BE124. So that's what it does, Roth exclaimed. He hadn't heard of any way to reset stats in the game. Perhaps there were others, but it was still a powerful tool. For starters, all players started with 5 of each stat. However, what use did medics have for strength, or what use did warriors have for wisdom? At the start of the game, while it was still easy to recoup levels, many players would gladly exchange a level for the possibility of repurposing those moot stats. Even Roth had originally started investing every free stat point into wisdom, only to discover later that he preferred intelligence. He wouldn't mind tweaking his own stats, too. He couldn't make or operate this machine, but his friends could. If Drake and the others could make 1 or 2 chairs of these and set them up in the Union's tent, this could be an important source of revenue for the Union. Players would definitely be willing to pay 1 or 2 gold for this kind of return. What a jackpot! Seeing so many electronic components in the list, he guessed that many of them were among the components Lin had just stolen. They could probably make at least 1 chair with what was in the office. The rewards for the quest were suddenly looking much better. Roth started reading through the other files. There were invoices, orders, material requisitions, and some correspondence. From Cyborg Union to all personnel. Subject, chair use reminder. This is a reminder to all personnel to utilize the neutralizing chair today. Failure to do so will not only impact your implant's performance, but can result in being decommissioned. Please send the chair's files to corporate to confirm its usage. Sincerely, Cyborg Union. So that's how they kept Mario's memory wiped. They mandated all the cyborgs to use the chair occasionally. Much of the correspondence contained warnings like these, but Roth found something interesting while reviewing the memos and emails. From Saphira's branch to all warehouses. Subject, YU1834 shortage. Due to insufficient materials, Sapphira's branch is running low on stabilizing chip YU1834. If any warehouses have a surplus, please ship it through the Transport Guild. Send it to Linstor's mansion. Sincerely, Sapphira's branch. Roth finally found 2 names he recognized between all these memos and emails. The slavers from Sapphira were, at the very least, partners with the Cyborg Union. Maybe that's why he hadn't received any follow-up quest regarding the Cyborg Union. He had already had one that required him to abolish slavery in Sapphira. Maybe the true masterminds behind the Cyborg Union were among the slavers there. Roth finished reviewing the files and took notes of every address and entity mentioned in the correspondence. Satisfied, he went back to Mario's lab and almost collapsed. The previously packed lab was empty. Computers and screens had been taken from their mounts on the wall, and the racks filled with components were clean. All the broken gator bots had disappeared, and the long metal work tables that Mario used were no longer there. What on earth? Roth searched for the culprit and found his little kitten sleeping next to the neutralizing chair. Roth looked through the notifications and was stunned again. Your pet has stolen Cyborg Union's property. Minus 100 reputation with the Cyborg Union, plus 1 subterfuge. Didn't Lin realize that Roth already knew he had stolen this, or that he'd seen him walk toward Mario's lab earlier? And how had he stolen so much so quickly? And just how much junk could that rascal carry? He approached the cat, ready to confront him again. "Excuse me, mister," Roth said, trying to sound upset. Spotting him, Lin began purring, his tail straight up. He approached Roth and rubbed his head against his ankles.
Look, Meow, are you proud of me?
Huh? Proud? Why would I be proud of you?
Because I stole Meow Meow from evil people.
Progress in learning Felinian, 92%.
But, Roth was speechless. He had just taught Lin that it was okay to steal from evil people, but he hadn't expected Lin to be so quick to put this lesson into practice. He tried to think of a way out of this and how he could explain to Lin that stealing was always wrong, but realizing that he couldn't think of a reason to explain his early criminal behavior, he gave up. All right, but I'll need those chips you took from the racks inside, okay? Lin nodded happily. Roth sighed. Come, let's meet some friends. After that, we have to hit the road. Man and cat walked toward one of the platforms and disappeared into the ceiling, heading toward the surface of Hillsford.
Blondie, nobody likes to hear you whistle. Please, please, please stop torturing me,
Goldie begged Mel one more time. Sadly, the stupid human completely misunderstood him.
I love you too, Goldie,
she said, petting his head. Humph, good thing she was adorable. The short human could be so obtuse sometimes, but lately she had turned almost completely moronic. She spent much of the day whistling, humming, and smiling. What was wrong with her? His human jumped back and yelped. Goldie instantly scanned the surroundings with his powerful eyesight, trying to locate whatever had made his owner react like this. She only did this when she was in peril. After looking around, Goldie found nothing dangerous, just people walking around. He pecked her, annoyed.
Why are you startling me like that, silly girl?
Hush, stupid bird, I'm getting a call. Be still,
she said furiously. Goldie recoiled. It wasn't like Mel at all to react like this. What had gotten into her? A floating screen appeared in front of her. Goldie recognized the caller. It was that human who could speak Corvish and smelled nice. Why was he calling? Hi, Mel. How are you doing?
I'm good. You?
I just came down to Hillsford to turn in some quests. Are you busy?
Not really. Why? Do you need anything?
Nope, but I'm going to meet some of my friends here in Hillsford. If you were nearby, I thought you'd like to join. Goldie felt with his paws that Mel's shoulder was throbbing. Was she threatened by this human? Why? He was so nice.
Okay. I'm close to Hillsford. I can be there in a while.
Really? That's great. Awesome. Meet us at the Anvil Inn in a couple of hours.
All right. Thanks. See you there, Roth.
The moment she disconnected the call, she turned to Goldie.
Gigantify.
Fine. Good thing we're going to meet that human. I need him to translate a few things for me. You need to know just how annoying you are.
Thanks. Yes, as fast as you can, she answered enthusiastically.
What on earth is wrong with you? Why can't you learn to talk to me like the nice-smelling human?
Goldie carried his annoying human, disappearing into the horizon. Chapter 51. Even though Roth didn't risk visiting the Union, he still felt comfortable enough to visit Golden Mountain Inc. Judging by the many new decorations around the office, Soros was doing even better for himself these days.
You've been everywhere, haven't you? The lizards. Fascinating. And that includes the 8 spires all up in the swamps. Remarkable. Rare herbs and chemicals there. Good.
And how is everything around here? Asked Roth.
We're good. More and more people come by asking for badger poems these days. The dog you hired from the Traveling Guild has also been here recently. Good job hiring him. Very well-known and respectable porter, that Bucky.
Thank you. I've already talked to him about including all my connections in his route. You should be getting their items soon.
No hurry. I keep myself quite busy with the city of Antioch.
Roth regularly received notifications from Bucky's trade routes, and thanks to his growing route, his broker profession had already leveled up to 27. Recently, he even unlocked a new skill.
Leeway, rare, skill description. You are a well-established businessman, and your connections have come to trust your word. What is one more or one less day between long-term friends? Skill effects. Tolerance of business-related deadlines. Scales with charisma. Restrictions, brokers, level 27.
This skill filled a desperate need. Many of his business agreements required him to show up in person every so often, but sometimes the 24 hours in the day felt less than enough. With this, he had some much-needed wiggle room.
Oh, martyr, befriending you has really been good for me, Soros said with little stars in his eyes as he went through his ledger. Suddenly he stood up and whirled around. No, you don't. Seeing who Soros was screaming at, Roth's eyes widened. Lin was in the corner of the room holding an expensive-looking jar. Meow! Don't meow me. Put it back or you'll pay the ultimate price. As Soros said this, lasers appeared from the ground and the ceiling, all pointing at little Lin. Please, don't shoot! Don't shoot! Lin, what are you doing? Soros is my good friend. He's an amazing person who helps me a lot. Put it back right now, Roth hissed. What a party pooper, he heard Lin say. Sorry, Soros. No worries. He's just a baby. I understand. I was just trying to scare him. Roth stood up. Well, Soros, I have to get going. I'm going to go off to meet some of my friends. And I'd hate for my cat to steal something here, only to be evaporated by one of your lasers, Roth added to himself. I appreciate the visit. By the way, I love the pin. It touches me to see how much you treasure our friendship. I'm glad you noticed, Soros. I'll see you later. Roth grinned at the golden pin on his jacket with 2 mountains. Golden Mountain Honorary Badge. Rare. Item description. A valuable insignia that is only handed to reputable partners of Golden Mountain Inc. All merchants will respect it. Item effects. Plus 10 charisma. Plus 3% to all discount bonuses. Plus 10% when buying from Golden Mountain Inc. Restrictions. Brokers. Level 10. Roth had purchased the pin with reputation coins and used it to renegotiate his cut with Soros. From now on, he would get even more profit from his transactions. It wasn't that he was lacking money. Every minute a few golden coins fell into his purse, as somewhere in AstroTerra a new player started an account as a lizard man. However, if he were to succeed in his legendary quest to abolish slavery, he'd need gold. Lots of it. This was an important step in that direction. An extra 10% discount on all items he bought from Soros was a massive increase in profit. Hey, Roth, we're here. Are you coming or what? Sorry, Rhapsody, I'm on my way. Roth checked the clock and gasped. Time had sneaked up on him, and the gathering had already started. Summon. Now outside Golden Mountain Inc., Lua appeared from around the corner, and Roth mounted. Sorry, Lua, I'm running late, so we'll have to hurry. Nay, huff, it's okay. Let's go. Let's feel, night breeze. Progress in learning Horsian, 63%. Evening was falling on Hillsford, and with each passing moment, Lua's speed increased, thanks to her moonlight gallop skill. In minutes, Roth had crossed the distance from Golden Mountain Inc. to Anvil Inn, a lodge located on Smith Street. The architecture was homely and neat, a definite improvement over the inn they used to meet in the slums. As Roth entered, he instantly understood why Drake had chosen this place for the gathering. It was crowded with soldiers. He could spot even a captain drinking ale off in a corner. There were also several players. If Roth had to guess, every last one of them was a Union member. For an assassin to get in here and ruin the party, they'd have to pay a heavy price. Excuse me, sir, where's the private room? He asked the bartender, who was pouring a frothing drink from a barrel onto a glass mug. That way, sir. Make a left after that column. Thanks. Roth was getting excited. How long had it been since he'd hung out with his friends like this? Even before he reached the door, he could hear Benny's hearty laughter and the clinks of tables and forks. There was also a delicious aroma coming from the door. Roth knocked, and as the door opened, he was pulled in, as if an aircraft's door had opened in mid-flight, sucking him. Ha ha, look who it is, finally honoring us with a visit, lad. Hi, Sarge, long time no see. Let me take a good look at you. The sergeant examined him from top to bottom as if inspecting the barracks, looking for any fault in a soldier's uniform. You look good. He looked him right in the eye. You look happier, too. Good, good. Roth also used the opportunity to take a good look at Sarge. He was already used to seeing his changed thumber physicality, but his equipment had undergone a complete makeover. He wore a fashionable blue tunic, and every one of his 12 fingers had a ring on it. Look at you, Sarge. You are starting to look almost like Godsfried. I know. I'm already level 30 in jewelry. Level 30? Roth shrieked. Something wrong, son?
No, it's just that I haven't gotten that far in any of my professions. The grin on the sergeant's lips told Roth that he was happy with his reaction. Don't blame yourself. You run around a lot adventuring and all that. You have multiple professions. I focus on jewelry. Besides, this Union quest has been great to level up.
Don't hog all the attention of my baby, Jazz.
Jazz? Seeing his mother calling the sergeant by a nickname and how close she stood to him, he couldn't help but eye them suspiciously. Hi, Mom. You look so nice. You've dressed up. What's the occasion? Roth said, trying to get a reaction from his mother.
Why else? You're here. That's worth celebrating. Besides, I have a surprise for you.
Hearing it, Roth put his suspicions on standby. Really? What kind of surprise?
Come, there's someone here who wants to see you.
The room was reasonably large, with 2 long tables filled with food. There were towers of sweets, plates with varied pastries, freshly baked pies, cakes, and various dishes. A banquet like this would have cost a fortune in the real world. The smell in the air made Roth's mouth water, and he noticed Lin had already jumped onto the table and grabbed a fish, the rascal. Hey, guys! Roth greeted the members of the 14th he passed by, who were happily chatting away.
Sup, Roth?
Pete said, smiling.
Hey, Roth, it's good to see you,
Charlie said, shaking his hand. Sarge wasn't the only one who had gotten a complete equipment makeover. Everyone else looked different. Rather than having clothes and equipment focused on their classes, they seemed to have gone all in on crafting. Charlie wore a social, mustard yellow lab coat, which somehow seemed appropriate for mixing chemicals and having drinks at a party. Maggie just wore her engineer's overalls, and her cybernetic leg now had a golden sheen and was crisscrossed with shiny blue lines. Roth waved at his friends as his mother towed him along. Hey, Rhapsody. Hi, Leanne.
Hey, Roth. Thanks for inviting me. What a cool party.
Thanks for coming, girls. What have you been up to? Who's winning?
We're tied,
answered Leanne, giggling.
For now. My son will come in a moment, ladies. I need him to talk to some people over there, okay?
Yes, Mrs. Bessie, both girls recited, as if they were children talking to a teacher. Wow, Mom, you can't turn off your motherly superpowers, can... Roth stopped. His eyes landed on 4 players he had never seen before. There were 2 men, 1 woman, and a little girl. The 2 men looked strangely familiar. Even though they weren't as tall as Roth, they still had a respectable height and the same broad shoulders. The lines on their faces were longer, and just like prison had aged Roth, hardships orchestrated by Loki, their father's loss, and their brother's imprisonment had aged them. True? Nate? His brothers were already rushing toward him. Roth! The 3 were locked in a tight embrace. Roth had gone from a state of simple satisfaction at seeing his friends and family to becoming a total wreck. He hadn't seen his brothers since he'd been locked up. He hadn't seen them since their father died. And now they were here, all together. He felt like a little boy, shielded by his 2 invincible older brothers. His mother stood to the side, wiping tears. After a few long moments of weeping, Roth finally regained some composure and wiped away the snot and tears on the sleeves of his green lamb's wool jacket. It was a good thing he hadn't bought the Lacertia set, otherwise the snot would have been much harder to hide. When did you... How? Roth struggled to put a sentence together, but after the elation came a deep sense of shame. He had uprooted the lives of his 2 brothers. Because of him, they had had a hard life over the past few years. What he had done had no excuse. Sorry, guys, was the first sentence Roth managed to say. I let you 2 down. Nathan, the oldest of the 3, gently tapped his cheek. It's all good, brother. But what I've done is unforgivable, Roth insisted. I'm so sorry. It's okay, Roth. The important thing is that we're all together again, Andrew encouraged. We're proud of you, Roth. Look at you. You're a new man, aren't you? Dad would have been proud of you too, Nathan said, choking up. I'm trying, Roth admitted. The 3 brothers embraced again. Unbeknownst to Roth, everything around them had stopped.
All in the 14th looked at the reunion, and some wiped away tears. Even Rhapsody and Leanne were crying. Drake used this moment to step in. His friend also looked different. There was an air of dignity and authority that Roth had never seen in prison. It looked like being respected by the 14th and treated as a real captain had breathed some life into the man. He winked at Roth and shouted as if he were a principal herding a crowd of unruly students. "All right, everyone, give the family some space. Who wants some ale? Come here to this table and I'll pour you some." Chatter resumed all over the room, and Nathan beckoned the woman and the girl to approach them. "Roth, this is my wife Susan. Darling, this is my little brother."
"Hi, Susan." "Hi, Roth. It's so good to finally meet you. Nathan has told me so much about you. He's been dying to see you again. I'm so sorry for everything I put you guys through."
"Hey, you got us to a resort that your brother would have never been able to afford. I think we're even," she joked. Roth instantly liked Susan. Nathan was always a serious, collected type, but Susan seemed to have a sunny, light disposition. He could see why they were together.
"And who is this beautiful little girl?"
Roth said, squatting. A little girl hid behind her mother, eyeing her giant uncle. "Come on, Linda, say something to Uncle Roth," Nathan encouraged.
"Hi. Is it true you were in jail?" "Linda," Susan hissed, "where are your manners?"
It's okay, Roth said promptly. "Yes, it's true, I was."
"Is it true that if I misbehave, I'll go to jail too?"
Roth laughed. "Did your father tell you that?" Nathan looked down, embarrassed, scratching his head. "I might have." "Oh, Grandma tells her that plenty too, doesn't she?" said Mrs. Bessie, as she swooped in and picked up the little girl. "Stop it, Nana." The girl laughed as her grandmother tickled her. Roth couldn't believe it. At last, his family was together again. At last, he had met his niece and sister-in-law. This had to be one of the best days of his life. Chapter 52.
"Have you all been well? How are the ogres treating you?" Roth asked his brothers.
"We've been great," Andrew replied with a genuine smile. "At first, we were just enjoying the pool every day, but after a while, we started feeling bad for not helping you. We talked to Drake, who told us we could chip in. We started our accounts, and we've been leveling up like crazy. As soon as we reached level 10, we came to Hillsford and joined the Union."
"Really? You guys are seriously playing the game too?"
"Yeah, we wanted to surprise you," Nathan said with a satisfied smirk.
"If you joined the Union, that means you already have a profession, right? Which ones did you get?"
"I'm working as a merchant," Nathan said.
"No kidding. A merchant?"
Roth was stunned. Nathan didn't strike him as the merchant type.
"I could throw some work your way. I'm hiring someone from the Transport Guild to run my cargo, but it would be much better if you did it. I mean, it's easy money, and it would be great for you to gain some levels."
"That sounds great," Nathan accepted promptly.
"What about you, Andrew?"
"I'm a merchant too."
"What? How?"
Nathan, being a merchant, was already quite out of character, but Andrew? There was no way. This couldn't be a coincidence. "What can I say? It just sounded right," he said, smiling.
"Wait, you already knew I'm a broker, didn't you?"
"Maybe," Andrew said, winking. "We have dinner as a family every night, and Drake usually joins and tells us about what's happening in AstroTerra. Linda loves to hear the stories of your exploits."
Roth smiled, blushing. His brothers had deliberately chosen a profession to help Roth. It would also be a great way for them to talk and spend more time together. One day soon, he could let Bucky go.
"Susie here is working with me as jeweler. She's outstanding at beading," the sergeant interjected, joining the conversation. Seeing that only family members were in the circle, and Sarge was still gutsy enough to join, Roth's suspicions that something was happening between him and his mother grew stronger. "Of course, the most talented of us is your mother. Most of the pies on the table were of her making."
"Oh, Jazz, stop. What an exaggeration. I only made 2 or 3.
Roth bit his lip, wondering if he should confront Sarge, but seeing his mother and the sergeant so happy, he decided against it. His mother deserved to be happy, and Sarge was a good man. If they were both happy together, so be it. Besides, they weren't kids anymore and knew what they were doing. It was hurtful that Sarge hadn't asked him for permission, though.
"Yeah? Who are you?"
Overhearing Maggie and checking his messages, Roth rushed toward the door. He had been so caught up with his brothers that he missed Mel's messages.
Hey, Maggie, sorry. She's my friend. I've invited her.
Did you?
She looked at the girl again and nodded appreciatively.
Well done, Roth Taylor.
Come on, stop it, Maggie. Hey, Mel, come on in.
Roth approached the door, and the first thing he saw was a yellow blur and then pitch black. As soon as Goldie saw Roth, he flew toward him as if he had been flying in the middle of the storm and only now had found a soft place to land. His wings fluttered madly as he landed on Roth's shoulders and rubbed his head affectionately against him. The hawk was wearing a black vest.
Hi, Goldie. Good to see you, too. Hey, sorry for being late. I wasn't sure if this was the spot,
Mel said from outside the door. Mel hadn't come in her usual suit of armor, but in an elegant black social dress. It reminded Roth of the clothes the Phoenix's representative had worn when she visited his auction. It was the type of garment that made one wonder if he was still inside the game or if he'd gone out into the real world. He realized that Goldie's vest was supposed to match her clothes.
Hey.
Roth was speechless for a few moments. She looked amazing.
Why aren't you coming in? What's the dress code?
Huh? What do you mean?
Never mind.
Mel poked her head into the room.
Mel, what's wrong? I don't want to be overdressed or underdressed.
She operated the menu and quickly changed to something more casual. It was a pair of black slacks and a light blouse with golden embroidery. He wouldn't be surprised if Rhapsody or Leanne had crafted it. Goldie lost the vest and instead got a little hat with an embroidery pattern similar to Mel's blouse. She walked into the room and looked around.
Whoa, so many people, she said nervously. Martyr, I'm so glad I found you, Goldie said beggingly after he had greeted Roth. Please, you need to translate some things for my stupid human. What's wrong, Goldie? My human has gone crazy, he complained. Please tell her to stop whistling, humming, and singing. I'm about to go deaf. She's just not good at it. I don't think I can tell her that, Roth said, shaking his head. Why not? You're my only hope. Please save me from a life being tortured by my human's senseless singing. Come on, Goldie. That will hurt her feelings. Good. Maybe then she will learn. What's up? What is he talking about? Mel asked curiously. He's saying that you are an excellent singer, that you have a beautiful voice, and that he likes to hear you sing and whistle, and he just loves you. Oh, isn't he sweet? I love you too, Goldie. I'm just going to keep singing more and more for you. No! What are you saying, Martyr? Are you crazy too? Bah! Humans, why did I ever have to sign a deal with her? Why couldn't I sign a deal with a mute knight? Goldie flew away from both of them, landed on one of the tables, and started pecking at some appetizers. Before Roth could realize where he'd come from, Lin was already at the table talking to Goldie. Out of the blue, his niece had also come to the animals. Goldie looked at her without any reaction, but Lin was already ready to play and pretended to pounce, making the little girl giggle. His brother and sister-in-law watched from across the room, smiling tenderly. "Who's the little girl? She's so cute," Mel asked. "She's my niece," Roth said, melted by the sight of Linda playing with his cat. "Niece? As in a real-world family?" "Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm being rude. Let me introduce you to some people. Wait, you don't have to do that." Roth had already disappeared into the crowd, and Mel followed nervously. "Mel, this is H and Charlie."
"Miss, a pleasure to meet you," Charlie said diplomatically. H just nodded courteously. Roth kept walking.
"Mel, this is my mom." "What? Mom?" Mel changed colors. From an embarrassed blush, she became ghostly pale. "Hi, hello. Roth, she's so pretty." From ghostly white, Mel's face again shifted to tomato red. She looked like a traffic light. Thanks, ma'am. You're pretty too," she blabbered. I'm sorry, what am I saying? Just call me Bessie. These are my brothers, my sister-in-law, and my niece. Hey guys, this is my friend Mel.
Hi, Mel. I'm Nate. Nice to meet you. I'm Drew. Mel shook hands with everyone. So, Mel, are you in the union too? What profession? Just before they could finish the question, Mel was already taking off.
Roth, I'll finish saying hello to everyone. See you later. And she disappeared.
What was up with her?
So, Roth, you've been busy in the game, huh? Andrew teased. Come on, it's not like that. She's just my friend.
Really? She's just your friend? And why was she so embarrassed? Aren't you guys a couple?
No, why would you say that?
His mother giggled.
Okay, y'all, you've got to excuse me. I'm going to make this girl feel a little bit more at ease in a room full of strangers after she has just met the whole family of someone who is just her friend,
she said, giving Roth a bone-chilling look.
What did I do?
Roth demanded from his brothers after his mother had left. His sister-in-law was happy to spell it out for him.
You don't know? Roth, you just invited a girl to a party and introduced her to your mother and your brothers.
What if she likes you? Nathan chimed in. That's a big thing, meeting your family like that.
Oh.
It was Roth's turn to become flushed. He hadn't realized that he had thrown Mel into such an embarrassing situation. Hopefully she didn't get the wrong idea. He hadn't meant it like that. He was just trying to be polite. He spotted his mother with her arm wrapped around Mel's, towing her along as she introduced her to everybody. She said something that only she and Mel could hear, and the girl giggled, seeming more comfortable. Instead of staring, he should probably start mingling too. He found Drake happily pouring H and Charlie a drink.
Hello, Captain.
Hey, Roth, what a party.
Where did you find all this food?
Roth asked.
We have many chefs in the union, so I might have told them that I was hosting an important reception for the organization, and then some of them might have volunteered to cook for us, he explained with a grin.
I see. And how have you been, Drake? How's the union quest?
Good. Enough chit-chat. Who's the girl?
What do you mean?
Why was everyone suddenly so fixated on Mel? He was starting to regret inviting her.
Come on, Roth, you gotta admit she's pretty.
She's just a friend.
Just a friend. Why do you need to say just a friend?
Listen, her name is Mel. She's from the Krakens.
Drake's eyebrow raised slightly.
I know, Drake, I know, but she's different. She was the one who tipped me about the guild's spying on me.
Ah, so that's the girl. Of course. That's why she has the hook.
Roth continued, seeing his narrative gain traction. I also asked her opinion about the ogre's contract. She gave me some great suggestions.
You did? Wow. You really trust her, don't you?
I don't know. It's something quite new. We've kind of been chatting now and then.
Chatting? Okay.
Well, I just thought inviting her would be a good idea. I've also invited Leanne and Rhapsody.
Drake watched with a mischievous smile but didn't say anything.
What?
Roth pressed.
Out with it.
I just think you should be honest with yourself. There's nothing wrong about liking the girl and enjoying spending time with her. She obviously cares for you, at least a little. Otherwise, she wouldn't have shown up tonight or returned your calls.
And here I was thinking that you would scold me for trusting someone from the top guilds.
Love is always a risk, and you have trust issues. I trust your gut. If you think we can trust her, trust her.
Roth scratched his head, embarrassed. This was not how he thought this evening would go.
If you like her, you should just tell her that, man. You deserve to be happy.
I don't know what to say.
Okay, let's leave it at that. Just enjoy the gathering and spend time with your friends. No talking shop, you hear me? We'll take care of gaming stuff later on. You're just going to enjoy yourself and talk to people, okay?
Okay, Roth agreed, grateful for the respite. What about you? What are you doing?
I'm on drink duty, Drake answered with a smile. I'm making sure everyone has their mug full. Can I interest you in some cider?
It was a good idea. His throat felt dry.
Yes, please.
Do you want to get one for Mel?
Drake,
just kidding.
Roth glanced over at Mel. She was laughing at a joke that his mother had just told her. He blushed and took a deep breath.
Fine. Give me 2 drinks.
Chapter 53. This was the nicest evening Roth could recall. It had been years since he'd been in a family get-together like this. The first ones to leave were Leanne and Rhapsody. Their conversation about the inn's tablecloths had escalated into a heated argument, and they had stormed off to the Union tent to settle their dispute in a crafting battle. Then members of the 14th left, one by one, off to take care of business or to log out of the game. Linda had played with Lin and Goldie until they collapsed. Lin had even unlocked 1 point of endurance from the workout Linda put him through. They napped, leaning against each other. Roth sat in a chair, listening to Nathan tell how he and Susie had met when Mel approached and gently tapped his shoulder.
Hi, Mel. Join us. Let me get you a chair.
Sorry, Roth, I've got to go. We're going to tackle a dungeon in the capital, and I'm expected to be there in a couple of hours. Oh, that's too bad. Nathan elbowed him gently, and Susie cleared her throat. Can I walk you outside? Roth offered. Sure. She whistled, and Goldie instantly awoke, flying over to her shoulder. I'll be right back, okay? He said to his family. His brother was about to say something snarky, but Susan pinched his cheek. Susie, what was that for? You know very well what that was for, mister. Seeing that Mel and her new bird friend were leaving, Linda came running and gave Mel a hug. Bye, pretty lady. Bye, Goldie birdie. Well, at least not every human is hopeless, Goldie commented, rubbing his head affectionately against the child's hand. Nice to meet you too, Linda. Roth opened the door for Mel, and both left the rented room and headed outside. There was a warm, pleasant breeze. Despite all the gaslights illuminating the city, the stars were still clearly visible. A little incoherency that the developers had let slide, favoring visual impact over realism. Thank you for coming, Mel, Roth said, smiling. Tonight was fun. I just wasn't expecting your whole family to be there, she said, fidgeting. Sorry, was that weird? No. Why would it be? You're just having a party with your friends and family. I just meant that I didn't know they played the game too. Yeah, it's pretty recent. Can that stay between us? The last thing he needed was for Guilds to come after his family. Of course, you don't even have to ask, she said, offended. I know, I trust you. Mel was silent for a few moments. Your niece is really cute. I thought so too. Picking up on Roth's hidden meaning, Mel's eyes widened and she whirled toward him. That's right. You'd never met her until today. Today was the first day I met my sister-in-law, too. It was a big surprise. I only knew my mother was going to be here. Now that they took the initiative to join the game, I feel silly for not suggesting it in the first place. Wait, what about your brothers? Tonight was the first time we talked in years. Mel bit her lip and looked away. What's wrong? Nothing. It's just that you spent so much time introducing me to your friends and talking to me instead of catching up with your family. I feel kind of bad about it, that's all. Roth's heart raced, and he thought of Drake's advice. Taking a deep breath, Roth went for it. I couldn't resist it. You were the most beautiful girl back there. Mel smiled happily, and they stared at each other for a moment. Goldie, Gigantify. Sorry, I have to go. Can I call you when you're done? Roth asked hopefully. She nodded. Yeah, I'd like that. Mel turned around and mounted Goldie. Roth watched the golden bird disappear into the distance until they vanished behind the horizon. It was all happening so fast, he hadn't even thought this through. It all just sort of happened. Ouch! Lin was biting his leg, applying one of Ollie's nasty lessons. What are you looking at? Lin demanded. Roth's pain instantly vanished. This was the first full sentence he heard Lin say. He was actually talking to his kitten. Mel, I like her. More than me? Roth looked at Lin and shrugged dismissively. Something told him he'd be bitten and scratched if he gave him a straight answer. Let's go back inside, Lin. The last time Roth had seen Oscar, he assumed that the next time they met, he would be confined to a wheelchair or resting in a retirement home. However, Oscar looked just as tired and old as the last time they met. Roth sat on the floor of the cramped room with his two brothers beside him. Roth was in fox form to increase the chances of success, and his charisma filled the room. Even the fire of the fireplace seemed smothered by his presence. And you vouch for the two pups? Oscar confirmed. I do, sir. Well, for such a prestigious broker like yourself to say that. And one so close to us dogs. If you vouch for them, they can join the brokers, too. We could always use more intermediaries. Sweet, I got it. Me too. Thanks, Roth. Seeing how happy his brothers were warmed Roth's heart. Oscar, I'm considering asking my associates to help me carry merchandise around. Is there any way to include them in my trade agreements? Of course, broker. You could just sign a contract with them. Of course, discussing shares and terms early on is only proper. Yawn. I tell you, pup, many problems can be prevented that way. Not even Roth's sky-high charisma could override Oscar's exhaustion.
I can see you're getting tired. We're going now. Thank you.
The dog groaned as he stood up, repositioning himself closer to the fire, and lay down again. That was a good walk. Roth signaled his brothers to stop laughing and left the tunnel after them. Now outside, his brothers celebrated as they checked the details of the broker profession.
Sweet! We now have the same profession as you, Roth,
Andrew celebrated. Roth was just as happy. Knowing they would help lighten some of his load and run his trade routes was a relief. After all, not only would that help them to grow faster in their profession, but it could also help him to expand his trade route.
Who would have known there would be so many hidden places in Green Woods? First the cat tree, now this doghouse, Nathan mused.
Yeah, it isn't obvious, Roth agreed. I had trouble finding it, too. Now I want to show you every stop in my trade route. Then we can sign a system-issued contract, and that way we can split all rewards evenly. How does that sound?
Don't split them evenly, Andrew protested. That ain't fair to you. Just give us a small part, enough to break even.
That's right, Roth, Nathan agreed.
We're doing this to help you.
But you're getting started. The quicker you grow, the better it will be for all of us.
That isn't right, countered Nathan. You were the one who cultivated these relationships and has been running these trade routes all this time. It's only fair you get the lion's share of the deal.
Nathan, Enough. No, you're not listening, Nathan. Hear me out.
The three brothers marched toward the rat cave as they discussed the terms of their to-be contract. Roth had forgotten how stubborn Nathan especially was. He wouldn't budge. This was the first time Roth was haggling with someone about giving them more money.
No, Nathan, you guys should take 30% of the profit at the very least,
Roth protested, some of his rage bubbling up. Nothing like family to strike a nerve.
Nonsense, kid. We don't need more than 15%. Stop being stubborn and accept it.
Why aren't you listening? I have other ways to make money. Just take 30%.
That's too much. We want 15%.
Drew just stood to the side, whistling as he admired the view.
Come on, Nathan, at least 25%.
Not 1 penny more,
his brother roared.
Fine.
Andrew stepped in to alleviate the tension of the heated haggling session.
So you can speak the animals' languages, he confirmed.
Yes. Too bad you guys started the game without talking to me first. Building relationships with these animals is much more difficult if you've hunted them. But as you start new trade routes and meet new customers, you can use the steps I taught you earlier to form relationships with them. Please don't share this with anyone. It is the secret to my success and the only hope that we'll be able to keep supporting ourselves through this game.
Of course, bro. That goes without saying, agreed Nathan.
They arrived at the entrance of the rat cave. Roth confirmed that he was wearing his noobish disguise and that all three were in the same party. Nodding approvingly, he beckoned his brothers to follow him, and they wormed their way in through the crowd. Roth touched the stone tablet, and the three brothers were teleported into the tunnel. Roth had missed the comfortable mushroom lighting. He spotted a group of rattans ahead and eagerly headed toward them.
Hi, guys. How are you?
The rattans screamed and shrieked menacingly. More rattans appeared from their rear, surrounding them.
Martyr, stay back!
Roth gasped as he found all the rats around snarling and shrieking at his brothers.
Guys, relax, it's me.
Those two are enemies of our people. We can smell our blood on them.
So that's what it was. Don't say a word, whispered Roth.
Turning toward the rats, he spoke in rattan.
They're with me. I can vouch for them.
Even though they've hunted our kin, Martyr?
They didn't know what they were doing, but I came here precisely to clarify things between you and them. I promise you that they will never hurt you again. You have my word.
The group of rats that surrounded them exchanged glances. After a few moments, they shrugged.
There's one condition.
What's that?
Do they know any jokes?
Roth smiled.
Andrew, you're the family's jokester. Tell them a joke, Roth urged him.
Oh, okay.
Andrew only needed a few seconds to think of one.
How does a rat bake a cake?
The rattans exchanged a few squeaks.
They say they don't know, Roth explained.
They use their whiskers.
Ah! The rattans squeaked. Emboldened by a listening audience, Andrew kept going.
What do you call a rat that's good at math?
An algebrat. His middle brother had always been a goofball, and he knew so many puns and jokes that he made Roth's repertoire look pitiful. After telling several jokes, many new to Roth, he suddenly stopped and turned to Nathan. "You got that too, Nathan?" "Yeah, awesome. Just how much influence do you have over these NPCs, Roth?" Nathan exclaimed. "What happened?" Roth asked curiously. "See for yourself." Andrew forwarded to Roth the message they had just received from the system. "The Pacifist Pax has spoken for you. The Rattans forgive you based on his testimony. Reputation page with the Rattans unlocked. All negative reputation points with the Rattans have been pardoned." Really? Did he have this kind of power? It had to be because of Fox form and his close relationship with the Rattans. Furthermore, they weren't considered a high-tiered race. He doubted this would work with the table, or even the lizard men. "All right, guys, come on, let's introduce you to the king." Roth guided his brothers through the rat cave, stopping every so often so that his brother Andrew could tell just one more pun to the Rattans. By the time they had reached the Mouse King, Andrew had already unlocked the first relationship tier with the Rattans. Nathan could only watch and envy. He was the serious, proper brother. He didn't know how to tell jokes. "Okay, please drink this and follow after me." Roth threw them a miniaturizing potion. They exchanged a glance. "You know how much these sell for?" "Yeah, but the Rattans will just give it to you for free if you befriend them. Don't worry, I have plenty." "Miniaturize." Roth shrank and his brothers followed. Roth watched with delight as both his brothers arrived at the court of the Rattan King, amazed by the glow-shroom chandelier, the beautiful tapestries, and the king and his musketeers. King Ratatouille was already up and walking towards Roth. Chapter 54. The Rattan King halted as he approached Roth. The musketeers also became restless and fidgety, sniffing the air. "Why is it that I smell cat on you?" King Ratatouille asked. Roth wiped his brow and tried to maintain a confident smile. It was a good thing that he had left Lin at Ollie's before coming here. Even though Ollie was probably filling his kitten's head with nonsense, it was still better than seeing King Ratatouille fight his beloved pet. "I came here after seeing Ollie. I had business with him." "Business with a cat? What kind of business can someone have with such foul creatures? They aren't trustworthy, martyr. Don't cut any deal with them. You'll only regret it." "I'll take your advice to heart, my king. Anyway, these two are my brothers. They have just joined the broker profession, and I'm showing them my trade route. From now on, they might come here instead of Bucky to deliver the cargo." "As you wish, martyr. If you trust them, then they must be trustworthy merchants." It looked like his plans to keep the business in the family would go without a hitch. By the way, I've been meaning to ask you. I've become a pacifist, and I would like to invite you to join a peace treaty." Roth had already included the Rattans of the sewers in the peace treaty, but every time he tried to come here, he was always on the clock and on the run. It was about time he sat down with the king and included him in the peace treaty. "A treaty?" Roth handed over the parchment, and the king read through it. "Lizards?" he asked, frowning. "They are known to hunt mice on occasion, and snakes. This is not a decision that I can make on my own." No? Was there someone above the king that he didn't know about? "Musketeers, sound the trumpets!" Before Roth could figure out what was happening, the 4 musketeers were holding silver trumpets. With masterful synchronicity, the musketeers blew into them in unison. The trumpet's call had a piercing, sweet tone. "What's going on, your majesty?" Roth asked. It was the first time the king issued a call of the trumpets. "I summoned a meeting." "What kind of meeting?" "You've started a regional event, +1 charisma. The court gathering has begun in the Green Woods." "Roth, what's going on? Did you start this?" Andrew asked, alarmed. I don't know what's going on. This is the first time I've seen this happening." King Ratatouille sat on the throne while the musketeers took their positions beside it. They ran 2 golden bars through the structure and lifted it above their shoulders, marching toward the tunnel and blowing the trumpets again. "I guess we must follow them," Roth told his brothers. "Let's go, come." At the exit of the tunnel, the Mouse King and several other Rattans awaited their monarch, bowing down deeply. After the musketeers and the king passed, they joined the procession through the rat caves. At each intersection, more and more rats joined the parade until they finally reached a dead end. "Who has the remote?" the king asked the musketeers. D'Artagnan put the trumpet away and grabbed what looked like a garage remote. He clicked it a few times. "What's taking so long, D'Artagnan?" the king demanded impatiently.
"Needs new batteries, your majesty."
"Bah! Martyr, bring us some new batteries next time you come here."
New item added to the procurement list.
Roth and his brothers chuckled as D'Artagnan kept pushing the button until, finally, a mechanical sound rang through the dungeon, and the ceiling opened up, revealing a ramp. It was a secret exit out of the dungeon. "And march!" Athos called. The king and the musketeers emerged from the ground. Roth followed and found a massive gathering of dumbfounded noobs and bowing rats. They had convened here from all over the woods and surrounding plains. There were tens of thousands of rodents. Roth caught sight of a few players pointing at his and his brother's miniaturized form, but he wasn't scared. He'd love to see anyone daring to attack him now. King Ratatouille and the musketeers would shred them into minced meat. The procession marched toward what Roth guessed was the palatial clearing. Leaves above them rustled as crows flew around. Roth spotted a few black and white forms joining the parade from the east. A palanquin covered by silk curtains and carried by several foxes joined from the north. All the animals of the Green Woods were coming together for one massive assembly. "What have I done this time?" Roth complained. He hadn't been expecting this kind of publicity. It was bad enough that the guilds knew Antioch was here, but this gathering of all animal factions and their monarchs was too revealing. When they heard of this, the top guilds would quickly connect the dots and figure out how important these factions were. When Roth arrived at the palatial clearing, he had turned off his miniaturized debuff to see the incredible scene around him better. There was a sea of heads, fur, and feathers. Roth glanced downward, taking a moment to appreciate that this was the first time he saw King Ratatouille without having to look up. Inside the dome of the palatial clearing, Roth scanned all the NPCs gathered here. Prince Piglet exuded a fierce aura. After being given so much medicine, he showed promising signs of recovery and seemed stronger than ever. The Fox Baroness gently waved a fan, drawing attention to her perfectly made-up face. Roth wondered just what the Baroness's bride's dress would look like. He couldn't imagine any clothes being more over the top than what she wore, a pink dress with elaborate embroidery. Her sleeves were so long that they almost reached the ground. She had a silver diadem on her head. The flashiest one in the clearing was Count Crow. Not even the gold of Ratatouille's throne or the golden thread in the dress of the Fox Baroness could rival Count Crow's shiny suit. It had so much glitter and diamonds encrusted that Roth had trouble looking at him for more than a few seconds at a time. It felt as if he was looking at the sun. Even though King Ratatouille was the smallest of the race representatives, he was by far the most impressive. All other monarchs sat down to be as close as possible to eye level in his presence. The four musketeers stood at attention as stoic as when they were in the throne room. The only difference was they all wore sunglasses, probably to avoid the glare of Count Crow's outfit. Oscar had come too. Just how had he mustered the strength to get here this quickly was an enigma. He napped under the shade of the tree, while a few badgers discussed in hushed tones off to the side. The sheep were also here, politely ignored by all other racial representatives. Roth bit his lip. He had to find a place for them, too. Oh well, he still had roughly a month. Last but not least, all around the clearing, a spiraling column of leaves reminded everyone under whose roof they were meeting. The presence of the Lord of the Woods filled the clearing. These were the rulers of the Green Woods. Many of these NPCs had been hidden from the player base, until today. At the edge of the clearing, Roth spotted many players with widened eyes and pointing fingers. Just how many were broadcasting this event live was beyond him. "Lord," he messaged mentally, "are the shields of the clearing up? Can others see inside?" "Shields are up," came the immediate answer. Roth sighed in relief. After waiting a few moments, the king waved his paw and had the musketeers blow their trumpets again. The clearing became eerily quiet. "Woodlanders, dear friends and rulers of these woods," King Ratatouille started in his regal tone. "Lord our protector," he said deferentially, turning toward the tree. I've called you all here because our friend, the Martyr, has asked the Rattans to enter an alliance with him. Our kin, living in Hillsford, had already told me they had celebrated such an arrangement with the Martyr, but this is different. This is all the Rattans in the world we're talking about. Previous agreements with this court mandate that I bring this to the attention of your excellencies. So that's what was going on. King Ratatouille couldn't sign the peace treaty immediately because he had to first confer with his other allies. What treaty have you invited the Rattans to join? Hearing the Baroness's jealousy, Roth tried to placate it immediately. Please rest assured, Fox Baroness, that I meant to invite you all into it. I just happened to talk to King Ratatouille first. He made sure that his gesture included all the other rulers here.
Go on,
Prince Piglet encouraged. As you know, everyone here is already bound by a commercial treaty. Roth's voice echoed clearly in the clearing. Maybe because of his charisma or the blessing of the Lion King skill, his voice didn't lose to King Ratatouille's. However, I am a pacifist, trying to unite this world's different races and factions. Since I'm friends with all of you, and you all seem to be friends with each other, I simply want to make it official. Signing a peace treaty is a sign of goodwill. It will cement the relationships in the woodland and usher in peace and prosperity. King Ratatouille interjected. Bear in mind that this peace treaty would include not only us, but also the snakes of Hillsford and all lizards. Count Crow cawed, annoyed, but King Ratatouille kept going. If this court agrees, the Rattans will join such a treaty. We've been honored to be friends with the foxes, crows, badgers, and boars. Cementing our relationship is the right thing to do. Prince Piglet, King Ratatouille invited the second highest member of royalty to express himself. The boars agree. Roth rubbed his hands contentedly. Hearing how 2 entire races were about to enter the treaty, things couldn't be going better. Count? Prompted King Ratatouille.
The crows have been at odds with lizards and snakes for a long time. However, there are no crows in Hillsford or lizards in the Green Woods. The corvids of these nests agree. However, I have no royal blood. I'm only nobility. Only the Emperor can decide for all corvids.
So do the foxes living here, the Baroness added. As for all others, that would have to be brought up to the historians in the Mother Cave. Roth sighed, disappointed. He hadn't expected that only King Ratatouille and Prince Piglet held enough influence to decide for their entire race. However, it was already good enough that Count Crow and the Fox Baroness were willing to accept. He was planning to meet the Crow Emperor soon anyway. As for what the Fox Baroness had said, Roth had just gained an important clue. The Mother Cave of the stories in the Fox tomes was real. He just had to find it and talk to the historians, whoever they were. Oscar? The dogs are at peace with everyone. Yawn. Everyone but cats. We agree. Badgers? King Ratatouille asked last. The badgers kept discussing in hushed tones, ignoring the king. Badgers? The king repeated, without showing any impatience. Roth chuckled as he saw Athos doing his little tick, where he pulled his rapier from the scabbard with his thumb and pulled it back in. The Musketeer had no patience for the poets. Finally, the badgers responded. In the heart of the woodland where silence finds its sway, a pacifist trod softly through the light of the day. With whispers of unity, he wandered through the glade, seeking to heal what discord had frayed. First, the Rattans, with jokes and jests, joined hands with the pacifist in peaceful quests. Their laughter echoed louder than a waterfall, as they embraced unity, standing proud and tall. Then came the boars, their strength renowned, their agreement resonating with a thunderous sound. In the pacifist's presence, they found a gentle grace, and pledged allegiance in the woodland's embrace. Next, the foxes, with their tails spun bright, agreed to unite under the moon's soft light.
Their stories wove a tapestry of shared lore, a bond of friendship forevermore. But it was the Badgers, wise and old, who held the key to unity as stories unfold. Painted as the glue binding all together, their agreement sealed the woodland's tether. For in their verses the Pacifist saw the wisdom to mend what was once a flaw. With their blessing, the woodland found its peace. A harmony is woven, never to cease.
Roth slapped his forehead. Was this why they were off to the side? They had been trying to think of a way to share their poetry with such a wide audience. Athos was fuming while the Fox Baroness just giggled.
Lord, do we have your blessing?
A gentle breeze expressed the acceptance of the treants. Licking his lips, Roth grabbed the parchment where he kept the peace treaty, and each race representative signed individually. The moment that King Ratatouille signed, Roth received a notification. Chapter 55. When all race representatives finished signing the document, Roth was hit with a never-ending cascade of notifications.
You've successfully added all factions in a region to a peace agreement. +2 charisma, +50 righteousness, +100 nature affinity, +1 million XP. Level up. You've unlocked a new affinity bonus, Love for Life. +300 reputation with all factions in the Green Woods. Broker's Ledger updated. Peace Treaty updated. You've reached beloved status with the Rattans, the Corvids, the Boars, the Foxes, and the Badgers. Beloved has upgraded into dearly beloved.
Roth stared wide-eyed at all the rewards he had received. There hadn't even been a quest here. He had just added the factions he was already friends with into a treaty. However, the system had judged this feat noteworthy enough that he received several rewards. He finally broke through to the next tier of nature affinity and unlocked a new stat bonus. Love for Life, stat bonus. Bonus description. Birds sing and flowers bloom in your wake. Bonus effects. All healing effects are enhanced. All positive animal and plant life interactions are enhanced. The healing effects weren't that useful to him, although he could see why medics and tanks would go for nature affinity. It provided extra HP, regeneration, and now this bonus to all healing effects. Berserkers, too, loved any kind of skill that boosted incoming regeneration and healing. In his Berserker days, whenever his health bar reached the red and all his regeneration bonuses kicked in, he became nigh immortal. What he was more interested in, however, was the second effect. Even though Roth wasn't a herbalist, a tamer, or a farmer, he could still benefit from its effect because of how many dealings he had with animals. Besides, he had 3 pets. The Leafies especially had been away from him for so long, and he needed any help he could get in restoring their affection for him. He moved on to the next reward he received. The bonus to reputation was just what he needed to break through and finally achieve adored status with all the factions living in the Green Woods. With each climb in tiers, his profit margin in their business dealings increased. Additionally, he unlocked a new title. Dearly Beloved, Legendary. Title description. Your virtues and unwavering loyalty have earned you the eternal love of your friends. Title effects. +50 charisma. You can use the reputation store everywhere. You can write introduction letters to factions you have a respected status with or higher. Reputation coins aren't faction-specific anymore. 10% discount on all reputation store purchases. Conditions to unlock Dearly Beloved. Achieve beloved relationship status with one faction inside the game. Complete. Achieve adored status or greater with 5 factions inside the game. Complete. The bonus to charisma had increased from 30 to 50. The requirements to write a letter of recommendation had lowered too. He was also now able to write letters of recommendation for factions with whom he had a respected status instead of esteemed. Now that he thought about it, did the Rattans forgive his brothers because of this title? "Hey, guys, remind me to write you letters of recommendation after we're done here," he told Nathan. "It will help you guys a lot." "Okay. I'll also make sure to remind you to explain to us just what happened," Nathan complained. "Sorry, going through all these notifications I received. I'm still trying to make sense of it. Just give me a few moments." The Dearly Beloved title also granted a 10% discount on the reputation store. As Roth thought of the reputation store, he quickly opened it. Unlocking Adored status with 5 factions in the Green Woods had to unlock new items. He scrolled through the items and skills that appeared in the reputation store. There were character cards for each NPC in the Green Woods, an improved version of the Woodland set, individual flags for each faction, and, finally, what Roth was looking for. Flag of the Green Woods, Epic. Item description. The field is made of treant silk and crafted by rattan tapestry artists. The mahogany pole is made from the same wood as Prince Piglet's axe, and the glitter was added by Corvid artisans. It represents all the factions of the Green Woods region. Item effects. If hoisted by a guild, it grants Blessing of Green Country, Grass Walk, Photosynthesis. Blessing of Green Country, Epic. Skill description. You can feel life in every blade of grass, every drop of rain, and every heartbeat. Skill effects. +10 to all stats while in the Green Country region. You can smell nature. Grass Walk, Rare. Skill description. The vegetation under your feet beckons you to run farther and faster. Skill effects. +30% movement speed when around plant life. Photosynthesis, Uncommon. Skill description. You can imitate nature and harness the power of the sun. Skill effects. +10 HP regeneration when it's daytime. Roth drooled as he examined the flag for sale for 10,000 reputation coins. Whoa! This flag was the dream of any guild based in Green Country. The boost to all stats was incredible, even though it came with the limitation of only activating when in Green Country. And the line saying that he could smell nature? That meant that this flag helped an entire guild gain nature affinity. Just how precious was that? If he sold this flag in an auction, AstroTerra would go nuts. He'd probably start an all-out guild war. If gaining the flag of the 8 Spires had granted him such power, what would this one do? He had to get it. He didn't have to think twice. He purchased it right away. Thanks to the discount of his new title, he could save 1,000 reputation coins. The moment he equipped it, all the animals gathered around the tree quieted down and bowed. Roth's heart raced as he read the description of the flag. Flag of the Green Woods, Epic. Item description. The field is made of treant silk and crafted by rattan tapestry artists. The mahogany pole is made from the same wood as Prince Piglet's axe, and the glitter was added by Corvid artisans. It represents all the factions of the Green Woods region. Item effects. One-hand equipment. Can deal no damage. +10% to all stats. You can use Blessing of the Green Country and Monarchic Grace. Monarchic Grace, Legendary. Skill description. Your charisma becomes palpable, and your friendships and love of others grant you great strength. Skill effects. All attribute effects slightly scale with charisma. Restrictions, Pacifists, level 30. Roth could feel his body lighten and his muscles brimming with power. Whereas before, he felt suppressed by the presence of the other monarchs. Now, the atmosphere around him had become weightless. The boost of 10% to all his stats was incredible. This effect would have been already incredible for other players who only cultivated 1 or 2 main stats. But Roth could use all of his stats. He opened his character sheet and looked at how much he had progressed. Character information. Name, Pax. Class, Pacifist. Race, Zoomorph, human form. Professions, Broker, level 27. Eco-Tailor, level 19. Light Trapper, level 9. Level 42. Guild, Union Collective Guild. Guild Museum. Boar's Great Tusk, +2 strength, +5 HP. White Wolf Fang, +2 dexterity, +1% speed. Owl Duke's Lens, +2 wisdom, +5 energy. Alpaca Talisman, +2 intelligence, +1% damage reduction. Beaver's Hammer, +1% crafting success rate. Pets, Leafies, Lin, Lua. Affinity, Light, 713 of 1000. Nature, 397 of 1000. Alignment, Meek, 554 of 1000. Positive relationships. Badgers, 2,223 of 8,000. Boars, 2,272 of 8,000. Crocodilians, 361 of 1,000.
Corvids, 2,210 of 8,000. Cyborg Union, 541 of 1,000. Dogs, 561 of 1,000. Dwarf Exiles, 273 of 300. Flock, 251 of 300. Foxes, 2,213 of 8,000. Golden Mountain Inc., 1,754 of 2,000. Greenleaf Inc., 1,531 of 2,000. Hillsford Garrison Soldiers, 123 of 300. Lizards, 8,000 of 8,000. Moles, 565 of 1,000. Moon Garrison of Sapphira, 102 of 300. Moonlight Herd, 182 of 300. Ali the Cat Burglar, 82 of 100. Peace Corps, 131 of 300. Rattans, 4,615 of 8,000. Silkworms, 21 of 100. Snakes, 3,321 of 8,000. The Table, 61 of 100. Treants, 2,031 of 8,000. White Onyx Inc., 374 of 1,000. Negative relationships. Blue Caterpillars, -30 of -100. Timberwolves, -10 of -100. Titles: All-Nighter, Alpinist, Art Enthusiast, Beastmaster, Creature of the Night, Dark's Bane, Dearly Beloved, Discoverer of Species, Energy Tycoon, Entitled, First of a Kind, Friend of Crocodilians, Friend of Moles, Grand Explorer, Hero of Ages, Jumper, Lizard Race Patron, Marathonist, Martyr, Microman, Mindfulness, Novice, Overachiever, Pioneer, Polyglot, Richling, Single-Minded Craftsman, Speedster, Stat Prodigy, Sweatshop Worker, Swimmer, 1,000, Triathlete, Weighs a Ton, Well-Read, Worldly Drifter. Stats: 15 free stat points. HP, 1,154. Energy, 1,812. Damage reduction, 60.9%. Status resistance, 25.2%. Cooldown reduction, 26%. Movement speed, 533.2%. Weight, light, 146.7 of 536.5 kilograms, plus 20%. Strength, 228, plus 10%. Dexterity, 192, plus 10%. Intelligence, 281, plus 21%. Wisdom, 230, plus 10%. Endurance, 318, plus 20%. Charisma, 315, plus 15%. Resilience, 105, plus 10%. Insight, 64, plus 10%. Subterfuge, 105, plus 10%. Perception, 50, plus 10%. His stats had blown up. The bonuses he got from signing a peace treaty with all these factions, adding to achieving a beloved status, translated into almost 200 stat points. He ran the numbers, and if he had to gain all his stats only by leveling up, he would have to be over level 400. Roth was smiling from ear to ear. That wasn't all. When he compared his attributes to what they should have been based on his stats, they were all significantly stronger. That was all thanks to his new flag skill, Monarchic Grace. All attribute effects scale with charisma. That meant that from now on, every time he scaled his charisma, he would get a little cooldown reduction, speed, and other effects. This skill fit Roth like a glove.
"This is a day of days," shouted King Ratatouille. "It's party time!" Bluefire drummed his finger on the table as he saw the live feed of what was happening in the Green Woods. "It all makes sense now," he mumbled. The hidden room in the rat cave, the power truffles and miniaturizing potions flooding the market, Antioch, Roth being able to communicate with the tree ants. Loose bits of information came together in Bluefire's mind, culminating in one conclusion. Roth had used the factions of the Green Woods as a springboard. While every other player rushed through the beginner region, Roth lingered and found a way to befriend these NPCs. That was the secret behind his unique playstyle and skills. He grinned. Maybe they didn't need to hire Roth anymore. He could just recreate Roth's playstyle. He sent a message to HR, telling them to assign a guild player to reset their account. Every week, the cover of some of the guild's spies was blown, and players had to reset their accounts and infiltrate the next organization. He started writing instructions, tasking this player with starting the game in Thunder Mountain, and looking for ways to befriend the animals instead of killing them. As he was proofreading the message, he received an urgent notification. Update to the top 100. Bluefire closely monitored the rankings, checking them multiple times daily. After all, he and his boss were in them. The top of the pyramid hadn't changed. He remained in 18th place, and his boss in 9th. It was rare for any shift in the top 10. It hadn't changed in months. He kept going down the ranks. Kraken had climbed a few spots, surpassing Jayla from the Phoenixes. Cold Hand had dropped one place, causing a smile on Bluefire's lips. As he got to the bottom of the list, plenty of new names existed. The bottom of the pyramid saw constant reshuffling. Places 90 to 100, especially, changed every day. Bluefire made a point of knowing every single name on the list. They had found promising talents by closely examining the bottom ranks. As his eyes landed on the 78th place, he choked. There was a name that he hadn't expected to see. 77th, Shield Bearer. 78th, Pax. 79th, Twister. Bluefire massaged his temples. Just as he thought of a way to get rid of Roth, he had landed in the top 100. Now there was no way he could give up on him. He saved the message he'd been writing as a draft and called Ogre. They had to review the money they were offering Roth. Now that he was in the top 100, they needed to up the ante, or other guilds would get to him first. O'Shaughnessy has been elected president of the capital. AstroTerra will undergo an update. A new president. You have 5 minutes to log out. Sorry for the inconvenience. What? O'Shaughnessy? Isn't that... Bluefire dropped everything Roth-related and searched for his name in all the memos, spy reports, and emails from his network of contacts. He did it. The monster did it. It can't be. Just how much gold did he spend? It's impossible. Bluefire summoned his horse, hurrying toward the city. Ogre answered his call in the meantime. What's up, Bluefire? Sir, I think Loki did it. He's figured it out. The real estate market is going to open after this update. What? But we aren't ready. We must ask Ogre players to lend their money to the guild coffers. Ask for every favor, and borrow money from as many people as possible. Ensure you get everything in writing so they can't go back on their word. The future of the guild depends on it, sir. O'Shaughnessy Linstor was a tall, bulky man who always wore a silk vest. He shared his family's flat nose, long forehead, and sharp, intelligent eyes. I can't thank you enough for your patronage, sir. Of course, Mr. President. Our deal stands, yes? Loki confirmed one last time. Of course, sir. I think it is a good business opportunity for the city, too. The law to ban foreigners from purchasing property is outdated. It's time we let some fresh blood pump into the city's veins, he said, smiling. Or in your pockets, Loki thought. I've already issued a new law, which is being sent to the city planning department. Worry not. O'Shaughnessy has been elected president of the capital. AstroTerra will undergo a patch. A new president. You have 5 minutes to log out. Sorry for the inconvenience. As the president left, Loki gave himself the chance to celebrate. Ha ha ha! I did it! Not even the notification that Roth had reached the top 100 was enough to pull him out of his mood. He would make so much money that, at this rate, he could just buy the ogres and finally get his hands on that brute. Chapter 56. It was night in the greenhouse. Flowers had closed and drooped, hiding away from the darkness, and moisture crept into every nook and cranny of the oak tree, waiting for the cold to help it congeal into dew droplets. An adult praying mantis lay still, poised to strike whatever prey approached its lair. The praying mantis wondered what the menu was for tonight. Once, its scythes had tasted the hemolymph of one of the yellow and dark-winged hunters that lived far above in the heavens. twice it had tasted its own kind. It was uncertain what hemolymph it would taste tonight, but its sharp scythes were ready to reap it. The praying mantis heard a gnawing sound. It rotated its head, looked up and down, but its vision caught nothing. He could feel the faint vibrations in its thorax, though. It was the sound of clicking and scraping. The hunter lay perfectly still. Whatever was approaching would be a much-needed meal, and a lack of preparation could spell the difference between life and death. Nothing in sight. The scraping, however, sounded remarkably similar to a mantis's scythes scraping wood. It could be a rival, then, a fellow hunter who had gone long without prey, and, out of despair, sought out its kind as food. It well knew that kind of hunger. The vibrations grew stronger and stronger. However, no matter how hard it looked, it could not find anything. Where was the movement coming from? The scraping stopped. Now, all it heard was skittering. Many tiny legs, moving, close. The praying mantis couldn't understand what was happening. Here it was, with its head off the nook, scythes stretched, hearing a sound even though nothing was outside. Poisonous bite, bite, poisonous bite. Its scythes twitched uncontrollably. Such pain, such terrible pain. Its wounds ached and burned as poison entered its body, eating at his strength. The pain was coming from his legs, but how? They were safely ensconced into the nook of the tree. How could anyone sneak past its scythes and attack it from behind? It tried to turn, but something clamped its legs and held it in place. It squirmed and fought, but could do nothing with half its body outside and the other half inside its burrow. It kept suffering bite after bite, and its vision faded until life left it. The Leafies have hunted an adult praying mantis. Plus 430 Leafies XP. Success! The Lord of the Acorn watched as its many attack squads stormed the enemy's nests. The colony was now 3,000 strong, and the field of fallen fortresses was under its complete control. Once there were enough of them in the grid, yet another memory had returned to the Lord. A memory coded deep into his genes. Black, large ants scraped their sharp mandibles into the wood, digging through the tree's bark. They felt their antennae spots filled with bioenergy and connected them, allowing them to fuse and gain momentum like trickles of water that came together into a powerful river. The carpenter ant genes within the Leafies have awakened. Leafies have learned wood burrowing. Wood burrowing, pet skill. Skill description. The tree ants begin understanding how to work wood and can dig tunnels into trees. Skill effects. Your pet colony can now cut wood. Speed of tunneling scales with strength. As the memories of its carpenter ancestors resurfaced, the Lord hatched an efficient plan for invasion. Step 1, dig a tunnel. Step 2, clean the trunk. One by one, its many soldiers broke out of the tunnels they'd been digging for the past days in the tree and caught the praying mantises from behind. In many cases, they could do so without a single casualty. Down in the field of fallen fortresses, praying mantis adults were rare. They would have been fearsome opponents out in the open, each dragging 100 brave tree ant warriors into their graves. But here, they were sheep for the slaughter. With each kill, the colony grew stronger. The Leafies have hunted an adult praying mantis, plus 430 Leafies XP. The Leafies have hunted an adult praying mantis, plus 430 Leafies XP. The Leafies have hunted an adult praying mantis, plus 430 Leafies XP. Leafies level up. The sun would rise over a tree free of any praying mantises, but that wouldn't be the most challenging part of this operation. Their biggest foe lay beyond them, up on the treetop. Hundreds upon hundreds of tree ants emerged from the topmost holes in the tree trunk. The yellow hunters would never fall for such a petty trick or drive themselves into a corner like the praying mantises. They were on a whole new level. Not only did they have armored bodies and razor-sharp mandibles, but they had powerful wings and deadly stings. However, despite their terrifying strength, they had weaknesses the Lord could exploit. The tree ant army followed the memory of the lone scout through the tangle of labyrinthine branches until they could see the dungeons of the yellow hunters. The structure was built at the intersection of two branches. Its paper tubes drooped from the tree at a sad, ominous angle. The nest was quiet. There was no buzz of wings. The ant troops split. 2 squads of 500 infantry ants and the Mandiblators division climbed the branches that led into the palace, together with a small engineering team. Most of the engineering and shield divisions stayed behind and started working. Ant workers interlocked their legs, climbing on each other, like amino acids bound into a protein, like bricks in a castle. The living structure grew taller and larger until they formed an imposing pyramid with one long living arm. Some ants climbed onto green baby fortresses and tied silk threads around them. Other ants used praying mantises' blades to saw through the woody stem that linked the fortress to the tree. 2 large structures were assembled in minutes. 2 acorns were linked to the structures through strong silk thread, and the woody stem linking the acorns to the tree was cut dangerously thin. Preparations were finished. Meanwhile, the assault team reached the nest and commenced the attack. They swarmed the wasp nest. For now, they ignored the juicy, squishy larvae and headed for their priority targets. They were significantly larger than the workers and had large abdomens to store the eggs, wasp queens. Their large chambers were easy to find. Even though praying mantises had to be killed individually, wasps had queens. The colony would collapse quickly as long as their queens were all killed. The wasp nest sounded an alarm. The tree ants hurried, covering the large queens in the nest, striking them with their mandiblades. But the wasp queens were large and strong, and their armor was thick. The yellow jacket workers weren't few either. This nest had hundreds of wasps. It took 20 ants to overwhelm an individual wasp. It would have required 10 times more soldiers to overwhelm all the yellow jackets, but the Lord of the Acorn didn't care about the wasp workers. All it cared about was the queens. The yellow jackets rallied and fought desperately to reach the mothers of the nest. The Lord had already finished counting how many there were, 8 queens. 3 had already fallen, and 3 were under attack. 2 feisty queens sleeping in the same chamber combined forces and held off the assault. The tree ants fought brilliantly, fending off the workers while they finished the queens. But wasps were too strong and deadly, and the ants started losing ground. The Leafies have hunted a yellow jacket queen, plus 2,000 Leafies XP. The Leafies have hunted a yellow jacket queen, plus 2,000 Leafies XP. One by one, the queens fell until only 2 were left. Together, both managed to fight out of the nest's swarmed corridors and took flight. They would fly away to safety and come back once the workers killed the attackers. The Lord of the Acorn ignored the pain of the 1,000 sacrificial lambs, even now being butchered by the wasps, and focused on the queen's flight trajectory instead. "Fire!" he commanded. The engineering division cut the tied acorns, and they plummeted toward the ground, silken thread in tow. The living tree ant structure groaned under the strain of its falling counterweight, and its arm was sent swinging, sending one ball of tree ants toward the queens. It was a hit. Several tree ants were sent flying, but others managed to grab hold of the queen. Hit by the impact, the queen fell and, separated from her ally, succumbed to the assault of the tree ants. The other queen, desperate, flew away, but the second living projectile was already midair. Another ball of interlocked tree ants flew through the night and landed on the last wasp queen. She, too, tumbled and fell, skirmishing amidst the leaves until she was no more. The Leafies have hunted a yellow jacket queen, plus 2,000 Leafies XP. The Leafies have hunted a yellow jacket queen, plus 2,000 Leafies XP. The siege division retreated down the tree trunk and into its burrows, heading to the field of fallen fortresses, where the rest of the army awaited. Back in the nest, the 1,000 brave tree ant warriors had fallen under the furious assault of the wasp workers. They had taken all the queens and larvae they could, and several workers too, but the battle was finally over. The wasp workers set out to search for the queens that had gotten away, bringing them back to the colony's safety when the whole nest shook. There was a clicking and scraping sound. The nest shook again. Before they could figure out what was going on, the dungeon of the Yellow Hunters was in freefall, heading toward the ground, where all the other tree ants were ready to receive them. The engineering tree ant team had managed to saw the nest off the tree. Most of the surviving wasps died when the nest hit the ground. Those who didn't were too stunned to put up a fight against the squad of ants waiting for them. The sun rose on a new greenhouse, one with a new ruler. The tree had been conquered and the enemy exterminated. The Lord of the Acorn had become the Lord of the Oak. Every animal in the green woods was partying. Well, every animal except for the ants. An ant never stopped working. Although tree ants weren't party animals, they surely weren't party poopers either, and they allowed for the festivity to take place in their backyard. Aramis had taken out a violin, and Prince Piglet had revealed a heavy drum. The rhythmic beat and the catchy violin riffs were enough to get the Fox Baroness dancing. Count Crow had even started a conga line. Even though Roth was surrounded by music and dancing, his eyes were set on the notifications he'd just received, not the ones from the Leafies. What had him worried was the update. It was the first time he saw an update that required players to log out from the game. Not even the Rise of the Alien King event or the Lizard Unification quest had triggered such a change. What would that mean for him? After all, every player was going to be forcefully logged out. Would he be logged out too? "Roth, we'll log out now. We'll see you in a moment," Nathan said reassuringly. Roth forced a smile and started operating the gaming menu before him. "In case I'm not here when you get back, grab these flags and the recipe for the neutralizing chair and give them to Drake. I've already transferred all the recommendation letters I could to you." Nathan eyed him worryingly. "Don't think anything funny. It's just an update, Roth. We'll see you in just a moment." I know. A system clock began counting down, and his two brothers disappeared. 10, 9, 8. Roth's heart raced. Could there be a slight chance that the update would fix his bugged capsule and he would be allowed out? 7, 6, 5, 4. What if the booby trap that Loki had made for his capsule set off when the update was installed? Maybe his trapped capsule would perceive it as tampering and would explode. Was the system countdown also counting down the seconds until he died? 3, 2, 1, 0. Nothing happened. Roth opened one eye and then the other. He was floating in a black, boundless space. He recognized this place. When Sarge confronted a game admin, he had been sent here for several hours. He took a deep breath and tried to open the menu. Nothing. He was in a digital limbo. The only thing that he could do was wait. He closed his eyes and saw Mel smiling. Roth smiled too. He lay back and relaxed, napping in the nothingness of space.
This escape from reality has been a Podium audio production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. Head to podiumentertainment.com for more next-level stories. Sign up for our spam-free newsletter to stay up to date on what's coming. You can also join our party of listeners, fans, and noobs on social media, including Reddit. Don't be a casual. Follow us. You have been listening to Sapphira, Book 5 of Hidden Class Pacifist. Produced by Hannah Grenfell. Written by Cássio Ferreira. Performed by Steve Corona, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Text copyright 2024 by Cássio Ferreira. Production copyright 2025 by Podium Audio, all rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.